After my rebirth, I immediately deposited 2 billion into the game. Everyone around me calls me a fool, but they are oblivious to the truth. In 3 days, all of humanity will be forcibly pulled into this apocalyptic game. The attributes gained within the game will manifest in reality. The entire world will descend into absolute chaos. In my past life, during the battle for the throne of the Supreme God to protect Lu Ruyan, I fought 3 peak experts entirely on my own. Yet in the end, I was betrayed by that wretch Lu Ruyan. I could only close my eyes, filled with endless resentment and regret. Upon waking once more, I realized I had been transmigrated. I had returned to the exact moment before the game began. At that very instant, a voice echoed in my ears. Welcome to the Apocalypse game. Please select your starting class. In my previous life, I chose the Night class simply because I felt that protecting Lu Ruyan by her side was a romantic endeavor. Recalling this, I struck my own face with a heavy slap. I was truly a pathetic fool consumed by misguided devotion. Without hesitation, I chose the Beastmaster class. The Beastmaster is recognized as the class with the highest potential in the apocalyptic game. In my past life, a top-tier guild in China, relying on their vast numbers, offended a god-level Beastmaster. As a result, that individual led a god-level Abyss Dragon to slaughter them until their guild was utterly disbanded. Their guild leader was slain so many times that his attributes plummeted to the minimum threshold, and he met his end in reality. However, this class requires an astronomical amount of resources to nurture beasts, a cost no ordinary player could ever sustain. For a beast like the god-level Abyss Dragon, the resources required are beyond what an average person could ever imagine. Yet such trivialities are of no concern to me. My in-game nickname has been set to Jiahan. I then poured the entire 2.2 billion I obtained from selling my shares into the game. To invest such a staggering fortune into a game, if others were to find out, they would surely brand me a complete idiot. But I know full well that the payment system is only open for 10 minutes. 3 days from now, the game will map itself onto reality. The value of gold currency will skyrocket at a ratio of 10 to 1. The gold in my possession is equivalent to 22 billion in cash. Even a buffet could not match this rate of growth. At that very moment, a pleasant, mechanical voice resonated. Because you are the first player to deposit funds and your deposit has exceeded 1 billion, you have unlocked the unique hidden profession, Wealth God. Your current profession is Wealth God Beast Tamer. I was stunned for a moment, then overcome with wild joy. In the apocalypse, certain special professions exist that can only be unlocked upon meeting specific conditions. These are known as hidden professions. I immediately opened the attribute panel for my secondary profession. Wealth God Endless Resources. The gold you carry increases by 1% every day. Wealth God's Might. For every 1 million gold spent, a random attribute point is gained. The monthly limit is 100 points. Your wealth is secure and neither gold nor items on your person will be dropped upon death. Great Fortune. Your luck and charisma stats are increased by 50 points. After reviewing the panel information, I was speechless. Any single talent here is an existence that defies the heavens. With my current assets of 2.2 billion, I can earn an additional 22 million in interest daily, and combined with the Wealth God's Might, as long as I spend this money, I can gain 22 free attribute points every single day. Just then my phone rang. I exited the holographic projection to see it was Lu Ruyan. You were the one who caused my death in the previous life. As soon as the call connected, her scolding echoed through the speaker. Yi Han, have you lost your mind? What do you think you are doing, selling the company's shares to top up a game? Hearing that familiar voice, my face immediately turned ashen. I wanted nothing more than to tear her apart right then and there, but there were more important matters at hand. I could only set aside my grievances for the moment. How I handle my money is my business. Is it your turn to point fingers at me? If I hadn't been supporting you all these years, who knows what stage you'd be dancing on right now. Having said that, I immediately blocked Lu Ruyan's number and returned to the game. After steadying my nerves, I opened my basic status panel. Name Yihan, Profession, Wealth God Beast Tamer, Level 1, Health 100, Mana 100. The 4 main attributes were all at 10. I was left speechless. Indeed, the Beast Tamer is a profession with an incredibly high ceiling and a dangerously low floor. Every other profession begins with combat capabilities, but the Beast Tamer? It's laughable. One starts with nothing but a pair of undergarments. To obtain a beast companion, one must either venture into the wilderness to tame one or purchase it from a shop. It is by no means an easy task. Upon entering the game, I chose not to purchase a beast. I knew of a method to obtain a god-tier beast companion. Soon, I arrived before a magnificent towering structure. This is the Supreme Hall, an incredibly powerful faction within the game, home to countless god-tier experts. After reaching level 100, players can obtain a recommendation letter from the Supreme Hall, unlocking the right to hire powerful NPCs. However, I knew there was actually a way to hire them even in the early stages of the game. At that moment, an elderly man with silver hair and a cold expression approached. Young man, this is not a place you should be. Return to your training. Only when you possess a recommendation letter from Lord Bato will the doors of the Supreme Hall open for you. I did not waste words. With a flick of my wrist, countless shimmering gold coins cascaded down like a golden waterfall. Seeing this, the cold-faced old man instantly changed his demeanor, smiling broadly as he invited me inside. Watching the old man's face light up with excitement, I sighed to myself. Money can truly accomplish anything. However, the price is exorbitant. The entrance fee alone costs 5 million gold coins. The heavy stone gates rumbled open and a middle-aged man clad in golden armor stepped forward. "Young man, what brings you here?" "I wish to hire a protector." The warrior scrutinized me, then waved his hand, causing a virtual interface to materialize before me. Level 100 Profound Puppet, 1 million gold coins per day. Level 80 Supreme Puppet, 800,000 gold coins per day. I frowned. Are there no god-tier puppets? The middle-aged man chuckled. God-tier puppets are immensely precious. How could they possibly be available for hire? If I pay 100 million gold coins per day, would it be possible? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. A puppet is out of the question, but I have a friend who's a god-tier curse master. I could ask on your behalf. My eyes lit up. The curse master is a hidden profession, and its abilities are formidable. Being versatile in protection, defense, and offense, he is absolutely the top choice for my current stage. Half an hour later, an elder dressed in a curse master's robe appeared before me. You must be young friend Yihan. You are indeed an exceptional talent. I, Mel, shall follow your commands for the next 24 hours. Naturally, I will not perform. I smiled and said, "Rest assured, senior, I was merely clearing a high-difficulty hidden dungeon." Mio nodded, showing little concern. Without hesitation, I led Mio out of the Supreme Hall. The Huayu Plain served as the primary leveling zone for the novice village, yet there were few players to be seen at this moment. In this apocalyptic game, the difficulty of the monsters far surpassed one's imagination. Even a level 1 slime could effortlessly send a novice player back to the respawn point. The internal beta had been live for only 2 hours, and the number of players who had perished here was uncountable. To this day, no one had even reached level 2. Just as we were walking, 2 players came sprinting toward us with a level 5 goblin in hot pursuit. Na flicked her hand casually, and a bolt of golden lightning surged forth. A damage value of 135,441 appeared instantly above the goblin. Witnessing this scene, the 2 players could not help but cry out. Good heavens, how did she strike for a telephone number's worth of damage? Half an hour later, deep within the Huayu Plains, notifications of gained experience flooded my vision. Wherever Mayo passed, not a blade of grass remained. With a wave of her hand, she dealt over 1 million in damage. The once serene Yanping Ravine was now in complete disarray, with not a single vile creature remaining in sight. Even the only monster stronghold near the novice village, the Goblin Village, had been thoroughly purged. Congratulations, your level has successfully increased to level 5. You have received 10 free attribute points. I could not help but lament. Truly, money can achieve anything. At this stage, it was uncertain if other players had even managed to reach level 2, yet such power did come with a drawback. After leveling up, a new line of text appeared on my interface. Experience gain permanently reduced by 6%. In this apocalyptic game, if the level gap between 2 party members exceeds 10 levels, the lower level player will face an experience penalty. Furthermore, this penalty is permanent, increasing by 1% with every level gained. However, I remained unconcerned. My primary objective now was to reach level 10 as quickly as possible to enter the main city. The experience penalty was daunting, but it paled in comparison to the benefits of entering the main city ahead of the rest. Immediately, I opened my attribute panel and poured all 40 free attribute points into Spirit. Having spent over 100 million today, the financial might buff had also granted me 100 attribute points. This ensured that my other attributes remained exceptionally high as well. My level 5 attribute stats were already at a level that most other players would struggle to reach even at level 10. I smiled in satisfaction. Very good, I would soon be able to unlock the hidden dungeon. In my previous life, a highly classified piece of information circulated on the forums. The novice village harbored a hidden dragon-tier dungeon. Beyond its obscured location, the requirements to unlock it were not particularly difficult. One simply needed a spirit stat exceeding 100. Yet, by the time this dungeon was discovered, most players had already reached level 100. Attaining 100 points in spirit is by no means an insurmountable task. At this current stage, the only way to achieve this is to reach level 10 and invest all free attribute points into spirit. However, no person in their right mind would choose such a path. 3 hours later, under the relentless bombardment of Mel, the deepest depths of the Flower Plains fell into silence. A melodious system notification echoed in my ears. Ding, you have reached level 10. As the first player in the world to break through to level 10, you are rewarded with 60 attribute points and the title 1,000 miles a day. Subsequently, a global announcement appeared before every player. Congratulations to the player Xiahan of the Huaxia Kingdom for reaching level 10. The level leaderboard has been unlocked. At this moment, all players were plunged into astonishment. From the moment the Apocalypse game began, only 6 hours had passed. Even among the top-tier players who rely on exceptional skill, the highest level reached is merely level 3. The sudden emergence of a terrifying level 10 entity left these arrogant gaming experts in complete shock. In the novice village 1001 of the Huaxia Kingdom, a man stood atop a pile of goblin corpses. He stared at the leaderboard in disbelief. Ever since entering the game, I have been hunting elite monsters, and yet I am still only level 3. And yet someone has already ascended directly to level 10. Could it be that the game has some sort of exploit? Xiahan, this name has never been heard of, but as he is a fellow countryman, there is nothing more to be said. He then closed the leaderboard and returned his focus to leveling up. In the Bongtu Kingdom, a warrior with a cunning expression stared intensely at the leaderboard, grinding his teeth in fury. Why is it that someone from the Huaxia Kingdom has reached level 10 so rapidly? This is undoubtedly cheating. Even if it is not cheating, it is certainly a player from the Great Bongtu Kingdom who has infiltrated Huaxia. The Bongtu Kingdom is the center of the universe. Similar scenes unfolded across various other nations. I was not surprised when the level leaderboard was unveiled. In my previous life, someone also had to reach a certain level for the leaderboard to open. But that occurred only after the official launch. During the internal testing phase, the highest level was merely level 8. After equipping the title, my attributes appeared before my eyes. 1,000 miles a day, epic grade. As the first player to reach level 10, your strength has been acknowledged by the light god. Experience gained is increased by 5%. I curled my lips into a smile. Items within the game possess distinct grades, ranging from the lowest black iron to the pinnacle holy tier, totaling 10 levels of quality. Rare epic grade titles go without saying. In this apocalyptic game, obtaining high-quality equipment is exceedingly difficult. Even for players who have broken through to level 100, the gear they possess is mostly limited to gold or dark gold quality. It can be said that the epic grade serves as a massive divide, with only a handful of players qualified to possess such items. As for the legendary grade and the even higher god tier, these are reserved strictly for those at the very summit of existence. Then there are the heaven-destroying and holy tier artifacts. Even in my previous life, as I neared the throne of the supreme god, I had never heard of anyone who owned equipment of this caliber. Moments later, a notification appeared before my eyes. The initial experience gathering phase has concluded. Please proceed immediately to initiate the breakthrough trial. I dismissed the notification with a casual wave of my hand. The breakthrough trial is a unique mechanism of this apocalyptic game. Once a player reaches any level that is a multiple of 10, they enter a state where they can no longer accumulate experience. Only by overcoming the breakthrough trial can one continue to advance in level. While the trial permits group participation, it strictly forbids any form of external intervention. God-tier NPCs like Mel are absolutely prohibited from entering the breakthrough trial. By this point, my spirit stat had reached 120 points. 10 minutes later, the two of us arrived at the entrance of a hidden cave. As soon as we stepped into the cavern, a system notification echoed. You have entered a hidden zone. This area is extremely perilous. Please vacate the premises immediately. Please vacate the premises immediately. Such a potent aura, why is there the presence of a dragon in this place? Mel stroked his beard, his hand pausing slightly as his expression turned grave. Even as a god-tier caster faced with such a dragon den, he dared not let his guard down. Dragons are formidable creatures. A fully mature dragon possesses power comparable to a god-tier expert. Mel spoke as if deep in thought. To think you would spare no expense to hire this old man, all because you intended to raid a dragon's den. Let me be clear, even I cannot guarantee that I would emerge victorious against a dragon. I shook my head. I only wish to see if it is possible to steal a dragon egg. Upon hearing my words, Mel nearly choked. Dragons hold the bloodlines of their descendants in the highest regard. Stealing a dragon egg is no different. M sighed, realizing that these spirit stones were not easily earned. He then stretched out his arms and began to chant a strengthening spell. After a series of enhancements, my health reached an astounding 5,000 points. With the aid of an invisibility technique, my physical form began to blur and fade. Then both of us, wearing our protective headgear, stepped into the dragon's lair. But the moment we entered, a golden dragon deep within the cavern immediately opened its eyes. God-tier invisibility technique proved useless before its gaze. The following second, the entire cavern began to tremble violently. A dragon's roar echoed through every corner of the abyss. M turned pale with terror. Boy, you have deceived me. This is a tier 5 radiant great dragon. We must flee at once. Hearing M's words, I furrowed my brows, realizing that dragons were also categorized by tiers. In my previous life, a great abyss dragon had annihilated a top-tier guild, and this radiant great dragon was a peak tier 5 existence. If I could obtain its dragon egg, its potential would surely exceed anything I had ever imagined. I turned my head to look at M, asking, Senior, must we truly retreat? Are you joking? This is a fully matured tier 5 great dragon. To defeat it, the probability of success is likely not even 1 in 10,000. Leave quickly. This is no place for someone like you. M stared fixedly at the radiant great dragon, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment, as a teleportation scroll appeared in his hand, ready to be torn at any instant. I gritted my teeth and increased the offer. The payment is now doubled. M shook his head. It is not that this old man refuses to accept your reward, but facing such an existence is a near-certain death sentence. There is no need to charge in recklessly. I only need you, Senior, to stall it for me for a short while. With a calm expression, M replied, I cannot guarantee that this old man can withstand it. I raised my finger, stating expressionlessly as I increased the price, you must withstand it regardless of the cost. Then this old man shall risk it all. M let out a thunderous roar, and the muscles throughout his body surged with power. The scrawny old man had suddenly transformed into a hulking muscular warrior. I couldn't help but curse. At your age, are you truly still this powerful? Seeing my expression, M laughed with confidence. In this day and age, without a few hidden trump cards, how could one wander the martial world? While I appear to be a spellcaster, in reality I am also a master of close-quarters combat. I can buy you at most 3 minutes, boy. Be quick. Mel let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a technique that had been lost to the ages. A barrage of strikes toward the radiant great dragon. A deafening explosion shook the earth, leaving behind a thick cloud of dust. The 100-meter-long dragon was hammered down into the ground. I was filled with astonishment, yet I quickly darted into the dragon's lair. I had studied this terrain countless times in my previous life. It was already etched into my memory. Mel watched me move with such ease, finding himself deeply taken aback. That composed demeanor and those seasoned movements were certainly not something a novice could display. The radiant great dragon bellowed, its massive tail sweeping out and its fists falling like a torrential downpour, each blow capable of shattering a great mountain. Under such a frenzied assault, even a powerhouse like the radiant great dragon was rendered unable to mount a defense. I dashed toward the depths of the cave at full speed. A black dragon egg, radiating an ethereal glow, stood in the center of the cavern. Not far from the egg, something else shimmered with a brilliant luster. I had no time to examine it closely. I swept everything into my storage ring. At this moment, Mel was still raining down thunderous strikes. I shouted, "Master, it is done. We must retreat." Light flickered beneath Mel's feet, and he instantly appeared before me. He placed his left hand on my shoulder, and the teleportation scroll in his right hand shattered. My vision became a blur. When my sight cleared, I had returned to the Supreme Palace. Mel, standing beside me, looked ghastly pale, his energy completely spent. I was struck with alarm. "Master, are you all right?" Mel's entire body trembled, his lips quivering uncontrollably. "That creature is an existence akin to a god. If we hadn't fled when we did, both of us would be in its stomach by now." I did not hesitate to transfer the remaining 200 million gold coins to Mel. "I wagered my life for this," the old man muttered. Not bad at all, 300 million gold coins in my hands." Mel was beaming with joy. Even for a god-tier powerhouse, earning 300 million gold coins was no small feat. He even looked at me with much more favor than before. "Ding, Mel's favorability toward you has increased to 60. I furrowed my brows. In this apocalyptic game, the maximum favorability one can achieve with an NPC is 100. A favorability rating of 60 is already exceptionally high. It indicates that the NPC places immense trust in you, which is also a prerequisite for the NPC to initiate trades. Generally, it requires the player to complete a series of quests, combined with other methods. It usually takes a significant amount of time to cultivate such a bond. However, my initial charm stat of 50, added to an expenditure of 300 million gold coins, directly pushed M's favorability rating beyond 60. The power of the wealth god was clearly manifested from the very first day. That's right, the Grand Master of the Supreme God Hall has life essence and the price is negotiable. M was astonished. "Did you truly manage to steal a dragon egg? Show it to this old man immediately." I hesitated for a brief moment before taking out the dragon egg. M looked at it with burning envy. If it weren't for the high favorability rating he held toward me, he likely would have been unable to restrain himself from seizing it by force. This item was truly too precious. Its value could not be measured by mere currency. "This old man has 5 vials of life essence, 5 million gold coins per vial. What say you to this price?" My eyes lit up. The life essence I sought only had a low drop rate from high-level bosses within their lairs. 5 million for a vial was absolutely a bargain, perhaps even an immense steal. M changed his tone. "However, this is a descendant of a level 5 great dragon. 5 vials may not be enough. I also possess a single vial of sacred life essence. Its efficacy is in no way inferior to those 5 vials combined." I remained calm. "And what are the conditions?" "Grandmaster, pray speak plainly." M smiled. "It is always a pleasure to speak with an intelligent person. The price is 25 million. Furthermore, once your dragon egg hatches, this old man requires 1 drop of the great dragon's essence blood." "No problem." I agreed decisively without the slightest intention of haggling. After the transaction was completed, M handed me a token. "This is a communication token. Once it hatches, remember to inform this old man." Having said that, he vanished from the Grand Hall. After M departed, I immediately placed the dragon egg into the incubation space. Upon seeing the incubation time, I was left speechless. If I were to wait for it to hatch naturally, the grass on my grave would have grown for several generations by then. Without hesitation, I retrieved the essence of life and the essence of divinity, pouring them both over the dragon egg. A faint, cyan-colored glow erupted from within. "Ding, beast incubation successful. God tier, heaven trampling great dragon. Beast taming skill and beast taming aura unlocked." The very next second, a small cerulean dragon shattered its shell and emerged. I was struck with confusion. Why was it a heaven trampling great dragon? Was it not supposed to be a descendant of the radiant great dragon? Could it be that the 5th rank great dragon had been betrayed by its mate? Immediately, I opened the attribute panel of the great dragon. Mythical tier heaven trampling great dragon. HP 10 might mana. 5 element attributes offer absolute suppression. Damage dealt to creatures below mythical tier increased by 30%. Damage received from creatures below mythical tier reduced by 30%. Dragon King's Majesty. Damage dealt to the dragon race increased by 50%. Damage received from the dragon race reduced by 50%. Mythical Bloodline. The heaven trampling great dragon gains additional total attributes upon leveling up. HP and mana increased by 100%, with 200 points restored every second. Skill, World Suppressing Dragon Might. The heaven trampling great dragon releases an earth-shaking roar, forcing all creatures within a 20-meter radius into a stunned state. Duration, 1.5 seconds. Dragon King's Breath deals 500% of physical strength as true damage to the target. This skill cannot be dodged. Dragon King's Wrath. The heaven-trampling great dragon inflicts true damage equal to 500% of its physical strength upon all creatures within a 50-meter radius, regardless of friend or foe. Cooldown 30 days upon activation, permanent attributes are reduced by 5%. The heaven-trampling great dragon falls into a deep slumber for 5 days. Heavens! After reviewing the attribute panel, I gasped in astonishment. Even at level 1, the heaven-trampling great dragon is far beyond what the word terrifying can describe. Total 5-element attributes reach 500. At this stage, even if all the players in this apocalypse were to attack at once, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from it. I looked joyfully at the hatchling dragon before me, observing its vibrant azure hue. From this day forward, I shall call you Xiao Hui. I then turned my gaze toward the item that was shimmering with a radiant glow. With just a single glance, I exclaimed in shock. It was a heaven-extinguishing tier item, one that had only ever appeared in Legends. The Scroll of Brutality. The Brutal Bow, Heaven Extinction Grade, increases base attributes by 10% and grants a bonus to all stats through its brutal power. Unique passive. All skills can now trigger critical hits. Base critical hit rate increased by 20%. Critical hit damage increased by 100 where the Brutal Lethal Strike skill instantly deals 1000% true damage based on the user's spirit attribute to the target. 5% chance to trigger an instant death effect. If the target's health is below 20%, the effect is guaranteed. It was past noon and I felt somewhat dazed. The shock brought by the mythical beast taming had not yet faded, and now here was another Heaven Extinction Grade item. I took a deep breath and immediately chose to bind the brutal bow, successfully forging the spiritual link while simultaneously triggering a hidden quest. Even the forbidden culprit, as mighty as the brutal king, was swallowed by the abyss. He who wields the brutal bow must seek the truth. Quest objective: locate the brutal fangs. I furrowed my brow. I had never heard of the brutal bow, but the brutal fangs were legendary. They were the weapons of the god-tier assassin, Gu Tan of the Hua Kingdom, renowned as some of the most explosive weapons in existence. The brutal fangs must still be in the Tanyuan continent. I must depart from the novice village first. It seems I need to complete the level-up trial quickly. Just then, a jarring notification sounded. Your daily playtime limit has been reached. You will be forcibly logged out of the game. I removed my virtual reality headset and rubbed my temples. It was already 10 p.m. In the streets below, the sound of ambulance sirens wailed intermittently. I stood on the balcony in deep contemplation. Just as in my past life, a large number of players who died repeatedly in the game had perished in reality as well. I glanced at the news. Governments worldwide had intervened, strictly forbidding anyone from logging into the game. After the incidents occurred, some attempted to investigate the game's origins, only to find that every trail pointed directly to the authorities. Although nations had banned access to the game, there seemed to be an unspoken secret that compelled them to cooperate with its release. The next day, I entered the game as usual. Compared to the desolation of the previous day, Novice Village 9527 was now significantly more crowded. Most were people who had seen the news online and come to observe the situation. After all, humanity is inherently driven by curiosity. There were also government agents mingling within the crowd. Yet, regardless of their background, everyone now viewed this apocalyptic game with a sense of trepidation. With such a high death toll, even the government could not completely suppress the information. My arrival immediately caused a commotion. Although I had intentionally hidden my name and appearance, the shimmering level display above my head could not be concealed. Everyone immediately recognized me as Yahan, the player at the top of the rankings. Hundreds, if not thousands, of friend requests caused me a headache. After configuring my settings to reject all incoming requests, I headed straight for the city gates. Those who intended to follow me in secret were forced to abandon their plans. After all, the area I was heading toward was inhabited by monsters that were at a minimum level 5 elite rank. After realizing that the game's influence extended into reality, everyone became significantly more cautious. 10 minutes later, I arrived before a colossal ruin. Respected Guardian, I wish to begin the leveling trial. The guard looked on with slight astonishment. He had not expected anyone to reach this location on only the second day since the game began. Where are your companions? I have no companions. I intend to undertake this trial alone. The guard frowned. In his eyes, this person was either a fool or incredibly arrogant, yet I proceeded to the altar to select the difficulty level. I walked toward the altar with composure and directly selected the Abyss difficulty, the most challenging trial available. Then, under the gaze of the guard, who looked at me as if I were a madman, I vanished from the altar. The following second, I was teleported into a dense forest. I was intimately familiar with the difficulty of this leveling trial. In my past life, when I first attempted it, I spent 100,000 gold coins. Having acquired such equipment at level 10, I had already surpassed 99% of the player base at that time, and I had even spared no expense hiring top-tier players to join me in the trial. The result, however, was that because I insisted on bringing Lu Rian along, our entire elite squad was annihilated in the difficult tier trial. Just then, a wolf's howl pierced the air and a massive silhouette emerged before me. A brutal blood wolf, an eerie creature, level 10 with 50,000 health, stood like a small hill looming over me. I was stunned. Another eerie creature. Could it be that the Abyss difficulty is entirely populated by these monstrosities? If so, this will be quite the challenge. I let out a sharp shout. Xiaowei, emerge and join the fray. The next moment, Xiaohui materialized, its massive form instantly shielding me from the brutal blood wolf. Facing the brutal blood wolf from a distance of 5 meters, Xiaohui did not hesitate. It spewed a torrent of scorching flames, instantly depleting half of the giant wolf's health bar. I narrowed my eyes in contemplation. As expected, it was a corrupted boss. Xiaohui inherently possesses a 30% damage bonus, which theoretically should have dealt around 650 damage, yet the actual damage dealt was 10% lower than expected. This indicates that the brutal blood wolf itself possesses a 10% damage reduction. This is the baseline attribute of a level 10 corrupted boss. The next second, the body of the brutal blood wolf turned a deep, burning crimson, as the rapid depletion. In this state, all the attributes of the brutal blood wolf increased significantly. Xiaohui unleashed its draconic prestige. Xiaohui let out a long, thunderous roar toward the heavens, instantly casting the brutal blood wolf into a state of dizziness. Xiaohui lunged forward with blinding speed. 1.5 seconds was more than enough time for it to strike twice. By the time the brutal blood wolf regained its senses, a third claw was already descending upon it. The terrifying damage dealt caused the demonized boss to collapse instantly. From beginning to end, the brutal blood wolf never had the opportunity to unleash a single skill. It was not that the beast lacked strength, the very term demonized speaks volumes of its true power, but it was facing a mythical creature that was even more monstrous. Ding! Successfully eliminated the demonized boss. Your beast level has increased to 5. I curled my lips into a smile and opened Xiaohui's attribute panel. Nickname Xiaohui Species, Imperial Sky Dragon, Level 5, Health 2000, Mana 2. I could not help but exclaim in awe. The growth rate of a mythical beast is truly monstrous. Every level gained increases all attributes by 50 points. It also unlocked a new skill, Dragon's Glinting Fang. Skill description: Dragon's Glinting Fang deals 500% magic damage based on spirit to the 2 nearest enemy units and forces them into a silent state for 5 seconds. Another divine skill of supreme dominance. I approached the carcass of the brutal blood wolf. Besides over 1,000 gold coins, 2 pieces of equipment dropped. Blood wolf tooth, dark gold grade. As expected of a demonized boss, it was essentially a walking treasury of fine loot. Although in my past life I reached level 100, I only participated in the subjugation of demonized bosses a handful of times, always proceeding with extreme caution, never daring to risk death. There was certainly no chance for me to hoard equipment like this back then. Xiaohui disposed of the brutal blood wolf in a mere few strikes, and I claimed the spoils for myself alone. Moving deeper into the area, a strange black tiger soon appeared before me, also a demonized boss with attributes even a tier higher than the brutal blood wolf. Abyssal Shadow Tiger. Upon seeing a man and a dragon, the Abyssal Shadow Tiger immediately opened its maw to gather energy and chant a skill, but before it could finish, a fireball slammed directly into its skull. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a thud. Much like the brutal blood wolf, it perished under Xiaohui's claws before it could unleash a single attack. Ding, you have eliminated the demonized boss, Abyssal Shadow Tiger. Your beast's level has increased to 6. I quickly moved to collect the spoils. Again, 2 pieces of equipment, though this time of gold-grade quality. Even so, I was quite satisfied. Gold-tier equipment is incredibly rare even outside the novice village, let alone at this early stage. These items alone could easily be sold for 1,000,000 gold. With 1 man and 1 dragon, we continued to advance deeper, encountering 2 more bosses after the Dark Abyss Lake. Each was more tyrannical than the last. The Ox Demon's health pool had reached 15,000. A boss of this caliber could easily decimate the entire population of the novice village combined. But in front of Xiaohui, a boss of this magnitude posed no true threat. After a brief sweep, 4 more pieces of equipment fell into my hands, and Xiaohui's level reached 7. By now, I had arrived at a dark and ominous great hall. At that very moment, an aged voice resonated through the chamber. Adventurer, you have wandered into the abyss. Immediately following this, a series of system notifications chimed. You have entered an extremely dangerous area. Please depart immediately. Please depart immediately. The system's voice was sharp and jarring, even more unsettling than it had been within the giant dragon's lair. Suddenly, a bizarre humanoid creature manifested in the center of the great hall. The Wandering Soul, Monarch level 10, 50,000 HP. Its constitution, spirit, and skills remain unknown. I narrowed my eyes, another Monarch-level boss and a pure mage at that, truly worthy of being the final trial of the Abyss level. Facing this type of boss, even with Xiaohui's 16,000 HP, there was a risk of being killed in a single blow. The next second, a fireball erupted from Xiaohui's maw. 900 appeared above the Wandering Soul's head, but instantly a green number indicating a 1,000 HP recovery flashed above it. I narrowed my eyes. As expected, it possessed regenerative attributes. In the following moment, the Abyss boss suddenly spread its arms, and a pale green magical energy condensed within its palms. Xiaohui roared toward the sky, and the Wandering Soul immediately fell into a stunned state. The green light in its hands dissipated along with it. Taking advantage of the boss's stunned state, Xiaohui unleashed a barrage of attacks like a raging storm. Within 5 short seconds, the Wandering Soul had taken over 10,000 points of damage. Once the stun wore off, the Wandering Soul began to chant a spell. An arcane voice seemed to echo throughout the hall, causing it to tremble, and I immediately ordered Xiaohui to use Dragon Toothbite to interrupt the casting. The boss immediately fell into a state of silence. A mage boss unable to cast skills can only passively endure the onslaught. Once the silence effect faded, the Wandering Soul's health bar had already been depleted by half. In truth, the Wandering Soul was not intelligent. Its original target was me, the one controlling Xiaohui. However, no matter how Xiao Wei maneuvered, I kept myself perfectly aligned on a direct path between Xiao Wei and the imposter wanderer. If it were to strike at me, it would be impossible to do so without passing through Xiao Hui. The next second, the imposter wanderer lost its patience. With a flick of its right hand, a bolt of purple lightning surged toward me. Alas, Xiao Hui stood in its trajectory, barely managing to withstand the blow. The terrifying damage instantly depleted nearly half of Xiao Hui's health bar. Letting out a roar of agony, Xiao Hui charged directly toward the imposter wanderer. Sensing an opening, the imposter wanderer ignored Xiao Hui entirely and lunged toward me. Seeing the boss reduced to a tenth of its health, I curled my lip into a smirk as an ancient medallion materialized in my hand. With brutal lethality, a crimson bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the target square on. The sovereign who had guarded this domain for countless years instantly vanished like ash in the wind. System: you have defeated the final trial boss and completed the Abyss promotion trial. Your beast taming level has increased to 10. As the first to successfully overcome the Abyss trial, you are entitled to a reward. All stats increased by 5, the system notification echoed. System announcement: player Yahan from the Huaguo region has cleared the Abyss promotion trial and received the legendary title, Messenger of the Abyss. The crisp, clear system notification resonated through every corner of the apocalyptic world. At that moment, every player stood frozen in place, stunned. Although many players who had just entered the game were unfamiliar with the nature of a promotion trial, they understood the significance of the announcement. After all, a global first achievement is legendary in any game, a feat spoken of with reverence by all. In Novice Village 2043, a group of players gathered. Their equipment appeared no different from the others, yet their demeanor was unusually cold and disciplined. They were investigators from the Great Xia government. A flicker of intrigue passed through the eyes of the crew-cut man leading the group. The world's first player has emerged from our Great Xia, and it seems this Yahan is the only one currently on the leaderboard. Xiaoqi, do you have any intelligence on this person? Based on the Novice Village ID, he is likely from Zhongcheng. Beyond that, we currently have nothing. The man with the crew cut furrowed his brows. We will focus on leveling for now. Keep a close watch on Yahan. Report to me immediately should any information surface. Inside the trial dungeon, I held a jagged shard of glass in my hand, my expression filled with confusion. Could the sovereign boss have dropped nothing more than this? The item was an unidentified abyssal stone. Aside from a brief line of text, there was no explanation. I pondered for a moment, yet I could not recall any relevant information. However, I did not dwell on it for long. After all, an item dropped by a boss of this level could not be so simple. Perhaps the mystery simply cannot be unraveled just yet. Having confirmed that I had left nothing behind, I departed from the trial grounds. A flash of white light erupted, and a tall figure instantly appeared in the trial hall of Novice Village 9527. The guard stationed on duty was stunned. Since the system's speed report function was restricted only to players and not NPCs, he naturally could not have known that I had cleared the Abyss level trial. Greetings, I have completed the advancement trial and now require the guidance token to the main city. The guard cast a cold glance at me. Wait here, I must verify this. 10 minutes later, the guard returned to me with a respectful demeanor. His eyes filled with awe for a distinguished warrior. Congratulations on clearing the Abyss level trial. Here is your guidance token and your medal. In the history of the Empire, those who have cleared the Purgatory level trial are exceedingly rare. Those individuals almost always become figures of immense power and influence. With a single stomp of their feet, the entire Empire would tremble. And that is to say nothing of you, who have cleared the Abyss level trial, which is of even greater difficulty. If I were to show any arrogance now, I would truly be ignorant of the vastness of heaven and earth. I looked at the medal in my hand, the corner of my mouth curling upward. This was an unexpected gain. The Medal of Valor, Epic Grade. Basic attributes increased by 20, Charisma by 3, Passive Skill Courageous Might. When health drops below 30%, Strength increases by 10%. The effect lasts for 1 minute. After organizing my inventory, I stepped directly onto the teleportation array as a blue light flickered. I arrived once again in a vast plaza. Ding! You have arrived at Fengye Main City. I cautiously surveyed my surroundings. Although the city possessed resources far surpassing those of the Novice Village, the dangers here had also increased exponentially. Here, bizarre creatures appeared without pattern, attacking any living being in their vicinity without discrimination. Regardless of whether it is an NPC or a player, once killed by these bizarre creatures, one vanishes from this world entirely with no chance of resurrection. I walked straight up to an NPC with graying hair. This was the dedicated instructor for the Beast Tamer class, Wu. Greetings, Master. I wish to change my class. Wu looked at me in astonishment. He had not expected that on only the second day of the game, someone would already be eligible for a class change. At that moment, he noticed the medal upon my chest and his expression grew even more solemn. He was well aware of the value of the warrior's badge. Could he disclose how many people were in the team that cleared the trial? It was only me. Gutuo could not help but gasp, a chill running down his spine. Do you mean to say that you, alone with your beast, cleared the Purgatory level promotion trial? I gave a slight smirk and corrected him. Not Purgatory level, it was Abyssal level. Gutuo stood stunned, his expression clearly betraying a skepticism toward my words. May I see your beast? I smiled. Xiaohui, come out and introduce yourself. Xiaohui. Heaven's a god-tier beast, and it is a dragon hatchling of a great dragon. Gutuo clutched his chest, his face instantly flushing crimson. I watched his reaction, my expression filled with indifference. This old man is not having a heart attack, is he? After a long while, Gutuo's emotions gradually settled. Young friend Jahai, perhaps you cannot change your class to a beast speaker after all. It is fine for a beast speaker to deal with ordinary beasts, but if it is a mythical tier beast, I fear it would be somewhat difficult. In other words, is this beast speaker profession not worthy of Xiaohui? Gutuo gave a bitter smile and nodded. I truly cannot assist you. I have an old friend who is the captain of the Royal Beastmasters. Perhaps he can provide you with an answer. With that, Gutuo produced a purple letter and handed it to me. Ding, hidden quest activated, the Great Dragon's Inferno. Quest objective, find the captain of the Royal Beastmasters. My heart was filled with profound emotion. In my previous life, the beast speaker was recognized as the pinnacle profession for beast tamers. I never expected that even they could not command a mythical tier beast. However, I was in no rush. With Xiaohui's heaven-defying attributes, the current stage is enough to sweep through any dungeon. A class change is important, but not immediately urgent. At present, there is a more pressing matter that needs to be completed quickly, purchasing real estate. The Apocalypse world is a second world hardly different from Blue Star. Players can also use gold coins to purchase real estate from NPCs. And the utility of real estate is absolutely not inferior to a full set of equipment. Only by possessing a legal residence can one attain the status of a city citizen. Currently, while players have the right to enter and exit the city freely, their status remains that of an exile, inferior even to that of a petty merchant. If one were to anger an NPC, a single report would suffice to have the city guards cast the offender out of the gates. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the entrance of the city lord's manor. Shortly after, a lady with an elegant silhouette appeared on the manor's bridge. This lady was the wife of the former Lord Li. She possessed immense wealth and held a noble status. Lady Lali was a wealthy widow with vast riches. In my past life, many players attempted to live off her favor. Observing my charm stat, which stood at a high 68 points, I strode leisurely toward Lady Lali. Halt! Who are you? 6 knights immediately moved to block my path. Respected Lady Lali, why does your face always carry such an air of sorrow? Have you encountered some form of distress? Is there anything I might assist you with? Lady Lali swept her gaze over me, and an inexplicable sense of goodwill blossomed within her. I have lost a personal belonging. Young man, if you could help me recover it, I would be eternally grateful. Ding, you have accepted the quest. Find the lost flower for Lady Lali. I offered a smile. Beautiful lady, I shall retrieve that flower for you. This was the very purpose of my journey and the most vital link to purchasing property in the early stages of the game. In my past life, Lady Lali had sought help from several others, but none yielded results. Subsequently, she offered a massive reward. At that time, every player in Fengye City had this peculiar quest appear on their mission board. However, the clues provided were so scarce that no one knew where to begin. Ultimately, Lady Lali Li discovered the flower herself within a merchant's shop. Relying on my memories, I arrived at a shop. Seeing a guest arrive, the shopkeeper hurried forward to welcome me. What would this distinguished guest like to purchase? I hear your shop deals in gift boxes of many varieties. I will take them all. The shopkeeper looked at me, filled with doubt. Are you certain? The gift boxes in my shop are not inexpensive. The most expensive one costs 10,000 gold. I waved my hand and a mountain of gold coins appeared on the table. The merchant beamed, immediately bringing out 4 gift boxes totaling 20,000 gold. Only then did I understand why so many players searched in vain. The price of the boxes was fearsome, and that flower could only be obtained by opening them. What I mean is I will take every single gift box in your shop. The shopkeeper stood there, his face full of helplessness. Do not mock me, young man. Hurry and gather the goods so I can settle the bill. I do not have time to linger here with you. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, agitated. 20 special, 15 premium, 40 exquisite, and 65 common boxes. Since you are such a sincere customer, a total of 500,000 gold will suffice. I did not hesitate, promptly paying the 500,000 gold. Not long after, all the gift boxes had been opened, revealing only a pile of common items and 2 bronze-grade pieces of equipment. However, my efforts were not in vain. I had successfully obtained the quest item for Lady Lali. Half an hour later, I met with Lady Lali once again. As soon as we met, Lady Lali spoke hurriedly. Have you found what I requested? I smiled and produced the flower from my inventory. Lady Lali was instantly stunned. She had never expected that the item she had been desperately searching for would suddenly appear before her. Young man, what reward do you seek? I smiled as I replied. I have no interest in gold or common items. I only ask that you help me become a citizen of Fengye City. Lady Lali was somewhat surprised. Is it really just that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. There are truly few left in this world who are as indifferent to fame and fortune as you. Since that is the case, I shall grant your wish. Ding, due to your noble conduct and extraordinary charisma, Lady Lali's affinity towards you has increased. But tell me, why are you so eager to become a citizen? Do you have a specific plan in mind? I intend to purchase several properties in Fengye City. I plan to settle down here. Lady Li nodded. That is certainly a prudent choice. Which properties do you intend to acquire? Tell me your thoughts. Perhaps I can be of assistance. I raised an eyebrow. This was truly unexpected. Although citizens are permitted to purchase real estate, there remain many restrictions. If the Duke's daughter were to assist, however, it would be a different matter entirely. I intend to purchase as much property as possible in the western part of the city, especially within the central commercial district. Upon hearing my words, Lady Lai could not help but be stunned. Are you certain that area is nothing more than a slum? I nodded in agreement without the slightest hesitation. Because I know that before long, Fengyi City will be assaulted by anomalous creatures. More than half of the city's structures will be razed to the ground. But since the western district is sparsely populated and does not attract many of these monstrous entities, it will become the only area to retain functional infrastructure. Once the attack concludes, this place will emerge as the very heart of all Fengyi City. Real estate prices will skyrocket to a terrifying degree. Lady Lolly Lee pressed the matter no further. Very well, then it shall be as you wish. She turned her head to look at the maid standing beside her. Go and assist this gentleman in handling these affairs. The maid behind her said respectfully, the real estate matters require some arrangements. The quickest we can process the transaction is in 2 hours. You need only return to find me in 2 hours' time. After thanking Lady Lely, I promptly departed from the Duke's estate and took Xiaohui to the leveling grounds on the outskirts of the city. 2 hours later, both Xiaohui and I had reached level 11. Upon returning to the Duke's estate, Lady Lolly and 2 maids were already waiting in the courtyard. Seeing my arrival, the maid named Mona handed the land deed she held to me. Very quickly, I selected the estates that remained intact after the invasion. My display of wealth left Lady L quite astonished. Although real estate in the West District is the most affordable in all of Fengyi City, it does not mean that an ordinary person could easily afford it. She had not expected that the man before her possessed such immense financial resources. Master Shihan, to purchase property within the city, one must officially obtain the status of a citizen. All other procedures have already been completed. Now please reveal your true appearance. I nodded and then removed my face covering. I do not reveal my true appearance to others, primarily because I am not yet powerful enough, and this apocalyptic world lacks a system to mask one's identity. A player's in-game appearance is identical to their appearance in reality. If I were recognized by other players, I might face trouble in the real world. However, there is no such concern regarding NPCs. My features were truly exceptional, perhaps only slightly eclipsed by the person looking at their phone screen right now. Ding. Due to your extraordinary charisma, Alice's favorability toward you has increased by 20. Mona's favorability toward you has increased by 20, and Lady Lolly's favorability toward you has increased by 20. Mona produced a silvery white certificate and handed it to me. Once you fill in your information, you shall be an official citizen of Fengyi City. At that moment, Lady L suddenly interjected with a correction. Not merely a citizen of Fengyi City, but a first-class citizen of the Longwang Empire. As soon as these words were spoken, both Mona and Alice were struck with surprise. They understood well the weight carried by a first-class citizen of the Longwang Empire. With such a status, one would be welcomed in any city throughout the realm. A spark flashed in my eyes. I dared to ask, Lady, are you a member of the royal family? You are quite sharp. It is merely a status. It is not worth such surprise. And do not call me Lady any longer. You may simply call me Sophia. You have done me a great service. There is no need to be so formal. Ding, you have gained the goodwill of Sophia. I furrowed my brow slightly. The goodwill of a member of the royal family is undoubtedly of immense importance. It seems that the 500,000 gold coins spent were well worth the price. Indeed, Sophia. If you are a member of the royal family, do you happen to know the leader of the Imperial Beast Tamers? How do you know, Uncle Saint? To speak the truth, I will hide nothing from you. I have now reached level 11, yet I have yet to receive a quest for class advancement. Mentor Gutu in the city told me to seek out Lord. Sophia looked at me with an intense burning gaze. Can even a beast tamer not satisfy you? Sophia asked. I will contact Uncle Saint. However, Uncle Saint possesses a rather eccentric temperament. It would be best if you prepared something that might pique his interest. I produced the warrior's badge. Will this suffice? Sophia was momentarily at a loss for words. Having purchased half of the West District and now holding the warrior's badge. The surprises that Yahan brought forth made her feel as though it were all a bit excessive. At the latest, I shall provide you with an answer by tomorrow. I was overjoyed. This venture had truly yielded a bountiful harvest. Mona, with great perceptiveness, presented the land deeds before me. In total, there are 3 to 40 houses and 84 shops, amounting to 120 million gold. The very moment I received the land deeds, 2 system notifications echoed in the ears of every player in the Daiha region. Ding, player Yahan has attained first-class citizen status within the Longhuang Empire, updating fame rankings. Player Yahan has successfully acquired real estate. The housing system for the Daiha region is now open. The monthly gameplay duration for all players in the Daiha region has been increased by 1 hour. In an instant, every player was rendered restless and uneasy. Compared to the shock caused by the opening of the level rankings, this time the players found the situation even more unbelievable. Damn it, we are currently fighting tooth and nail against slimes and still struggling to outwit these heartless NPCs. Yet, he has already purchased houses. Novice Village 9527. Lu Rion stared at the notification before her, her face filled with disdain. The game has only been released for 2 days, and Yahan has already appeared in the announcements 3 times. This game can affect reality. Who knows what other terrifying developments might emerge in the future. If only it were possible to cling to him, that would be for the best. At this moment, I stood inside a quiet appraisal shop. The shopkeeper chuckled and asked, "Does the customer wish to forge an item or have one appraised?" I produced a piece of dark gold grade equipment, a necklace. "Can you appraise this?" "Good heavens, dark gold equipment." "Rest assured, honored guest. This humble shop is capable of appraising it. The fee will be 100 gold. The appraiser rubbed his hands together, his face etched with tension. It was one thing to possess a rare item, but being able to afford the appraisal fee was entirely another. I smiled and replied, "That is not a problem. Proceed with the appraisal." "I have several other pieces of dark gold equipment here. Appraise them all at once." I casually produced 7 additional pieces of dark gold equipment obtained from the Abyssal Challenge. The radiance emitted by the items was nearly enough to blind the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's mind reeled in disbelief. To be only level 11 and possess such a vast quantity of dark gold equipment, are all you otherworlders this formidable? I furrowed my brow and retorted, "Shopkeeper, are you going to appraise these or not? If you continue to dawdle, I shall take my business elsewhere." Upon realizing his god of wealth was threatening to leave, the shopkeeper immediately extended his hands, which began to glow with a golden light. Ding. Dark form necklace, level 10 dark gold quality, spirit plus 40, strength plus 40, damage reduction plus 20%. Not bad at all. With base attributes comparable to level 20 gold tier equipment, it would suffice for quite some time. The corner of the appraiser's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Damn it, and he calls this not bad. Back in my day, I fought across the lands wearing mere bronze gear. Even silver items were considered legendary treasures. It is truly said that a foreign monk knows how to recite the scriptures best. The shopkeeper's hands did not falter, however. The 7 remaining pieces of dark gold equipment were appraised in quick succession. Unfortunately, the other pieces were not entirely suited to my needs. I opened my character profile. Player Da Han. Class Beast Taming God of Wealth. Level 11. Health 2640. Strength 142. Spirit 264. Agility 110. With 264 points in Spirit, even the most basic Fireball spell could easily inflict over 300 damage. Since most players are currently only levels 4 or 5, a single Fireball is enough to finish them off, though Xiaohui is even more terrifying. After reaching level 11, its attributes have surged past 4 digits. A single breath of its Dragon Flame can inflict 5,000 true damage. Even a tank-class player would lose half their health bar to such an attack. After completing the appraisal, I headed straight to the training grounds in Grey Mist Valley. The hours passed swiftly until 11 p.m., and my level had already reached level 12. After logging out, I felt no trace of fatigue. Because once the clock strikes midnight, the true apocalypse begins. The game will descend upon every nation in succession. Every individual over the age of 16 will be forcibly pulled into this perilous game. The world is on the brink of a monumental upheaval. At that very moment, a strange voice suddenly resonated across the skies of Blue Planet. "Greetings, warriors from other realms. Welcome to the apocalypse." The very next instant, the world was turned upside down. I found myself once again appearing in Grey Mist Valley. For those who participated in the beta test, aside from no longer needing a gaming device to connect, there were no other differences. Players who had never entered the game were transported to various novice villages. In that brief heartbeat, it was as if the entire Blue Planet had been pressed to pause. 10 billion people globally were forcibly thrust into the apocalyptic game. Although the turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations, within half an hour, the populace had grasped the gravity of the situation. Every citizen of the Great Xia territory over the age of 16 had been forced into the apocalyptic game. The exit interface had vanished entirely. Players were no longer able to log out of their own volition. A player's in-game location was tied to their physical location in the real world. Each novice village corresponded to a specific geographic region. A character's appearance and gender could not be altered within the game. Physical disabilities in the real world had no impact on one's stats within the game. Even those who had been in a vegetative state for years were drawn into the game. Under the guidance of the veteran beta testers, the vast majority of people reached a silent consensus: strive at all costs not to die. Novice Village 9527. Lu Ruan gazed at the ranking board featuring the name Yahan, her eyes filled with longing. It was exactly as I had foreseen. It was not just her. Across the entire world, countless people were investigating the identities hidden behind the high-level rankings. Only one individual stood out, peerless and radiant. Novice Village 01. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn, the suffocating pressure making it difficult for those present to breathe. A young man with a crew cut was reporting to "Until now, we still have not found a way to escape this game. According to Dr. Tran's hypothesis, we must either wait for the daily play limit to expire to be ejected, or we might be trapped here forever." A high-ranking general frowned slightly. He had not expected the situation to be this dire. Ever since it was discovered that this game could cause human organ failure, the nation has been working through the nights to devise countermeasures. Yet the developments have spiraled beyond our control with terrifying speed. Is there any news regarding the one ranked first, Yehan? Currently, we only know he is located at Novice Village 9527. 2 players have reported seeing someone accompanied by a powerful NPC slaying monsters to level up. That person appears to be Yihan. Number 9527 is the designated Novice Village for players from Zhongcheng. Over the past 2 days, we have been gathering information on residents in Zhongcheng whose names contain the characters Yi and Han. but the population of Jiangsheng is truly vast. It will take time. Is it possible to contact him now? It is impossible. He has already reached level 12 and is no longer in the novice village, and now no one can leave that area. The middle-aged man looked skeptical. What about Tran Kung? Is he not capable either? The young man with the buzz cut gave a cold scoff. The captain is only at level 4 and is still grinding levels incessantly. It is just that the difficulty of this apocalypse is truly too high. You may withdraw for now. Report back immediately if there are any new developments. The young man with the buzz cut gave a military salute and respectfully exited the pavilion. To think that Jiangsheng would harbor such an individual. Is this truly just a game? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Decades of military service told him otherwise. From this day forward, the global landscape will be altered, and he is not the only one harboring such a bold speculation. In the political and business spheres, countless renowned figures and hidden masters of the Great Xia are incredibly curious about the true identity of Yi Han. At this moment, I was leading Little Gray in a frenzied slaughter of monsters within the Greybone Valley. Just then, Sophia sent a message. Yi Han, come to the Duke's estate. There is news regarding the matters you inquired about. I raised my eyebrows, feeling a trace of satisfaction, and promptly teleported back to Fengye City. Not long after, I met with Sophia at our usual meeting spot. Uncle Saint, while traveling outside, asked me to pass along a message. The method to unlock the hidden profession lies within the city of Fengye. I was overjoyed. I had expected this arduous task to require traveling to the ends of the earth, yet it was right beneath my feet. According to Uncle Saint, a tremendously powerful giant dragon dwells in the Great Dragon Mountain range outside the city. Beneath the dragon's lair lies a labyrinth. I was stunned. Are you referring to the cave labyrinth? Sophia furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with undisguised astonishment. How could you possibly know that? I have a penchant for inquiring about peculiar matters. I simply stumbled upon the information by chance. This cave labyrinth is a place I am intimately familiar with. Because in my previous life, the scroll for the hidden profession that I obtained for Lu Ruyan was found exactly there. However, that hidden profession was for a priest. I wonder if it has any relation to a beastmaster? Sophia gazed at me with an enigmatic expression, feeling that the young man before her was becoming increasingly mysterious. Sophia's favorability toward you has increased by 20. The sudden chime of the notification caused me to notice the burning intensity in Sophia's gaze. I involuntarily felt a chill run down my spine. The quest Whispers of the Great Dragon has been updated. Please travel to the unknown labyrinth. Retrieve the item hidden within. You intend to go to the cave labyrinth? That is a level 80 restricted area. You would be wise not to act recklessly. It is of no concern. I have my methods. Having said that, I produced the communication token of Mel's. I remember every detail of that cavern clearly. The danger posed by the glorious Great Dragon is on a completely different scale. Upon seeing the token in my hand, Sophia was struck with amazement. It is yet another keepsake from the Supreme Palace. A purple grade token of such high standing. At the very least, only a powerhouse of level 100 or above would be qualified to possess it. Even someone of royal lineage like Sophia rarely sees a token belonging to the Supreme Temple. This faction holds a status far too transcendent across the entire continent. The violet command token flashed twice, and then Mel's voice echoed out. Boy, what is it this time? Old man, I have another business proposition for you. Are you in? Mel was immediately intrigued at the mention of business, but after hearing my account, he fell silent. Where are you getting so much information about the great dragons? Do you have a death wish against the dragon race? First it was stealing dragon eggs, and now you want to raid their very lair? It is truly just a coincidence. I did not plan for it to happen. I offered a bitter, speechless smile. Creatures like the great dragons rarely appear on this continent. To discover 2 great dragon lairs in a span of a mere 3 days. This is something that perhaps hasn't happened in hundreds of years. Sophia stood by, speechless in her astonishment. From the dragon eggs to storming the dragon's lair. How many secrets does this young man truly hide? I am not going. I have yet to finish healing from my previous injuries. You are getting weak, old man. Just like last time, there will be a fee of 200 million upon completion. This condition was highly tempting. But I have just battled a saint-rank great dragon. I am currently very weak, and this is far too risky. Then, what if I were to provide you with information regarding the Saint Spirit Spring? A moment later, Mel's trembling voice echoed. The Saint Spirit Spring? How do you know of this? Hearing Mel's heavy breathing, I could not help but chuckle. This item possesses a fatal attraction for a god-rank powerhouse. There is no need for you to ask how I know. In short, I know the location of the Saint Spirit Spring. Mel remained silent for a moment before saying, add another 100 million gold coins. This old will risk his life to accompany you on this trip. When shall we depart? Mel's tone had lightened significantly. We depart at once. Mio was stunned. Is this not a bit too hasty? If you cannot wait, then so be it. I shall seek another. Standing by the side, Sophia felt her mind reeling, unable to fathom how a legendary powerhouse of the Supreme Hall was being led by the nose by a mere level 12 novice. Even a dog would not believe such words. After agreeing upon a meeting place, I terminated the call. The admiration in Sophia's eyes remained undisguised. Though she did not know who the other party was, anyone capable of receiving such a token from the Supreme Hall must be a cultivator of immense standing. Yet Jahan not only knew such a powerhouse but could even enlist their services. With his appearance, wealth, and methods, this young man was truly peerless. Sophia's favorable impression of him soared. Suddenly, a notification sounded by my ear without warning. Half an hour later, two figures appeared at the foot of the Great Dragon Mountain, one of whom was a god-level caster like Mel. To travel from Fengyi City to the mountain slope in a mere half-hour was extraordinary. Gazing at the majestic mountain range, I could not help but marvel. In my past life, it took me 1,000 years of planning just to reach this peak. During that descent, I endured countless life-and-death trials before finally obtaining that hidden profession scroll. After sacrificing so much, I was ultimately betrayed and murdered by the conspiring Lu Ruyan and that wretch Zhou Dao. At this thought, I struck my own face sharply to clear my mind. Very quickly, the two of us reached the summit. Where is the location of the labyrinth? Beneath that sloping ridge, there it lies. I did not even need to ponder. With a single glance, I recognized the entrance to the maze. That bone-deep experience remained vivid in my mind. We approached with caution. Before long, a gargantuan ruin appeared before us. Mel was visibly astonished. Although he lacked deep insight into formation arrays, he could still perceive the extraordinary nature of this magical construct. My attainments in formation arrays are not profound. I possess no superior methods to proceed. I smiled, bit my finger, and let a single drop of fresh blood fall onto the inscriptions of the magic array. The massive formation erupted in a brilliant crimson light. Mo wore an expression of utter disbelief. The more he interacted with me, the more he felt that something was amiss. It was as if I knew everything. The formation flashed with red light and the two figures vanished. When their vision cleared, they had reappeared within a gloomy cavern. You have entered the abyssal labyrinth. Please find the exit within the allotted time. Hint, the labyrinth has been overrun by sinister creatures. Please proceed with caution. Countdown, 180 minutes. Upon hearing the announcement, Mo's expression changed drastically as he realized the situation before them was dire. These sinister creatures were not only dangerous to players, but they were equally troublesome for NPCs. Many techniques and forms of sorcery proved ineffective against these creatures. For a powerful being of the same rank to contend with one, it was often more arduous than battling a berserk beast. I narrowed my eyes. Indeed, something was anomalous. The time limit had been reduced drastically. In my past life, the limit had been 3 days. Had it remained so, even with 10 years of preparation, I might not have survived. Jahan, this old man shall offer you a word of warning. The danger of this mission may very well exceed that of confronting a 5-clawed dragon. Are you certain you wish to enter? I smiled. Are you afraid? Mo was stunned for a moment before letting out a scornful laugh. I am a dignified god-rank powerhouse, an esteemed elder of the Supreme Hall. Why would I fear a mere sinister labyrinth? You, a mere level 12 weakling, show no fear, so how could I? Then let us proceed. Do not ask further questions, just follow my lead. Having said this, I walked toward a corner. Mo had not yet had time to react. Hey friend, who exactly is the god-rank expert here, you or I? Had it been anyone else acting so arrogantly, he would have had no choice but to retaliate. Yet one must bow their head when under another's roof. Master, have you successfully concealed our presence? Mo snapped his fingers, and you have acquired the shadow tracing labyrinth technique. The next instant, my body turned into a blur of illusions. What happens next? You low-level amateur, you have yet to realize what is coming. Let this old man remind you, just around the corner, there are malevolent entities waiting. Do not go throw your life away. There are 5 monsters in total, 3 level 60 reptiles, 1 level 60 elite boss, and 1 level 80 malevolent entity. Mel heard me speak, and his smile instantly froze. You cannot be serious, kid. How could you possibly know such things? Are you some kind of prophet? To call me a prophet would not be entirely incorrect. I do indeed know some things, though my knowledge is limited. Mel said nothing, looking at me with an incredibly strange expression. He was certain that with my level, it should have been impossible to detect the monster's statistics. What else do you know? I laughed heartily, offering no answer. Dealing with these NPCs requires a mix of truth and deception to cloud their judgment. The behavioral patterns and respawn mechanics of the entities within this labyrinth of malice. That is the only way to slip past a level 80 boss. It is simply because I have grasped the rules governing this labyrinth. If one relies solely on brute strength, even a god-level cultivator would find it useless here. Pay close attention to my footsteps and movements in a moment. This is of the utmost importance, otherwise we risk alerting these monsters. Mel cursed silently to himself. Are you trying to lecture me? I have walked through more labyrinths in my lifetime than you have walked on solid ground. Even with Mel's usually composed temperament, he could not help but feel a surge of irritation. I drew closer and closer to the 5 malevolent creatures, nearly coming face to face with one of them. Yet these monsters remained as if blind, failing to detect us at all. Mel's expression turned solemn, suppressing the magic he had readied in his hands. He understood the efficacy of the Phantasm Mirage technique all too well. While it might deceive many low-level monsters, it should be absolutely impossible to use against entities of this caliber. Yet I had done it, and in a manner that defied all logic. Not long after, the two of us successfully crossed the path infested with malevolent entities. Master, have you fully Do not call me a Grandmaster. You are the one who is truly the Grandmaster. Mel understood the crux of the matter, but the more he realized the truth, the greater the astonishment within his heart became. A simple yet perfect route had been buried in the blind spot of the bizarre monsters for years. Mel possessed unique methods for navigating this labyrinth. Yet this recent operation made him realize the utter futility of those previous techniques. 2 hours later, a circle of white light appeared before their eyes. Does this mean the exit has finally been found? Mel's aged face was filled with utter amazement. The area occupied by the boss ahead will have to trouble you, Grandmaster. Leave it to this old man. It shall be handled. You may proceed with peace of mind. Allow this old man to bolster your defenses. The chanting echoed endlessly throughout the labyrinth. The two men, heads covered in defensive barriers, entered the chamber to find a colossal monster lying in the center of the cavern. The guardian of the labyrinth, a spirit beast of bizarre origin. Its rank and grade remained unknown, far exceeding any level they had encountered before. Aside from its name, every detail regarding the creature remained a mystery. I narrowed my eyes slightly. In my past life, I did not face this specific spirit beast, yet the location of the treasure chest remained unchanged. It still rested behind the boss. How should we proceed? Looking toward me, he instinctively sought my counsel. Can the information regarding this monster be revealed? A level 100 bizarre boss is merely ordinary. Compared to the saint-level great dragon we encountered before, it is not even in the same realm of power. Before securing the artifact, I have a method to bypass this boss without alerting it. Once I have obtained the item, Grandmaster, you may strike, but you must ensure my safety. Mel nodded in agreement. I have just bestowed upon you an absolute defense, which should at the very least withstand one fatal blow. There will be no unforeseen complications. I raised an eyebrow, immediately feeling a surge of confidence, and proceeded toward the treasure chest behind the boss. The moment I touched the chest, the spirit beast let out a furious roar, its icy gaze locking onto me instantly. But before it could take any action, Mel raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking the beast and knocking it into a state of paralysis. I gazed at the sheepskin scroll and the golden gemstone inside the chest, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Even the items within this chest differed from those in my past life. I unfurled the scroll, but to my regret it yielded no useful information. I then shifted my focus to the golden gemstone. The Crystal of Absence, a heaven-tier item. The power of absence allows one to ignore rank restrictions and reset the cooldown of other artifacts. With a 3-day cooldown, it is a heaven-tier treasure. Although it does not grant attribute bonuses, its secondary effect is absurdly powerful. Suppressing the excitement within my heart, I directly activated the power of absence, targeting the cruel manifestation. The cooldown for the cruel execution skill, which originally required 9 days, was instantly reset. A corner of my mouth curled into an involuntary smile. This ruthless, slaughter-focused technique originally had a 10-day cooldown, but now it has been reduced to a mere 3 days. Regardless of whether the sheepskin scroll proves effective or not, the value of this cold severing stone is well worth the effort expended. I quietly retreated toward the exit. Watching Maz deal with this bizarre demon boss, it is clear that Mel's strength is truly formidable. A level 100 demonized boss stood before him, yet it was completely unable to offer any resistance. The spirit beast's health plummeted rapidly to 8%, triggering its berserk state. A roar echoed through the air, causing the entire labyrinth to tremble. Suddenly, a piercing dragon's cry resounded from the heavens. Even I could sense a presence of immense power rapidly approaching the labyrinth. It was clear that the mighty great dragon resting atop the mountain had been disturbed. Moses' expression darkened. The aura emanating from this great dragon was in no way inferior to that of the light-drinking great dragon. Last time, it required the use of a forbidden technique to barely hold his own. With such a short interval, he could not risk using the forbidden technique again. Mose decisively abandoned the spirit beast and ran toward me. To face that great dragon head-on while simultaneously dealing with a level 100 berserk boss would surely mean death for anyone. His heart bled with profound regret. Level 100 demonized bosses are numerous, but the kind that does not attempt to flee is rare and difficult to find. After struggling so hard to encounter one, it was infuriating to have this occur just as the killing blow was within reach. Should this demonized boss simply be abandoned? That is not an option. The great dragon outside possesses power that is beyond belief. If I am intercepted, I am not certain that I can escape alive. Mose immediately activated the teleportation formation at the exit. Congratulations, you have found the exit of the labyrinth. By channeling magical power into it, the teleportation can be initiated. He clasped his hands together and billowing waves of magical power surged forth. The teleportation countdown began, 1 minute remaining. Damn it. Mose cursed under his breath. For the first time, a look of genuine anxiety appeared upon his aged face. I licked my lips, my eyes flashing, and asked, Master, let me confirm this one last time. You are truly abandoning the suppression of the spirit beast? Little brat, stop worrying about such trivial things. The current cause for concern is the massive beast lurking outside. It is quite possible that both of us shall perish here. You had best pray that it does not notice our attempt to flee, for if it does, we are in grave trouble. As if to validate Mel's words, the spirit beast let out a deafening roar, its colossal frame charging toward the exit. Mel's expression shifted instantly. You are finished. In the blink of an eye, the towering body of the spirit beast stood before us. Mus's gaze turned exceptionally somber, preparing to cease the infusion of mana and strike back against the shadow beast. Yet in the following heartbeat I unleashed brutal speed, and a bolt of blood-red lightning descended from the heavens, a damage value of 42 appearing upon the gargantuan monster. Following that, a rapid sequence of damage numbers erupted in succession. The massive body of the Shadow Beast collapsed with a thunderous crash as its health dropped below 20%, immediately triggering the forced execution effect. System successfully eliminated the level 100 demonized Shadow Beast boss. Your level has increased to 20. Your beast taming level has increased to 20. You have reached the level cap. Further advancement is currently restricted. My experience bar surged forward like an arrow released from a taut bow, propelling me directly to level 20. Had it not been for the promotion trial restrictions, I surely would have gained more than 10 levels in this single engagement. Beside me, Meo-So stood frozen in utter disbelief, for a demonic level 100 boss capable of dominating the entire Longwang Empire had been felled by a mere level 12 novice. What manner of madness is this? At that very moment, a world announcement echoed in the ears of every player. Player Shi Han of the Great Xia Kingdom has successfully eliminated the level 100 Shadow Beast boss, achieving the first ever kill of a level 100 demonic boss. 1000 reputation plus 100 stat points, ins 1 point for the Great Xia Kingdom Warzone. In an instant, the entire novice village fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the announcement with expressions of pure horror, as if they had witnessed a ghost. We struggle to even defeat a common slime or goblin. This man has already begun slaying level 100 bosses. Naturally, I could anticipate that the world announcement would cause a massive commotion. A level 12 player had slain a level 100 corrupted boss. I could only wonder how many with malicious intent were now setting their sights on me. As the countdown concluded, both of us vanished from the spot in the blink of an eye. Upon looking again, my vision was flooded with a brilliant crimson light, as if the entire world had been stained blood red. Hovering above, a scarlet dragon spanning over 100 meters in length gazed down at me with chilling indifference. Within its maw, a surge of forbidden magic was gathering. Mel's hair stood on end. Even a tier 5 dragon required time to chant a forbidden spell. He dared not imagine the extent of its power, fearing that everything in the vicinity would be reduced to ash. As arcane incantations poured from Mel's lips, he could only struggle in the face of such despair. The world around us transformed into a hellscape of fire. Scorching lava erupted, and the intense heat caused my health to plummet rapidly. At this rate, I would be dead within 30 seconds at most. And this was merely the environmental aftermath triggered by the forbidden spell. I tilted my head to gaze at the scarlet dragon, which spanned over 100 meters. Sacred Fire Dragon, level unknown. Attributes unknown. I let out a sharp cry. Xiaohai, come out and join the fray. In an instant, Xiaohei leaped forth from the beast-taming dimension. Just then, a bold idea struck me. Following that, I turned to look at Mel. Master, is there any way to transport my beast to the front of the Sacred Fire Dragon? What is it that you intend to do? I offered a faint smile. I want to see if I can interrupt its spellcasting. Mel remained silent for a second before retracting the forbidden spell he had been preparing. If anyone else had uttered those words, he would have dismissed them as mere ramblings. One does not simply interrupt a forbidden spell being chanted by a sacred dragon. But for the young man standing before him, Mel was willing to take the risk, for he had witnessed far too many miracles today. How shall we proceed? He spoke calmly, as if he had entrusted his very life into my hands. Find a way to place my beast within 20 meters of that sacred fire dragon. Mel raised his hand, and a small teleportation formation materialized beneath Xiaohai's feet, entrapped within the fiery abyss. It could not escape as it had done before. However, short-range displacement was still within the realm of possibility. The teleportation formation flickered, and Xiaohai vanished from its position. Moments later, this level 20 dragon hatchling stood before the Skyfire Great Dragon, the apex predator of the food chain. The pressure emitted by the Great Dragon was immense. Other creatures would not only fail to oppose it, but would instinctively fall to their knees in submission upon merely approaching it. Yet Xiaohei remained completely unaffected. Even when facing the Skyfire Great Dragon, a creature hundreds of times its size, it showed no trace of fear. A roar echoed through the heavens as the Cold World Dragon might was instantly unleashed. A suppression originating from the depths of the soul radiated outward. Within its range, every living creature was compelled to prostrate itself at its feet. The effect of the Cold World Dragon might cause the Skyfire Great Dragon, a being bordering on the divine, to fall into an immediate state of shock. Simultaneously, the world of fire collapsed, and the colossal body of the Skyfire Great Dragon, having lost all control, began to plummet toward the earth. Mio-Ra's expression grew grave. The sight before him left him with a shock that defied description. What in the world is happening? It is truly a pity that Kim Thao too did not invite you to be their representative. More strangely, Xiaohei seemed unsatisfied. It opened its maw and spat a breath of dragon fire in pursuit. The Great Dragon's fang's 5-second forced silence took effect immediately. Come back. I quickly issued the command. Although Xiaohei is formidable, the disparity in our levels is too vast. We only managed to catch it off guard by relying on these two heaven-defying skills. If the Skyfire Great Dragon were to regain its senses, I fear we would be incinerated in a heartbeat. Having reached the god tier, Meo-Ra was certainly no fool. Taking advantage of the dissolving world of fire, he crushed his teleportation scroll. With a flash of light, the two men and the dragon vanished from the spot. Only then did the Skyfire Great Dragon realize what had transpired. Its pair of giant pupils were filled with astonishment. Even now it remained unable to cast magic, its aura suppressed to the point of near extinction. But being stunned or suppressed was not what shocked the Skyfire Great Dragon the most. It was because it could clearly sense the prestige and the bloodline emanating from that tiny body, a form of pressure that even I could not resist. Could the legends be true? It seems I must go and visit an old friend. Outside the gates of Fengye City, a magic array suddenly illuminated. Mayora and I appeared. We had actually managed to return alive. I nearly forfeited my life upon those great dragon mountains. I remained relatively composed, yet deep down I could not help but feel a surge of agitation. For even I did not expect that even a being of this caliber would be suppressed by Xiaohei. Gradually, Mel calmed himself down. He looked at me with an incredibly complex expression. A powerful existence whom even the royal family treats as an honored guest was today carried by a mere level 20 novice. In the end, he sighed, burying the chaotic thoughts within his heart. I could, of course, surmise what he was thinking. I smiled and said, "The location of the Holy Spirit Spring and the 100 million gold coins." "Master, when do you require it?" "The location of the Holy Spirit Spring, the sooner the better. As for those 100 million gold coins, let us forget them. This old man is not worthy of them. If it were not for your spirit beast, I fear whether I would even be alive right now is a different matter entirely. A deal was already agreed upon, therefore it shall remain as such. Moreover, without you, Master, I would never have reached these giant dragon mountains." Hearing my words, Mel was stunned, and he could not help but admire the young man before him. Compared to 100 million gold coins, I value this friendship with Mel far more. A 7-star divine level master is no ordinary existence. There will be many occasions to rely on him in the future. Furthermore, spending 100 million gold coins will grant me 100 attribute points. To put it simply, you might gain a great profit, but I will never suffer a loss. Then this old man shall accept it. Ding, you have gained the friendship of Mel. The next moment, the system's voice resonated, and I curled the corner of my lip. This old man has truly fallen into my grasp. Mel did not linger for long. He escorted me back to Fengye City before hastening his return to the Supreme Temple. It was evident that his yearning for the Holy Spirit Spring had seeped into his very bones. I looked up at the majestic city walls, my gaze gradually becoming burning with intensity. The next step is to find Sophia. I arrived at the Duke's mansion shortly after. The moment Sophia saw the parchment, the astonishment in her eyes was almost overflowing. Facing a youth who continuously brought such surprises, shock seemed to have become a habit. So how does one unlock this hidden profession? This parchment does not. I did not beat around the bush and went straight to the question weighing on my mind. It was indeed not the case. According to Uncle Saint, the items found within the maze do not inherently possess the ability to facilitate class transfers. What do you mean? This parchment can awaken your hidden potential, thereby unlocking a unique class that belongs to you alone. Could it be that the class I am about to transition into is something specifically customized for me by Saint? Sophia nodded. You could interpret it that way, though whether the final class proves powerful or not remains to be seen. Follow me, I will lead you to unlock the class transfer. Watching Sophia's retreating figure, a flash of thought crossed my eyes. This strange mission process was something I had never even heard of in my past life, and for a moment I felt a hint of hesitation. Yet I followed. Timidity has never been my style. Whether the outcome is favorable or disastrous, experiencing it firsthand is the only way to know. Regardless, having the god of wealth as a secondary profession provides a safety net. Even in the worst-case scenario, it cannot be that bad. Very quickly, the two reached a secret chamber. Sophia lit a candle. As the flame illuminated the room, the figure of a middle-aged man slowly manifested. "Young man, I am Saint, the one you have been searching for." Before Sophia could even react, the middle-aged man in the robe began his introduction. "So you are Sir Saint. Please forgive this one's lack of manners. I heard from Sophia that you have acquired the parchment, is that correct?" I did not waste time and took the parchment directly from my inventory. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. "Are those of you who hail from other worlds truly this formidable? To think you could bring back the parchment from the Great Dragon Mountains. I never expected to encounter this item again. Changing classes in this manner. Has anyone else done this before?" Naturally, I was one of those who did. It is just that the parchment I used back then did not possess the high quality of the one you hold now. This may well be the final copy remaining in this world. I suddenly understood. No wonder I had never heard of this in my previous life. So this item was truly that rare. Very well then. My spiritual form cannot be maintained for much longer. Let me first assist you in completing your class advancement. A soft radiant light gathered in Stir's hands. Next, hold your stance. The glowing scroll transformed into a magic formation beneath my feet. Do not panic, do not resist. This formation will connect to the deepest, most primordial power within you. This process will take some time. Simply follow the guidance of your inner spirit. I closed my eyes and stood silently in place. Around me, 5 crystalline orbs began to rotate in a rhythmic pattern. Master, is this the legendary Supreme Class advancement? Indeed, and it is likely the final one to ever exist. Even Supreme Class advancements have hierarchies. Depending on one's potential, the final power of the class will differ. The 5 crystalline orbs beside you do not exist physically, they are mere manifestations. The soul power of the one undergoing the advancement will be poured into them. The more crystalline orbs that are activated, the greater the strength of the class advancement. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Sophia's eyes. Master Stir, how many crystalline orbs did you activate when you performed your advancement? Stir smiled faintly. 3, only 3. Sophia was visibly astonished. She knew exactly how powerful the man beside her was. He is the preeminent beastmaster of the Dragon Emperor Empire. Even across the entire continent he is in existence at the pinnacle. Yet even a man of his stature only activated 3 crystalline orbs. Do not underestimate those 3, he added. That is already the limit of humanity. Ster explained with a sense of pride, the final 2 orbs have little practical meaning. I have studied ancient texts. Only the gods worshipped by the ancient races could ever touch that realm. Then does that not make you the pinnacle of humanity, master? In terms of current strength, I do not wish to boast, but regarding potential, I am truly put to shame. As he spoke, the smile on Stir's lips suddenly froze. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, for the 5 crystalline orbs beside me were all simultaneously erupting with blinding brilliance. Sophia's face was filled with confusion. Did you not say there was no way for a human to activate the remaining 2 orbs? Stir's expression was nearly contorted. Having lived for so long, this was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre occurrence. At this moment, the crystal orbs surrounding me began to shatter, and the dense soul energy started to materialize, eventually flowing down into the earth. Stir's mind hummed with disbelief. He had originally assumed that me activating 5 crystal orbs was the absolute limit, never expecting that the energy would now be overflowing. We are both men, so why is your capacity so much greater than mine? The Hellgrade class advancement quest for the giant dragon has been completed. You have successfully advanced to the unique hidden class, Dragon Tongue Speaker. Due to the infusion of mysterious power, you have broken through the limitations of your class quality. You have successfully advanced to the God tier unique hidden class, Beast God Controller. A series of system notifications rang out, leaving me utterly astonished. So, class quality actually has a limit? And I just happened to unintentionally break through this limit? I then hurriedly opened my character interface. Class Beast God Controller Talent Power of the Gods. All of your stat growth increases by 100%. Spirit and strength attributes increase by an additional 100%. Beast God Aura, your beast taming attributes increase by 30%. Beast God's Guidance, all of your tamed beasts will inherit 30% of your attributes. You have obtained the crafting blueprint for the God tier Beast Tamer set. Currently unlocked, God's Claw. After reviewing my class talents, I was so shocked I was nearly struck speechless. I had anticipated that a hidden class would be strong, but I never imagined it would be to this extent. Under the amplification of these heaven-defying traits, my spirit attribute has now surpassed 4 digits. If I were to face the level 10 dungeon boss again now, a single fireball would be enough to deplete half of its health bar. Feeling refreshed in spirit, I walked toward the door. It was only then that Ster and Sophia regained their senses. Ster's mind was filled with questions, but this manifestation had reached its limit. Yihan, once you are finished with your business, remember to come find me at the Imperial City. After saying this, Ster's avatar vanished on the spot. Departing from the transition hall, I headed straight for the trial grounds. At the same time, the final 9 hours of gameplay had arrived. Every player in the Great Xia Kingdom, with the exception of the mechanisms have begun to function once more. Everything that transpired prior felt like nothing more than a fever dream. Yet those who perished repeatedly within the game have truly lost their signs of life in reality. As society began to stir, the entire internet fell into a state of frenzy. The primary subject of discussion is naturally myself, though other experts have begun to emerge. The good news is that the second level 10 player has also appeared within the Great Xia Kingdom. It is Hu Shen, who once led his team to secure first place in 3 different online games. On this side, I received news that Tan Nan has also reached level 9, standing only 1 step away from level 10. Min Shen and Tashen are close behind. It is estimated they will reach level 10 by tomorrow. The Great Xia Kingdom's longer allotted playtime has naturally widened the gap between our players and the experts of other nations. By tomorrow morning, the leaderboard will likely be dominated by the names of players from the Great Xia Kingdom. At that same moment, in the depths of a gloomy forest, a searing dragon's breath descended from the heavens, slamming with immense force into a high-damage white demon, instantly incinerating this level 20 monster. At this point, Little Black's 4-dimensional attributes have exceeded 2,000 points, with its health and mana values rivaling those of a boss. To such a beast, a common level 20 monster is no different from an ant upon the roadside. To crush it is as simple as crushing a grain of sand. I gazed out at the vast boundless forest, feeling a headache coming on. The greatest obstacle I face now is not the difficulty of the trials, but the sheer distance I must travel. The location of the trial shrine is growing increasingly remote. Traveling from the novice village to the level 10 trial shrine already consumed a significant amount of time. The journey to the level 20 trial shrine is even more egregious. An hour has passed and yet not a shadow of it is in sight. By the time I arrive at my destination, my allotted playtime for today will have nearly expired. As soon as I logged out of the game, my phone began to ring incessantly. Upon checking it, I discovered it was my class group chat tallying the casualties. Seeing that I had remained silent for so long, everyone assumed I had perished. I replied with a casual remark before setting my phone aside. The first day of this apocalypse has just concluded. Although it caused massive upheaval, order has not yet completely collapsed. The government will undoubtedly be compiling personnel lists from all sectors. If I remain silent, my classmates will truly believe that I am dead. By then, if the authorities take notice of my absence, it will inevitably lead to unnecessary trouble. Seeing me speak, Lu Ruyan could no longer sit still. Yi Han, are you alright? Why did you not reply to my messages? You even blocked me. I did not bother to show her any respect. I rebuked her directly in the group chat. Reply to you? Like hell I would. You rotten bus. Remember to return all the money I spent on you over these past few years. If you do not pay, I will find someone to crush your kidneys. The classmates were stunned upon seeing this scene. Damn it. What is happening? Has the bootlicker finally awakened? At this exact moment. The head teacher stood up. Yihan, watch your language. You have been absent from school for 2 weeks. Do you no longer wish to attend classes? I know your family has wealth, but if you continue like this, you will ruin your future. Do you understand? Come to my office on Monday. Otherwise, prepare to be expelled. I could not be bothered to say more. I left the group immediately and took the liberty of deleting several irrelevant people. The apocalypse is coming. Why would I still bother with school? Afterward, I opened the apocalyptic forum, where several news items immediately caught my attention. God of War has reached level 10 and announced he will conquer the abyssal trial alone to level up. Su Chen and Ming Shen also declared that upon reaching level 10, they would conquer the abyssal trial. This God of War idea is very familiar to me. In my previous life, he was the first player in the Great Xia Kingdom to reach level 10. The difference is that at that time, he remained at level 10 for a long duration, choosing the nightmare difficulty. Although he failed in the end, at least he had a path of retreat. The current situation is likely because I cleared the abyssal trial, leading them to make a grave misjudgment. However, I had no intention of interfering. My dragon-like benevolence does not extend to risking the exposure of my identity for the sake of a stranger. Night fell and the time struck midnight. I logged back into the game once more. I found myself standing within a magnificent towering hall. Respected warrior. Do you wish to undertake the advancement trial? Clutching the medal of bravery in my hand, I was no longer looked down upon by the guards as I had been before. On the contrary, the moment they caught sight of me, the guards bowed with the utmost reverence. Without delay, I successfully initiated the abyssal trial for solo players. At the same moment, inside the level 10 trial hall, a burly man stepped forward, his face brimming with confidence. Hovering above his head was the vibrant title, Fierce Tiger Emerging from the Cage. Greetings, I wish to initiate the abyssal trial. The silver-armored guard scrutinized Fierce Tiger emerging from the cage from head to toe. You are an outworlder, are you not? Where are your companions? I am alone. There are no companions. Fierce Tiger emerging from the cage maintained a calm expression, radiating an innate sense of arrogance. The silver-armored guard waved his hand. Enter then. You outworlders are truly reckless. Another one came just 2 days ago, and now here you are again. At that very moment, several more figures strode into the hall. Are you all here to attempt the trial as well? No, we are merely here to spectate. The man in the lead smiled and waved his hand dismissively. If any other players were present at this moment, they would undoubtedly have gasped in shock, for the levels of these particular players were all at the peak of the current tier. The two leaders were none other than Ming Shen and Su Shen, names frequently whispered among the player base. Ming Ruyu and Su Su. The abyssal trial was naturally within their sights, yet they remained somewhat cautious. After all, this game could influence life and death in reality. Since someone else had already risked their life to test the waters, they had no qualms about observing for a round or two. At this moment, I had arrived at a gloomy plateau, where the scorching dragon's breath descended from the sky, slamming violently into the stone giant before me. The body, composed entirely of stone, exploded. As expected, the stone giant dropped 2 dark gold tier items. I collected the gear and, in high spirits, proceeded toward the next victim. The roar of Xiaowei echoed across the entire plateau. I followed behind, handling the cleanup. Half an hour later, I finally encountered the final boss. A level 20 Monarch tier Abyssal Gatekeeper, with 200,000 health. Its innate talent and skills were unknown, but for a Monarch tier boss, 200,000 health was truly terrifying. Yet, compared to the previous time, the difficulty had not increased, but rather decreased. This was not only because Xiaowei had matured, but also because I had acquired a God tier class. You control the divine beast Yosue and strike on my command. Without a hint of fear, Xiaowei lunged toward the gatekeeper. Outside the trial temple, Ming Rui received a message and opened it. Her complexion instantly turned deathly pale. Susu, in a fluster, hurriedly asked, "What is it, Manghu?" He has died within the abyssal trial. It seems this trial is indeed very difficult, but is such an exaggerated expression necessary? It is not that Manghu has also died in reality. You mean to say that because Manghu failed the trial, he died in real life as well? Correct. People from his studio said he passed away half an hour ago, as if attacked by some kind of creature. Then what about Yi Han? How could he possibly pass the abyssal trial? The gap in strength is far too vast. At this moment, the clear mechanical sound of the system resonated. System announcement. Player Yi Han of the Great Xia Kingdom has conquered the level 20 abyssal trial, becoming the first in history to do so. For clearing the level 20 abyssal trial, you are rewarded with an epic tier item, the Stone of Courage. Great Xia Kingdom battle zone points increased by 1. The two looked at each other, their faces filled with bewilderment, unable to utter a single word. It seems that the reclamation plan cannot use him as a model in the future. Otherwise, one might meet their end without even realizing it. At the same time, within the trial grounds, I fell into deep contemplation as I gazed at the fragments of the abyssal stone. It appears that all future abyssal trials will involve items of this nature. With this realization, a flicker of anticipation stirred within me. Having to challenge so many abyssal trials is no small task. If the final reward isn't an equipment piece of heaven-extinguishing grade, it would truly be unacceptable. A white light enveloped me, returning me to the Great Hall. Upon seeing my figure, all the guards immediately surrounded me. I knew Lord Yahan would certainly succeed. And yet, you all doubted it. You promised to buy me a drink tonight. Who was it that didn't believe? Wasn't that just you rambling to yourself earlier? If I treat you to a drink tonight, will you accept it? The guards exchanged words, their faces flushed with palpable excitement. Facing such enthusiasm, I found myself unaccustomed to the attention. Gentlemen, I have completed the trial. Is there something that should be bestowed upon me? Indeed there is. The guard captain, clad in golden armor, stepped forward, hurriedly producing a purple jade stone, the Stone of Valor, an epic-grade item possessing extraordinary power, capable of strengthening the Badge of Valor. I furrowed my brow, having initially assumed it would be a functional tool like the Heaven-Extinguishing Stone, only to discover it was a specialized enhancement item for the Badge of Valor. 2 hours later, I returned to Fengye City. Upon entering the gates, I headed straight for the blacksmith shop I had visited previously. Again, another specialized enhancement item. Yahan frowned slightly. He had initially mistaken it for a functional tool like the Heaven-Extinguishing Stone, but it turned out to be an item specifically for strengthening the Badge of Valor. Yet this run was not in vain. He stowed away the Stone of Valor. Yahan turned and departed from the trial hall, but what remained vexing was that although this apocalyptic game allowed for logging out anywhere, it lacked the function for automatic teleportation, leaving no choice but to rely on one's own 2 feet to return. Fortunately, the level cap had just been raised. I slew monsters along the way, handily harvesting a bounty of experience while walking through a literal rain of blood. Exactly 2 hours later, the silhouette of Yahan reappeared in Fengye City. As soon as he crossed the city gates, he pivoted and walked directly toward that familiar blacksmith shop. Oh, the honored guest has returned. The proprietor, who had been lounging in his chair, sprang up as if struck by lightning, rubbing his hands together with a face full of welcoming smiles. Is it forging or appraisal this time? I need some gear appraised, and while I am at it, I would like to reinforce a metal. Dahan maintained a calm expression as he casually placed several dark gold tier items dropped during his trial onto the table. Heavens above. The shopkeeper's eyes widened to the point of nearly falling from their sockets. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, watching the young man before him toss these items aside as if they were common cabbages, while pulling out 8 pieces of dark gold tier equipment in one go, caused his worldview to shatter completely. He simply could not comprehend it. This cannot be real, can it? Which major stronghold did this young man rob? From which noble house does this youth come to be able to produce an entire batch of dark gold tier items? It was one thing to bring this many for appraisal last time, but it has only been a short while, and here he is, pulling even more high-quality goods from his storage bag. Where in the world is he acquiring these? Though he knew the golden rule was not to ask too many questions, the shopkeeper could no longer restrain his curiosity. Where exactly did you obtain these items? I would like to see if I might be able to find some myself. Oh, it was just the advancement trial. I happened to slay a few demonic bosses along the way. They simply dropped when my luck was good. Dahan spoke in a casual tone, as if he were discussing what to have for dinner with the shopkeeper. Well, never mind then. The shopkeeper immediately went silent and obediently picked up the equipment to begin his work. Such a feat is impossible to emulate. It is truly beyond learning. Ding, ding, ding. Perhaps it was because his hands were trembling from being startled. The success rate of the appraisal this time dropped slightly. For the 8 pieces of dark gold tier equipment, it took him 11 attempts to complete the task. But it mattered little. It cost only 100 gold. A trivial matter. What was important was that among them were 2 pieces of top tier equipment, a dark gold tier ring and a dark gold tier cloak. The dark gold spirit increases by 20 points, physique increases by 100, and there is a 3% damage reduction. This robe displays no signs of being a legendary garment for a mage. Let us examine the remaining item. The desert ring, level 20, dark gold quality, increases strength by 60, and critical damage by 5%. To be honest, this ring is better suited for a physical class. These stats are considered top tier, but with the support of passive abilities and the double critical attribute, it provides a massive enhancement for Yi Han. As for the strength attribute, while slightly redundant, it can be shared with Xiao Hui through the divine beast taming skill, making it perfectly acceptable. Without further delay, he equipped the gear, and his attributes immediately soared to a new level. Furthermore, there was this as well. Just when the shopkeeper thought the transaction was complete, Yahan casually produced a medal of courage and a stone of courage. Is the success rate for enhancement high for this? What? The next second, the shopkeeper's eyes clearly became fervent, burning with such intensity they seemed ready to spew fire. An epic tier medal, and it even comes with a specialized enhancement tool. That is correct. Yihan went straight to the point. What is the success rate for the enhancement? 100%. It must be 100%. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands in agitation, drool nearly spilling from his mouth. He truly never expected to touch an artifact of this caliber in his entire life. He initially thought the dark gold equipment from earlier was already the pinnacle. Who would have guessed this young man would casually pull out something even more terrifying? This is not just a case of his ancestors' graves emitting green smoke, his ancestors' graves are practically ablaze. Yihan furrowed his brows slightly, his face filled with suspicion. Dark gold tier items only have an 80% success rate, yet an epic tier item guarantees success? Who are you trying to deceive? My dear young master. The shopkeeper hurriedly slapped his thigh to explain. With equipment of this quality, as long as you have the specialized tool, failure is absolutely impossible. As long as one possesses a level 1 blacksmithing skill, even with eyes closed, it can be accomplished. So that is how it is. Yihan realized the truth. In his previous life, he had seen enhancement tools, but the highest grade was merely silver. And as for an epic tier tool, it is likely that not another soul on this entire server has ever laid eyes on one. In that case, how do you intend to charge for the appraisal? Discussing money only harms our budding friendship. The shopkeeper thumped his chest with fervor, clearly agitated. To have such a divine artifact pass through my hands is a monumental advancement for my own forging craft. It shall be free. It must absolutely be free. Is that so? Yuhan stroked his chin, his gaze suddenly turning profound. If this item truly benefits a blacksmith this much, then if I were to take it to another shop, would they not have to pay me for the privilege? The shopkeeper was struck dumb. His smile stiffened, and after stammering for a long while he murmured, In theory that is correct. Understood. No need for further talk. Yahan reached out to retrieve the two items and turned to walk away immediately. Wait, no, don't please wait. The shopkeeper panicked and hurried to block his path. Esteemed guest, the appraisal fees for all your equipment from this point forward will be entirely free. I will not take a single coin. Yihan acted as if he had heard nothing and continued walking. One step, two steps. Seeing his precious customer about to depart, the shopkeeper gritted his teeth and roared, From now on, all your appraisal fees shall be free of charge. Yahan stopped abruptly. That will suffice, for now. Yahan turned around, a brilliant smile plastered across his face. You are not being coerced, are you? Not at all, not in the slightest. The shopkeeper forced a laugh, though his heart was bleeding. He knew he had made a heavy gamble, but he was only one step away from a breakthrough in his forging techniques. Naturally, that was merely his own internal thought process. Many years later, someone interviewed the legendary master blacksmith, renowned throughout the continent. What is your greatest regret in this life? The aged man wept bitterly on the spot, filled with both resentment and regret. That capitalistic scoundrel was devoid of all humanity. He worked me like a donkey on a production line. Just remembering that one shout of his costs me at least 5 years of my lifespan. Very well, then let us begin. His objective had been achieved. Yahan decisively produced the medal and the enhancement stone. Very good, you may rest assured. Da licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. In that very instant, a brilliant golden light soared into the sky. It heralded a successful reinforcement, the Medal of Valor, a legendary grade item serving as a testament to a true warrior. Only those who overcome the purgatory level trial are worthy of touching such supreme glory. Once reinforced, the attributes of this medal became brutal to the extreme. Base stats increased by 50 points, all elemental resistances by 5%, and even charisma received a 3-point boost. The most peculiar feature was its passive ability. When health drops below 30%, both strength and spirit increased by 10% for a full 5 minutes. This is not mere equipment, it is clearly a legendary grade cheat, a truly mythical item among legendary artifacts. In this life of mine, I, Da, held the medal, my hands trembling violently as tears streamed down my face. Even though he had been swindled of everything but the clothes on his back moments ago, looking at the legendary medal he had appraised with his own hands, he felt truly gratified. One must realize that across this entire continent, there are few blacksmiths who can claim to have handled an artifact of this caliber. At this moment, the deception, the claims of it being free, all of that was cast aside. The quality leaped tears, even Yihan could not help but gasp in cold shock. He had anticipated an increase in stats, but he never expected them to skyrocket to this extent. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he had come into contact with legendary-grade equipment. Without further hesitation, he equipped it immediately. The next moment, his attribute panel manifested in a magnificent display with figures so terrifying they made one's scalp tingle. ID, Jiaha class, unique god of wealth, magic power 1669. Watching his health stats double, the smile on Yihan's lips could not be contained, though it looked somewhat mocking. Now, even without releasing his divine insect Xiaohui, relying solely on his own attribute panel, he could surpass the average player by a wide margin, casting a single fireball dealing over 2,000 damage. If his luck were to bloom and trigger a critical hit, he could deal over 4,000 damage in a single blow. This was no longer a player in the early stages, this was clearly a walking humanoid boss. Leaving the smithy, Yehan moved as if propelled by the wind, heading straight for the mist. He abandoned the hidden quests originally planned without a second thought. There was no other reason. He simply could not be bothered to exhaust himself completing an entire quest chain, only to be rewarded with items that were now beneath him. Such meager benefits were a complete waste of his time. It was better to spend that effort hunting monsters. As he entered the valley, mist billowed and roiled. Before he could clearly see what the monster looked like, a breath of dragon fire descended upon him. Boom! Minus a terrifying 5-digit damage figure soared into the air. The ferocious level 30 monster did not even have time to scream before it vanished into ash on the spot. This is not mere grinding, it is clearly a max-level account wreaking havoc in the starter village. Yahan stood with his arms crossed, his expression one of extreme composure, occasionally tossing a casual fireball. This sensation was truly exhilarating, though it must be said it was also quite ironic. Having entered the game only a few days ago, he had barely engaged in honest leveling. He had spent his time either traveling or stealing dragon eggs while navigating labyrinths. In total, the time he had actually spent grinding amounted to only a few hours, yet he remained firmly seated at the top of the leaderboards. One must realize that for other players, grinding 8 hours a day to level up is the standard. But compared to Yihan, the disparity in efficiency is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Man and dragon together were truly like a relentless bulldozer. The entire level 30 zone of the Mist Valley was erupting in chaos. The monsters were either slaughtered or fleeing in terror. Even the bosses, usually so arrogant in this domain, were frightened into scrambling away for their lives. If the minor monsters fled, so be it. But those high reward bosses, there would be no escape for them. 4 hours later, a blast of scorching dragon breath erupted. Little Gray flapped its wings, its sharp claws carving a lethal arc of 1,300 damage. 2,000 terrifying string of 5-digit damage numbers flickered continuously. The level 30 mutant boss, the Mist Serpent King, did not even have the chance to struggle before its health bar was completely depleted. Ding! Successfully eliminated level 30 mutant boss, Mist Serpent King. Congratulations on reaching level 21. Beast companion Little Gray has reached level 21. A smirk tugged at the corner of Yihan's mouth as he casually collected the gold tier equipment and skill manuals dropped by the boss. His luck was not bad, but compared to the staggering experience bar, the loot was merely secondary. Slaying a mutant boss above his level yielded an explosive amount of experience. In just 4 hours, his experience bar had surged by 90%. One must remember that in his previous life, climbing a single level at the 20th level would have taken 4 days of grinding. Even top-tier professional teams with organized, calculated leveling strategies would require 2 or 3 days for such a feat. But what of the current situation? 4 hours of work, considering his 13 hours of daily online time. Even including the time spent hunting bosses, he could gain at least 2 levels a day. What does this signify? He is outperforming even the elite players by a factor of 6. In less than 5 days, he will undoubtedly shatter the level 30 bottleneck. He proceeded to pour all 30 free attribute points gained from leveling into his spirit stat. Yihan exhaled a long breath. At this moment, the slaughter resumed, another 4 hours of frantic, unchecked devastation. Ding, successfully eliminated level 30 mutant boss, Blazing Earth Tiger. Ding, congratulations, you have reached level 22. Ding, congratulations, your pet beast Xiaohui has reached level 22. As another mutated boss fell, Yahan's level reached a terrifying level 22. Glancing at the countdown timer, his time in the game was nearly at an end. Xiaohui, retreat. Choosing not to remain in the fray, the man and his dragon immediately departed the Mist Valley. One must understand that in this apocalyptic era, logging off recklessly is no different than gambling with one's own life. In theory, what if when you return online, you happen to cross paths with a boss passing by that strikes you down with a single blow? You wouldn't even have the chance to scream. Countless people have already been forced offline by the system due to their greed for a few monsters, only to be surrounded and beaten to death without a trace left behind upon their return. As a survivor, Yahan would naturally never commit such a low-level error. He found an exceptionally secluded corner and, with practice speed, opened the forum's trending search board. It exploded instantly. The top headline read, "The Scent of Blood, the Tiger Leaves the Mountain, the Life or Death Abyss Challenge." What kind of hell is this exactly? The expert who declared yesterday that they would challenge the abyss is finished. Yahan felt no ripples in his heart regarding this. He had foreseen it long ago. He did not even have the desire to click on it. His finger swiped rapidly, and the next headline caused the entire network to seethe. Yahan breaks the record again, 2 levels in a single day. Who can stop him? Reaching level 22 as easily as eating and drinking. Is there a bug in the system? Following the Great Xia, the United States has fallen. The game is devouring the entire globe. Fear, shock, and conjecture, combined with the ever-widening disparity in levels, the influence of the name Yahan continued to skyrocket. However, as the person at the center of it all, Yahan cared nothing for this empty praise. Just then, an unremarkable piece of news at the bottom of the screen caught his eye. Player Qingfeng Chuizu conquers the Hell Level Challenge. Exclusive revelation. Dying in the challenge does not affect reality. Yahan suddenly frowned. This ID was far too unfamiliar. He scoured his mind for every memory of his past life. Among the top-tier powerhouses who dominated the Great Xia Kingdom, such an individual did not exist at all. A nameless passerby in his past life had managed to secure the first clear of the Hell Level Challenge and was now making a statement that shattered everyone's perceptions. Carrying a trace of suspicion, Yahan pressed his finger firmly onto the screen. A livestream window immediately appeared. A beautiful female host was excitedly handing her microphone to a refined-looking youth. Brother Qingfeng Chuizu, you are the first player on the entire network to clear the Hell Level Challenge after Yahan. How are you feeling? Every gaze in the studio immediately converged upon him. Actually, I don't have much to say. It was entirely due to luck. Facing the camera, Thon Fong Thu Truk smiled modestly. Before his tone shifted, I would like to clarify something. It was not I who went alone. It was thanks to the strength of the entire team that we were fortunate enough to succeed. Fortunate? The quick-witted female host immediately seized upon the key point. You used the word fortunate. Is that because the difficulty of the hard-level challenge is extremely high? Upon hearing this, Thon Fong Thu Truk's initial relaxed expression immediately turned grave. It is not just high, it is truly terrifying. He stared intently into the lens, his tone becoming profoundly serious. It is no exaggeration to say that my team is undoubtedly among the elite in the Great Xia Kingdom, but even so, we still suffered casualties during the conquest. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire auditorium erupted in a stir, and the female host was so startled she covered her mouth. Casualties? Do you mean in real life? Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Thon Fong Thu Truk waved his hand. Rest assured, it is nothing like that. Only our in-game attributes were crippled. Hearing this, countless viewers in front of their screens finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the very next second, Thon Fong Thu Truk dropped an even more shocking piece of information. While our lives were spared, we managed to extract a heaven-shaking secret from an NPC. If my deduction is correct, only failure in the Abyss level challenge leads to death in the real world. The other difficulty levels at most result in losing equipment or attribute reduction. At the very least, there is still a chance to recover. Speaking to this point, he took a breath, his voice trembling slightly. Therefore, I must warn you all, absolutely do not risk your lives by attempting the Abyss level challenge. That is fundamentally a realm beyond human reach. The limit for a player ends at Nightmare level. So that is how it is. Thank you for this life-saving information, Great Master. The female host's eyes gleamed with admiration, but she immediately changed the subject. However, as far as I know, the Great Master Dahan not only conquered the Abyss level challenge, but did so twice in succession. As peers at the pinnacle, what is your opinion on this? Peers at the pinnacle? As if hearing a joke, Thon Fong Thu Truk let out a self-deprecating laugh. No, do not ever place me on the same level as him. I am not so arrogant as to claim that. Is the assessment truly that high? The female host was clearly caught off guard. Could you describe it in more detail? After all, it is difficult for most ordinary people to comprehend such a disparity. Thon Fong Thu Truk pondered for a moment, then faced the camera and spoke with measured precision. As for the current power rankings, all other individuals combined might not even be a match for him, not even counting Yahan. This is rather intriguing. At the same time, in an elegant and ancient courtyard in the capital, a handsome youth was intently watching the interview on the screen, a cryptic smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Even if the others on the rankings were to combine their strength, they might not be his match. A man of such caliber, it would be ideal if he could be brought under my command. Handsome youth's lips curled, his eyes flashing with a flicker of ambition. If so, in this apocalyptic world, I shall hold absolute authority. Fu Bo, young master, do you have any instructions? A middle-aged man with a vigorous spirit appeared instantly, bowing respectfully. Use every resource at your disposal to investigate this Yahan for me. The youth's tone was languid, yet it exuded an undeniable air of tyranny. It would be best if he can be found in the real world. If that proves impossible, locate his position within the game for me. Is he not currently in Novice Village 9527? Immediately after, he issued an order that would leave others speechless. Inform the governor of Jiangcheng. Order his men to keep a close watch on him. I wish to meet with Yahan in person to negotiate. My judgment is never wrong. Such a pinnacle talent must belong to me. As expected, he will become the sharpest blade in my hand, helping me sweep away every obstacle on my path to the summit. However, to his surprise, Fu Bo, who was usually obedient, hesitated. The patriarch has given special instructions. No one is permitted to interfere with the affairs of this player. The authorities have already made other arrangements. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. Furthermore, you have only been playing for 2 days, yet you recklessly entered the apocalypse. If the patriarch were to discover this, I fear... The handsome youth narrowed his eyes instantly, and an extremely dangerous aura erupted from him. Understood. Steward Fu broke into a cold sweat. He immediately lowered his head, not daring to utter another word, and retreated silently into the shadows. Is this the end of the world? The young man slowly walked to the window, gazing at the century-old phoenix tree in the courtyard, his expression one of intriguing contemplation. And why, when facing the top-ranked player in the game, did he remain so arrogant and confident? The reason is simple. Even in this capital city where the nobility and powerful congregate, his family stands at the very pinnacle of the power hierarchy. No matter how much of a storm Yahan can stir up in the virtual world, at the end of the day, is he not still a mortal living in the real world? Yahan could not have imagined in his wildest dreams that a mere interview would bring the flames of trouble to his own doorstep. This is precisely why he must strive to conceal his true identity. Those high and mighty figures are still dreaming of controlling everything. Little did they know that the confrontation for a new order had already begun long ago. Looking around, top-tier experts such as Tu Fu, Min Nu Quet, whether forced by circumstances or acting of their own volition, have all been recruited by major factions. As the one at the top, Yahan will inevitably draw their attention sooner or later. This is no coincidence, but rather as Yahan scrolled through the posts, he saw only panic. In particular, the death of Manhwa Shuatlung caused the progress of top global players to plummet, yet this has become his opportunity. At this moment, 99% of global players have yet to reach level 3, but he has already mapped out his next move. His goal is singular: reach level 30. Once he reaches this milestone, the beast taming feature will unlock, new skill slots will open, and his strength will see a massive leap, allowing him to earn wealth and recover his vitality. In these past few days as darkness descended, on the 5th day the sound of continuous explosions echoed through the Greybone Valley. The level 30 monster den, quiet for so long, was once again subjected to a sweeping slaughter. Xiaohui transformed into a reaper, not a single boss could escape. They all met a tragic end beneath the dragon's claws, and the level climbed to 24. One man and one beast, the efficiency was truly staggering. This sight completely set the entire network ablaze. Heavens, how could this level rise so explosively? Damn it, the gap is not narrowing but widening instead. This is simply unreasonable. Initially, everyone thought that without the boss's equipment buffs, the gap would close. Who would have expected Yahan to be twice as fast as the person in second place? Truly a monster. Outside Fengye City, the captain of the server's second-ranked team, Qingfeng Suizhu, stared at the leaderboard, his mouth bitter with defeat. Even though they were the first to clear the high difficulty challenges and had secured the boss 6 spots compared to the one at the top, they were mere trash. Looking back at his own hard-earned progress, 9 hours to reach level 15, 53%, and then looking at the terrifying level 24 of Yahan, it was clear this was not a competition between players of the same caliber. Boss competing for second place is good enough. After all, the 3rd and 4th spots are already in our hands. Qingfeng Chuizu smiled calmly, yet his eyes were filled with profound reverence. Before I departed from the village, I viewed this man as a towering mountain, one that could only be looked up to. Only after leaving the village did I realize he was a brilliant star among countless unreachable celestial bodies. The more I understood about the impending apocalypse, the more I felt the sheer terror this man embodied. However, while the outside world was abuzz with heated discussions regarding Novice Village 9527, at the Dragon's Den, 2 terrifying figures suddenly descended golden, one crimson, their draconic aura blazing like the sun. The Radiant Giant Dragon and the Heavenly Fire Giant Dragon, 2 existences unseen for a millennium, had gathered for the sake of a single matter. That fruit has been missing for days, yet you still hide here, sleeping. The Heavenly Fire Giant Dragon's eyes ignited with flames, its voice resonating like thunder. Sikate, do not forget that you are a prophet. The survival of our race hangs entirely upon your whim. The Radiant Giant Dragon remained as steady as Mount Tai, slowly lifting its colossal dragon claw. Why the haste? Can you not sense that nauseating aura emanating from that human? Are you referring to the divine? The Heavenly Fire Giant Dragon's expression was filled with disgust. Indeed, that is the choice of fate. Fate has placed its hope in a lowly, insignificant insect. The Heavenly Fire Giant Dragon laughed scornfully. Even with the power of a god, an insect remains an insect, frail and unbearable. Unexpectedly, the following moment, the Radiant Giant Dragon uttered words that defied logic. What if that divine power were doubled? Doubled? The pupils of the Heavenly Fire Giant Dragon constricted, and immediately a mad laughter that shook the mountains and rivers erupted. Not only favored by the divine, but also bearing twice the divine strength? Sikate, you have regressed as you have aged. The Heavenly Fire Giant Dragon refused to believe it, exhaling a scorching flame with a single breath. He is merely a human insect. By what right? By the right of my status as a prophet, and by my ability to perceive the soul. The Radiant Giant Dragon Sikate suddenly stood tall, his majesty beyond question. Betaser, you do not yet possess the qualifications to doubt me. The Heavenly Fire Giant Dragon fell silent instantly. It did not submit in terms of raw strength, but regarding the perception of the soul, Sikate was indeed the absolute authority. But this matter is too impulsive, we must consult the others. Sikate let out a heavy sigh, revealing the most desperate of truths. The darkness has transcended space. Our homeland has been completely consumed. If we do not act now, even the final spark of hope will be extinguished. They have arrived. A deathly silence descended, broken only by the dragon's breath, which transformed into a violent gale. Stones fell from the heavens like rain. After a long while, the celestial fire great dragon lowered its arrogant head. I understand. Compared to those monstrosities that devour everything in their path, my lingering resentment toward humanity is not worth mentioning. Since they are here, follow me to forge the final dawn and seek out that person. Indeed, though he is pathetically weak right now, fate has already made its choice. And what of you and me? We are all that remain. Basitani, we are the only ones left. Those words, we are all that remain, spoke to the final tragedy of the once glorious dragon god lineage. Now only these 2 solitary figures linger. Let us depart. He resides within the human city. 2 silhouettes, vast enough to blot out the sky, soared upward. Gold and crimson light merged, painting half the horizon in brilliant hues. These were the final gods of this world, bearing the resolve to gamble everything. They surged toward the man known as Yi Han. 3 more days have passed. Splendid, I have finally reached level 12. Outside Fengyi City, a burly man with the ID 8th rank Great Ancient Wind threw his head back and laughed heartily. With this, how will those descendants from Manhwa Studio ever hope to catch up to me? As the most renowned knight in the Great Xia Kingdom, he had relied on his own strength to break into the top 5 of the rankings. The captain, Qingfeng Suizhu, could not help but click the chat button. Guangfeng, that aggro pull you just performed was exceptional. I never expected the monsters in this game to understand international gestures. A single middle finger is all it takes to drive them into a frenzy. The entire party erupted into laughter. The game has been open for 8 days. Although top-tier experts have already entered the main city, competition is fierce and simply maintaining a spot in the top 5 is cause for celebration. Let's return to the city to distribute the spoils. Following their leader to enjoy the fruits of their labor, the 5-man team headed back to the city in high spirits. Suddenly, the man named Kwang Feng, who was leading the way, came to a screeching halt as a piercing scream tore through the air. Good heavens! That scream sounded as if someone had been castrated on the spot. What is going on? Have they seen a ghost? Thon Fong the truck wondered aloud. Why does that voice sound like a eunuch's? He instinctively looked up, and in the next heartbeat, he too became a member of the eunuch brigade. Good heavens, there is an actual dragon. Oh no. The 5 of them immediately turned to stone, stunned like wooden chickens, as 2 gargantuan creatures approached from the end of the horizon, suffocating in their sheer scale. These 2 colossi blotted out the sky and earth, bearing down with a pressure capable of crushing all existence as they roared toward them. It was a creature from the deepest of legends. A great dragon. What is happening? A boss of this tier is actually sieging the city? Then Fong Thu Truck was instantly dumbfounded, a stifling sensation washing over him. It is over. The system notification indicates that logging out is impossible, and the level 8 Gale collapsed on the spot. My life must end here, and by the hands of 2 dragons no less. Stop struggling, let us just accept our destruction. I am exhausted. A wave of absolute despair spread through the 5-man team. Facing an assault of this caliber, there was nothing to do but wait for death. No, everyone, stay calm. At this critical moment, Thane Fong Thu Truk quickly composed his thoughts. A boss of this level certainly did not come to hunt players. Even that pervert Yihan is not worthy of catching a great dragon's eye. They are undoubtedly here for minor NPCs like us. In the eyes of a great dragon, we are no different from a pile of dung. Upon hearing this, the others immediately felt that being a pile of dung was actually a fortunate fate. Sure enough, with the howling wind, the great dragon did not even spare them a glance, passing directly over their heads. We survived. Thane Fong Thu Truck wiped away his cold sweat, the smile of a survivor blossoming at the corner of his mouth. Remember this, as long as you consider yourself a pile of dung, you will not— Good heavens. The level 8 Gale let out a shriek, cutting off their captain's philosophy. Boss, look over there. Some pathetic weakling has been targeted. Thane Fong Thu Truck turned his head in haste. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they watched 2 massive dragons, each 100 meters long, suddenly come to a halt outside the city walls. And at the center of their focus was a single player. Immediately following this, a more shocking scene unfolded. Heavens above, he is being taken away. It is an outright brazen abduction. Damnation. Is there even a way to report this to the authorities? Do these great dragons even comprehend the laws of this land? The eunuch squad appeared once more. These 5 stunned individuals were also forcibly abducted by the great dragons at this very moment. What exactly had this fellow done to warrant such a response? Shifting the scene to the person involved, Yahan was actually even more bewildered than they were. He had just reached level 30 and was humming a tune, preparing to head back to the city to ascend. In an instant, with no warning, the 2 dragons showed no shred of martial honor, launching a sneak attack the moment they arrived. But when he clearly saw the appearance of his 2 captors, everything became crystal clear in his mind. Good heavens, these are all dragons he is familiar with. One had its eggs stolen by him and the other had been knocked out of the sky by his pet. This was not a kidnapping, it was clearly the enemies arriving at his doorstep to settle the score. Yahan felt as if he were walking on thin ice at this moment. Held tightly within the talons of the heavenly fire dragon, he calmly raised his head, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Big brother, care for a smoke? The great dragon ignored him, but Yahan remained indifferent. Even when facing 2 tier 5 great dragon, he felt no fear. After all, these were not bizarre soul-devouring creatures, and in the worst-case scenario, he would simply respawn. What could you possibly do to me? Just as Yahan was enjoying his personal transport provided by the great dragons, the Apocalypse Forum erupted into chaos. A great dragon boss has appeared at Fengye City, abducting a player right before everyone's eyes. This news struck the network like a nuclear detonation. After the top experts investigated and pinpointed the location, the identity of the lucky individual was revealed. It was the god of night, Yahan. In the blink of an eye, the tone of the forum shifted drastically. No wonder the god of night's level is so high. It turns out he has great dragons grinding. Is this the treatment reserved for the top-tier players? I could have achieved that just as easily. To the one above, they became a tycoon because they had the wealth. Why have you not become one yourself? Just as the envious began to voice their bitterness, Than Fong Thu Truck threw a bucket of cold water on the flames. Stop dreaming, look at the reality of the situation. Than was not there to enjoy a life of luxury. He was forcibly abducted by the great dragon. A single stone creates 1,000 ripples. To encounter a creature of this caliber at only level 30 is unheard of. What kind of earth-shattering deeds has Dahan committed behind everyone's backs? Simply drawing the attention of a great dragon is a testament to one's own strength. When Tutafufu and Minwit Nuwit reached their conclusion within the elite circle, the news that Dahan had been taken by the great dragon Bakhok was completely verified. The entire network was in an uproar and explosive beginning. At the same moment, in the sky, the piercing cold wind suddenly ceased and the dragon's massive talons abruptly opened. Before Dahan could even catch his breath, he was stunned by the sight before him. This was a hall of immense opulence. The walls were inlaid with premium gemstones. The floors were paved with pure gold, and the dragon statue at the center radiated such divine might that one could not help but bow in reverence. It was grand and frankly beyond human comprehension. Even though Dahan held 100 million gold coins in his possession, his heart raced and his eyes burned with greed at this sight. If he could strip this hall clean, his fortune would increase by at least 100 million. Little ant, do you not feel fear? The majestic voice of 8 echoed throughout the chamber. Fear? Dahan was busy calculating how to pry up 2 floor tiles. He had no time for fear. Yet in the eyes of the great dragon Kwang Dio Tuhadak, this composure was interpreted as human courage, and the dragon nodded in approval. Indeed, you have nerves of steel. No wonder you dared to sneak into my lair to steal my egg. Dahan froze. This was an awkward predicament. To be caught stealing by the owner and 2 fifth-order powerhouses at that, since he could not defeat them, perhaps he should feign death. Suddenly, the situation took a 180-degree turn. Little human, do not be tense. Tukao Dak spoke words that were truly shocking. We will not kill you, rather we wish to bestow a heavenly opportunity upon you. What in the world is happening? Dahan stood rooted to the spot enemies meet, and instead of flying into a rage, they offer a gift? Has the world reached a point where even the dragon clan has taken up swindling? He probed cautiously. Because that egg is wise. Tukao Dak lowered his noble head, his voice booming like thunder. That is not merely my descendant, it is the final hope of my kin. This news struck him like a bolt of lightning. Yihan was left completely stunned. That little creature who acted like a spoiled puppy all day, that ball of fluff, was actually the final hope of the dragon race. Does this mean once it matures, it will become a 5-star great dragon? How short-sighted. Sikowd wore an expression of supreme arrogance. It will transcend the 5-star rank and become an existence of absolute, unrivaled supremacy. Immediately after, the 2 great dragons shifted their attitudes, their expressions turning icy. So you are the one who named it Xiaohui? It sounds utterly atrocious. Such a low-class name is an insult to the divine. Yuhan thought, what does it matter if it sounds bad? The dragon cub itself had no objections at the time, yet you find it necessary to meddle? Though he muttered these thoughts internally, he was forced to nod submissively. Enough with the idle chatter. Psychode waved his dragon claw, and golden energy poured down like a waterfall, denying Yihan even the slightest chance to react. The terrifying power instantly consumed him. Soon after, the eyes of the 200-meter-tall statue erupted with a brilliant purple light. The 2 great dragons roared toward the heavens, their voices echoing across the land. The dragon god bestows upon you the blessing of the dragon race. His vision was instantly flooded with hues of gold and fiery red. Johan felt a warmth permeate his entire body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. The next moment, system notifications rang out in rapid succession. Ding, you are receiving the infusion of the dragon god's power. Ding, your pet Xiaohui is receiving the infusion of the dragon god's power. Johan curled his lips into a smile. This was no kidnapping. It was clearly a forced offering. Even if he didn't want it, he had no choice. Where is this? Yihan looked around, bewildered. The world was a swirling vortex of colors, and aside from a deep sense of vertigo, he felt nothing else. He had assumed that the dragon god's inheritance would be simple, perhaps a few flashes of golden light, but in reality it was as dull and stagnant as a deep pool. Yihan decided to simply close his eyes and lie flat. This time he had stumbled into something significant. According to his sense of time, at least a dozen hours had passed. One must remember that the apocalypse has an anti-addiction mechanism. He was only permitted to be online for 6 hours each day, yet now the system showed absolutely no response, and the forced offline function appeared to have been rendered useless. What kind of hellish place is this? Yahang finally felt a surge of panic. This place was capable of blocking the system's fundamental rules, leaving him trapped indefinitely. This sensation was truly akin to being buried alive within a coffin, where one's cries to the heavens go unheard, and the earth remains indifferent to one's plight. Yet he was unaware that the true terror had only just begun. The real world had already broken into dawn, but inside that rented room, Yahang's body did not wake. Instead, it became ethereal and translucent, even emitting a peculiar golden radiance. This was no mere game. It was an omen of the physical body achieving sainthood. It is only a pity that no one was present to witness this sight. Just like that, time passed frantically. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and the gaming world fell into complete chaos. Major news outlets were frantically publishing front-page reports. Shocking, the top-ranked player Yahang has been stuck at level 30 for over 3 days. A new god falls. The second-ranked player is closing in rapidly. Missing for 72 hours, what could have happened to Yahang to cause such a stir across the internet? Comments flooded every forum. The man once admired at level 30 had now become a laughingstock, nailed firmly to the pillar of disgrace. The world chat was an utter mess, with all manner of experts emerging. I believe it's over. He must have been captured by the great dragon to be kept as a pet. If you don't know the facts, don't spread nonsense. It is clear that he was banned by the GM. I saw him move his eyes after 10 3 or 5 seconds. I have said it before, Mingyaruye is the only true god. Yahang was merely a fleeting shadow. I possess insider information. Yahang has offended someone powerful this time. Never mind 3 days, he won't be coming out for 30. There were even those maliciously manipulating public opinion. What top-tier expert? I suspect he was involved in some shadowy transaction with the great dragon. Now his retribution has arrived. Mockery and gloating abounded, as those who once showered him with reverence now kicked him while he was down. Everyone believed that Yahan was finished, yet none knew that a metamorphosis capable of overturning the world was silently unfolding within that mysterious realm. To the players desperately chasing their positions on the leaderboard, these rumors served as nothing less than the most potent stimulant. The players ranked below him breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though the mountain that had weighed upon their heads had finally been cast aside, even daring to dream of seizing the world's #1 position. What an absurd and hollow fantasy. Within the mysterious space, the silence was absolute. Yahan had long since moved past his initial anxiety, settling into a state of total resignation. Let it be. Whatever happens, happens. Just as his heart became as still as water, he seemingly entered a state of profound meditation. Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the dragon god. Your pet, Xiaohui. A clear, crisp notification chime rang out instantly. It has finally arrived. Yahan suddenly opened his eyes, a golden light flashing within them. Before he could react, the scenery around him retreated with frantic speed. The next second, he stood firmly on the ground, surrounded by overgrown wild grass, a desolate wasteland. Judging by his memory, this was the level 40 monster area near the main city. The 2 giant dragons had long since vanished, but that was of no consequence. What mattered was what the dragon god's blessing truly was. Yahan, filled with anticipation, trembling as he opened his attribute panel. At that very moment, the air seemed to freeze. His strength remained unchanged, his constitution remained the same, and even his luck stat had not shifted in the slightest. Is this some kind of joke? Is this what is called becoming stronger? Yahan furrowed his brow, unwilling to accept this, and turned his attention to the class tab. The moment he looked, his heart nearly stopped. Within the familiar array of talents, a brand new, exceptionally prominent skill had appeared. Innate skill, Golden Shield LV1. The description of the skill was simple. Every 100 gold coins are converted into 1 point of shield. It appeared mundane, perhaps even a disadvantageous trade. But as Yahan's gaze swept over the subclauses of this skill, his breathing immediately turned ragged. No cooldown, no time limit. It resists true damage and even grants immunity to execution, instant death, and all other lethal mechanics. Yahan swallowed hard, slowly shifting his gaze to the remaining balance in his inventory. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, a staggering total of 1 to 1 billion gold coins. His mind raced at full capacity, and a mind-numbing figure exploded within his thoughts, 18.1 million shield points. Yahan stood there, dumbfounded. What did this even signify? In an era where the average health pool was merely a few thousand, he had just acquired 18.1 million points of shielding. This was no mere shield, it was effectively engraving the word invincible upon his forehead. Yahan laughed with the sinister tone of a true villain. In this apocalypse, what was the most precious commodity? Survival skills. Offensive power could be cultivated and attributes could be farmed, but one only had a single life. When the anomalies fully descended, countless top-tier experts would perish instantly due to a single movement error. How many powerful cultivators had fallen simply because of poor luck, encountering lethal mechanics that claimed them on the spot? Luck and innate talent, before the face of absolute, overwhelming power, they were all nothing more than a joke. Who would dare claim that the current defensive tanks were truly resilient? Those fake tanks were nothing but scrap metal, relying solely on their physical bodies to endure blows. A true tank possesses 1.8 billion shield points. No matter how hard you strike, it is futile. What truly defines a sense of security? This is what one calls true security. Go ahead, strike at my head if you dare. Yahan even felt the urge to throw his head back and roar with laughter toward the heavens. Was this the ultimate secret of the god of wealth? Although every point of shielding required an expenditure of wealth with an endless surging tide of capital, such costs were negligible. Without a moment's hesitation, Yahan focused his intent, setting the golden coin shield to remain permanently active. Turn it off? Are you joking? Yahan immediately chose the mode of permanent activation. The key lies in knowing when to save and when to spend. If one were to be killed unexpectedly just to save a few gold coins, that would be the height of folly. Furthermore, what is mere money? Do not forget the hundreds of properties in Fengye City. Once the anomalies arrive, their value will skyrocket dozens of times over. Not to mention the wealth-generating engine that provided an endless stream of resources. For Yahan now, earning money was no longer a question of ability, but a matter of desire. Even if he were to find a corner and remain idle for 3 months, his fortune would still double. Therefore, this shield must be activated. It would be cowardice to remain thrifty before becoming a god of wealth, but even more absurd to fear spending money once that status is achieved. If that were the case, having such a cheat would be utterly meaningless. Not bad at all. Gazing at the lengthy green shield, Yahan felt a surge of joy, yet this was far from the end. Immediately afterward, his eyes shifted toward his second profession. As a beast tamer, he had assumed the golden money shield was the pinnacle, yet as he looked up, he felt as if struck by lightning. At the very bottom of the list of talents, 4 distinct characters shone brightly. Innate talent, infinite beast taming LV1, with a description consisting of only 1 short line. The number of pets you may possess is unlimited. Yahan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Unlimited. What kind of clause is this? One must understand that in this apocalyptic world, while beast tamers are formidable, the barriers to entry are incredibly high. To unlock a second pet slot, one must first reach level 30 and then increase their spirit stat to 500 points. How rigorous are these conditions? Even the server's top tycoon suit, backed by the royal family, exhausted every effort just to tame 3 beasts. Ordinary players shouldn't even dream of such a feat in their entire lifetime. But now Yahan has shattered these rules entirely. As long as he has the resources, he can raise as many as he desires. What does this mean, given that others are still fighting 2-on-1? Yahan can essentially summon an entire legion of pets to overwhelm his enemies. However, the only disadvantage is the cost. Raising a single golden tier beast is exhausting enough. Wouldn't raising an entire horde result in immediate bankruptcy? Wait a moment. Yahan suddenly realized what his profession was. He was a god of wealth, after all. In that very moment, his heart pounded so violently it felt as though it might burst from his chest, with infinite gold coins in one hand and infinite pets in the other. Is this not the perfect blueprint for an eternal engine of power? O great dragon god, from this day forth, you are my brother. When we fight, you handle the combat, and I shall provide the funds. Yahan was so overcome with excitement that this time the harvest has truly been monumental. It took Yahan several minutes to compose himself, reluctantly patting his face to suppress the grin plastered across it. These 2 god-tier skills, safeguarding the lower limit and the other elevating the upper limit, shared only one common trait: they were devastatingly expensive. Even with 1.8 billion in his possession, facing the bottomless pit that was beast taming, Yahan still felt a dull ache in his gut. After all, he was still in the growth phase. Rather than raising a mob of mediocre fodder, it was better to concentrate his resources on ascending Xiaohui to godhood. The remaining funds had to be reserved for seizing essential divine artifacts and critical tools. Only by rolling a snowball of assets until he had accumulated hundreds of millions would his army-style playstyle truly reach its peak potential. Who would have thought that a man of such immense fortune would one day find himself lamenting a lack of wealth? Yahan offered a bitter, helpless smile. He could only say that it was not his choice, but that his skills were simply too monstrously demanding. However, at the mention of Xiaohui, Yahan suddenly recalled a crucial point. If he himself had grown this powerful, then Xiaohui must have also received those blessings. What kind of monster had it evolved into now? If both divine skills were this irrational, then what manner of creature had Xiaohui, the hope of the entire village, become? A youthful roar suddenly echoed through the air. Before Yahan could even recover his senses, a small figure emerged on its own from the pet space, head held high with an expression of pure arrogance. Yahan stood frozen in place. If he recalled correctly, he had not even summoned it. In this day and age, could pets even break out of their containment on their own? Furthermore, looking at its stature, it seemed to have grown a size larger. Its fur shimmered with a brighter luster, and that tiny, sharp expression was truly formidable. Xiaohui, come here. Yahan reached out tentatively, but Xiaohui merely tilted its head and turned away, ignoring him entirely. Splendid, still as aloof as ever. Fine, you win. Yahan shook his head in resignation and casually opened the attribute panel. At the first glance, he nearly dropped his jaw. Species: Heavenly Giant Dragon, level 30, health points 2,250,000. All 4 core attributes exceeded 7,000. That was not all. Looking at the talent column, it was defined by 2 words: suppression. Damage dealt to targets below mythical grade increased by 50%. Damage received reduced by Dragon Emperor's protection. Forced silence for 10 seconds. The nemesis of mages, Dragon Emperor's Wrath, was a unique talent skill. It dealt true damage without distinction. The most absurd of all was the final trait, Dragon God's Might, which increased all attributes by 100%. Although he had mentally prepared himself, seeing this sequence of data still left his mind buzzing. What kind of concept was this? Level 30, over 2 million health and 7,000 in base attributes. It must be known that the mounts of ordinary players have lower base stats compared to bosses of the same rank, as they possess the ability to respawn. But what of Xiaohui? Even without wearing a single piece of equipment, and having never been nurtured, these base stats alone are enough to crush a monarch rank boss of the same level. One could even say that if Yahan were to wear a full set of divine armor, his attack power might not even reach a fraction of Xiaohui's capabilities. Wouldn't killing bosses in the future be as simple as cutting vegetables? Looking at that little one holding her head high in the air, Yahan was truly impressed by this display of arrogance. The strongest in battle, no wonder she acted as if she were the best under the heavens. She truly had the capital to back it up. Truly impressive, Xiaohui. From now on, your father will have to rely on you. Yahan gave a sincere thumbs up, and upon hearing the praise, Xiaohui let out a proud cry, exceptionally turning her head back toward him. That is only natural. Since he now possessed such a trump card, it was time to hone his skills. The abyssal trial begins. Yahan marched resolutely toward the temple. 2 hours later, at the level 30 trial grounds, his esteemed presence was acknowledged. As soon as Yahan appeared, the expression of the guard at the entrance immediately became one of utmost respect, his eyes fixed intently on the Braveheart badge upon his chest, filled with deep admiration. This is the symbol of the highest honor within the temple. The guard dared not delay for even a moment and immediately stepped forward. May I ask, do you intend to challenge the abyssal difficulty again this time? Yes. Yahan nodded firmly without a hint of hesitation. A light flashed, and his figure vanished into the teleportation formation. Cold winds howled, and heavy snow blanketed the mountains as the pressure of the level 30 abyssal dungeon descended. In the distance, a colossal white-furred beast was patrolling, each step causing the earth to tremble. A mutated frenzied boss, a monster of this caliber would have already decimated a standard party. But before Yihan could even make out its attributes, a shadow flashed. Immediately following, the golden dragon breath, which had only been the size of a fist, erupted into a towering sea of fire that engulfed the creature. 4,030,000, the massive red damage number was almost blinding. The system notification chime followed immediately after. Congratulations on eliminating the mutated snowman. Yihan felt like spitting blood. The absurdity of this was simply unreasonable. I had not even managed to see what the boss looked like yet. Who would have expected Xiao Hui to return, head drooping, looking sullen and disappointed? The small head hung low, clearly expressing displeasure. This hulking brute was simply too weak, barely enough to earn a twitch of Yihan's lips. While others risked their lives to fight a boss, he was disappointed that his opponent lacked durability. Such a display of arrogance was truly something, yet there was no need to rush. Yihan gestured toward the depths. Behind them, 4 more heavy hitters were waiting for his companion. Hearing this, Xiao Hui's eyes lit up instantly. The scene that followed was nothing short of brutal. Man and dragon surged forward like a relentless bulldozer. Blood-fanged beasts, icy nine-tailed tiger. Regardless of their magical prowess, before a mythical tear dragon, they were all made of paper. They did not even require a second strike, being slaughtered upon contact. This was no longer a trial of the abyss. It was a high-level master slaughtering beginners in a starting village. Finally, the true boss appeared, a level 30 Abyssal Seeker with 40 million HP. Yihan narrowed his eyes. It was another creature from the Abyssal series. This bizarre type of entity was lethal, for once it claimed a player's life, they would perish in reality as well. It was, without question, the nightmare of every player. Yet, in Xiaohui's eyes, it was merely a blood-filled punching bag requiring no commands to dismantle. The battle concluded in under a minute. As the boss collapsed with a thunderous crash, a Golden World announcement erupted. The global broadcast declared that the player from the Great Xia Kingdom, Yihan, had become the first to clear the level 30 Abyssal Trial, obtaining an epic tier item, the Brave Badge Stone, and gaining an additional attribute point, causing the entire apocalyptic world to descend into a frenzy. Unbelievable, the god Yihan had vanished for days without a word, only to return with such a shocking feat. This is truly the premier deity of the Great Xia Kingdom. Tremble in awe. While the masses across the network were deep in adoration, outside Fengyi City, a mysterious youth clad in silver armor wore a smile of mild amusement. Beside him stood a top-tier assassin of the Great Xia Kingdom, a legendary figure ranked within the top 30, Yishan Tishiding. Yet this high-level expert appeared like a mere subordinate, behaving with utmost deference toward the youth. A glint of interest flashed in the youth's eyes. The depth of this individual's strength was truly unfathomable. Upon returning to the city, I must meet this Yihan in person. Only by bringing him under my command will this game truly begin. Returning to the trial hall, Yihan waved his hand to collect the loot, 3 fragments of the Abyssal Stone. As expected, it was the same item once more. Stowing away his spoils, Yihan led Xiaohui and teleported directly out of the dungeon. The moment they landed, the eyes of the temple guards nearly bulged from their sockets. Barely an hour had passed since they entered. Is this truly the strongest warrior in legend? That was far too swift. Ignoring the horrified gazes of the crowd, Yihan walked straight up to the guard and calmly extended his hand. Hand over the reward and please, take a moment. The guard did not utter a word, instead offering a warm gemstone with deep respect. The epic-grade Medal of Valor. Yihan's eyes lit up. It was this item again. As a specialized enhancement material for the Medal of Valor, this was a rare treasure that money simply could not buy. Since the medal was already a legendary-grade divine artifact, the potential power it would possess after an enhancement was beyond imagination. This time, I have truly struck gold, he thought, stowing the reward away. Yihan turned and left the Great Hall, heading directly toward Fengyi City. By now, Fengyi City had undergone a complete transformation. In just 2 days, over 100,000 players had flooded into the main city. The once quiet streets were now packed with people, especially near Dar's smithy in the west of the city. A long queue had formed at the entrance. After all, for the common player, high-quality goods at affordable prices were the top priority. However, Yihan had no intention of waiting in line. In front of hundreds of people, he brazenly cut to the very front. Chaos erupted among the crowd instantly. Who is this person? How could someone be so shameless, yet carry themselves with such confidence while cutting in line? Although everyone was incensed, no one dared to be the first to confront him. The crowd waited, eager to see how the situation would unfold. They were certain that someone lacking such basic decorum would be beaten by the NPC and thrown out. Indeed, Dar, who had been focused on his forging, was interrupted and his fury flared instantly. Get to the back of the line and stop bothering me. Before the words had even faded, Dar suddenly looked up, and the moment he recognized Yihan's face, his jowly, thick-set face froze in terror. The next moment, to the shock of everyone watching, the look of rage on Dar's face vanished, replaced by a contorted, fawning smile, and he spoke in a tone they had never heard before. So it is you, my esteemed guest? Dar nearly bowed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face. My apologies, my deepest apologies. I was so busy that I failed to recognize you. Are you here to have equipment appraised, sir? A deathly silence fell. The eyes of the players in the queue nearly popped out of their sockets. That is not how the script is supposed to go, they thought. They were supposed to break his legs and throw him into the street. Why does this NPC react to him as if he were seeing his own father? Yahan looked at Dar with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Judging by your attitude just a moment ago, I truly thought you were going to break your word. How could that be possible? Dar accepted the badge of courage, his head shaking back and forth like a rattle. If I said it would be free, then it must be free. I shall attend to it for you immediately, my lord. The crowd was utterly devastated. Not only were they being pushed back in the queue, but the NPC was now providing free services. Upon what basis was this happening? Everyone here is merely a refugee. This disparity in treatment is far too vast. Just then, a player named Insulting Little Turtle suddenly trembled all over and asked in a shaky voice, Please, might you be the great expert, Yahan? Yahan cast a cold, indifferent glance at him and said nothing, yet that silence was an implicit admission. Heavens above, it really is the great god Yah. No wonder the NPC is acting like a subservient grandson. Only the great god Yah, a first-tier citizen, could command such prestige throughout the entire server. It is undoubtedly him. There is no one else it could be. Like a stone cast into a lake, 1,000 ripples rose at once. The queue, once filled with resentment, suddenly transformed into a chaotic gathering. Everyone craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary expert. At that very moment, a beam of brilliant golden light illuminated the somber forge. Enhancement successful, badge of courage. Legendary grade, all resistance attributes increased by 5%. Charisma increased by 3 with an additional passive ability. When health points dropped below 30%, strength and spirit both increased by 10%. Looking at these terrifying attributes, even Dar could not help but click his tongue, though he followed it with a sigh. What a pity it is still only legendary grade. Once these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into a state of shock. What did he just say? Legendary grade? I am still using white tier equipment. Yet this great expert is already wielding legendary gear. This is the caliber required to clear the abyssal realm. A single line of quality statistics was enough to make everyone present feel the crushing disparity of this world. Yet this was only the 11th day since the server opened, a time when ordinary players were still struggling to compete for a single piece of silver tier equipment. Dahan, however, had already adorned himself in legendary god tier gear. This was no longer mere gameplay, it was a unilateral display of dominance. One must understand that gold tier equipment is currently the standard for the true experts, while dark gold tier gear is a luxury one would scarcely dare to dream of. And yet this legendary rarity now manifested before everyone's very eyes. The crowd was sent into a frenzy. Great master, do you have room for a servant? I can warm your bed, I have money, name your price. Brother, it is I, your long-lost sister-in-law. I am wearing black stockings today, and if that does not suit your tastes, I shall change into whatever you desire. Dignity and pride meant nothing in this moment. As long as they could cling to such a powerful figure, even receiving a cold shoulder would be worth it. Yet Dahan remained indifferent to these fervent onlookers, preparing for another grand display. With the crisp, sharp sound of impact, a pile of equipment emitting an abyssal glow was cast upon the blacksmith's table. Even the blacksmith could not help but gasp at the sight. Dar, who had been marveling at the scene, felt his eyelids twitch violently. They were all drops obtained from the trial boss. Dahan nodded calmly. Dar, did you pillage an entire treasury for this? As the light of the identification spell flashed incessantly, the previously rowdy gathering fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of nervous swallowing remaining. They were all dark gold tier, and furthermore they were all supreme grade level 30 items. The visual impact was enough to nearly shatter the mental composure of every player present. Finally, one wealthy heir could no longer contain himself. He pushed through the crowd, demanding to know the price. My father owns 3 listed companies, money is no object. Dahan did not even bother to lift his eyelids, he only accepted gold. The wealthy heir gritted his teeth. Give me some time to gather the funds. That will not be necessary. Dahan's single sentence completely silenced him. These are all level 30 items. Even an endless supply of wealth cannot purchase the items he desires. The wealthy heir turned pale, finally grasping the true chasm that separates men, yet this was merely the beginning. Simultaneously, the forums erupted in chaos. Shocking, Yahan has appeared in Fengye City, unleashing a mountain of god-tier dark gold equipment. As the post went live and his location was exposed, countless players, like sharks catching the scent of blood, began to swarm toward Fengye City in a frenzy. Inside a tavern within the city, a handsome young man of extraordinary temperament set down his wine cup, the corners of his mouth curling into a conceited smile. As I expected, he has returned to the city. He stood up and adjusted his collar, acting as if everything were under his complete control. Let us go and meet this expert. After today, our guild shall welcome another great general. The men behind him followed immediately, their presence aggressive and imposing. On the other side, Yahan finished appraising his equipment, stowed it away, and turned to leave. His goal was the Duke's mansion. At level 30, it was time to undertake the crucial second-class advancement quest. For a Beastmaster, the profession only truly takes flight after the second advanced, which unlocks the ability to nurture and cultivate one's beasts. Observing the crowd growing denser around him, Yahan remained expressionless. Watching was one thing, but if anyone dared to block his path at this moment, in this apocalypse, even within the safety of the main city, the disparity in strength was so vast that some would inevitably lose their lives. The crowd seemed to grasp this truth, parting like a retreating tide, their eyes filled with awe and trepidation. However, in this world, there are always fools who consider themselves exceptions to the rule. Over a dozen individuals ignorant of the price of their defiance actually stood in Yahan's way. The surrounding players immediately descended into an uproar. Incredible, there truly are those blind enough to block the path of the great Yahan. Are they simply tired of living? Are you really serious, my friend? Does anyone know the number for the nearest asylum? Quickly call them now. Just as the spectators prepared to watch these blockheads be struck down on the spot, a cry of alarm rang out from within the crowd. Wait, that assassin is Yixi, a top-tier expert from our past life, but that is not even the most terrifying part. Look at the young man leading them. Do not speak carelessly. This man possesses a background that reaches the heavens. Had this been in ancient times, commoners like us would be forced to kowtow upon meeting him. The entire plaza fell into sudden silence. On one side was an undefeated god of war within the game, on the other, a man of immense noble status in reality. This was no longer just a clash between legends, it was an event that threatened to tear the very heavens apart. Yahan's swept coldly over the people blocking his way. What is the meaning of this? Do not misunderstand. The young man with the towering background stepped out from the crowd, a calm smile gracing his face. Since you were being so mysterious, I had no choice but to resort to such a low tactic. I have come here to discuss a transaction. Blocking your path here was done with no ill intent. Dahan gave a cold laugh, his tone frigid as ice. Believe me, I will offer a price that you cannot refuse. The young man was brimming with confidence, as if everything were firmly within his grasp. Dahan wore an expression of mockery. Very well, if you can produce 10 billion gold pieces to purchase this equipment right now, I truly would be unable to refuse. 10 billion gold. The young man's smile froze, and he shook his head, a hint of pity appearing in his eyes as he looked at Dahan. It seems your vision is still limited by the confines of this game. I am truly disappointed in you. Dahan, is there anyone in your family who understands this? To run into a visionary like this while merely strolling through the streets. Dahan cast a glance at the top-tier assassin standing behind the young man and immediately understood the situation. For an assassin as arrogant as that to be willing to serve as a subordinate, the true identity of this young man is likely that of a top-tier second-generation wealthy heir who has come to experience life in the game. Young man, the opportunity is within your grasp. The young man paid no heed to Dahan's silence, continuing to unleash his overwhelming ego. In reality, I possess everything, wealth, status, women, all of which can be yours today, should you choose to follow me. Not interested. Dahan sighed. Such overbearing arrogance is truly more exasperating than being abducted by a dragon. Do you find me arrogant? The young man seemed to have seen through Dahan's thoughts, shrugging with indifference. In truth, I once tried to be humble, but it served no purpose. From the moment I was born, I was destined to have no need for humility. I only need to utter a single word of praise for an actress on television. By that night, she would appear before me with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. As he spoke, the young man's gaze fixed intently on Dahan, as if waiting for his surrender. This is quite fair. You obey my commands, and I shall grant you endless glory and wealth. Now make your choice. Dahan looked at the man, who was arrogant to the extreme, and found it almost amusing. This person indeed possessed the capital to be prideful, and his mind was reasonably sharp. It is just a pity that he had no idea that before long, the game would merge with reality, and the current order would completely collapse. When that time comes, the capital you are so proud of will be nothing more than a scrap of waste paper. I look forward to your joining. The handsome young man smiled confidently, as if he already held everything within his grasp. Dahan wore a serious expression. You managed to find me for cooperation, which proves that you recognize my strength. I am very pleased. As long as you understand that, it is enough. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the young man's eyes, and he even ignored the insult of being called uncle, preparing to welcome his new subordinate. However, in the very next moment, Dahan's tone shifted abruptly, becoming cold. I do not like your pretentious attitude, so I will send you off to respawn first. Calm yourself. As these words were spoken, the entire hall was stunned. The fair complexion of the handsome young man darkened instantly. Are you planning to lay a hand on me? Why? Did you not expect it? Dahan let out a cold laugh. It does not matter, it is only a single death after all. The young man's face was filled with disdain. On the contrary, he began to issue threats. You must think carefully. My methods are far beyond anything you could imagine. Before the threat had even left his lips, a colossal fireball surged, reflecting in his widening pupils. 3346, a thunderous explosion rang out, and his health bar was drained instantly, leaving him no time to react. This prominent figure in reality was instantly reduced to white light and perished on the spot, leaving behind only a pile of high-tier equipment and gold. Dahan curled his lip. What a fool. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings, and then the crowd erupted into chaos. Heavens, he actually attacked. A single fireball killed him instantly. This is pure insanity. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was not just a disregard for the game's rules, but a blatant act of trampling upon the laws of reality. One must know that the various nations taking a life within the game is considered a crime, yet Yahan acted with cold, unwavering resolve, showing no regard for the so-called powerful figures of reality or the constraints of the law. This was no mere player. He was truly a madman who defied the very heavens. Having dealt with the ringleader, Yahan cast a frigid gaze toward the dozen or so henchmen remaining. And what of you? Do you intend to strike as well? The group trembled violently, cold sweat drenching their bodies. We have offended a top-tier assassin. Yidian Sashi gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. Knowing that death was inevitable, he had no choice but to lunge forward to honor their transaction. Seeing this, the others could only grit their teeth and charge forward as well, a somewhat courteous gesture, all things considered. Yahan let out a cold sneer and called out a name. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire street. The dragon's might stunned his targets for 3 seconds. In that moment, every single one of them was rooted to the spot. Even Yidian Sishi, who had been in stealth, was forced back into his visible form. What followed was a one-sided slaughter as Xiao Hui transformed into a phantom, tearing through the crowd like a reaper. Minus 10,532, minus 1,000. Terrifying 5-digit damage numbers erupted into the air. These players, possessing only a few hundred health points, were obliterated before they could even react. In the blink of an eye, the dozen men vanished into mist. The eyes of the gathered spectators nearly bulged out of their sockets. A fireball spell dealing 3,000 damage was already unreasonable enough. Yet this spirit beast's casual swipe dealt over 10,000. At that exact moment, heavy footsteps resounded, accompanied by an enraged roar. Who dares to act so recklessly here? I see you are truly courting death. A squad of patrol guards clad in iron armor charged forward with an imposing aura. Squad leader Wen Tailai led the charge, his face twisted with killing intent. To commit assault in broad daylight in such a public place was a direct slap to the face of the city guards. It's over, everyone thought to themselves. No matter how strong Yahan was, he would surely be thrown into the dungeons now. It was me. Yahan slowly turned around, his expression as calm as still water. To have killed a man and yet remain so arrogant, you certainly have guts. The patrol captain, mid-scolding, found his voice suddenly caught in his throat. This face even bears the mark of his identity. The Tier 1 citizen looked back at the ground, seeing no corpses, only a pile of equipment. It turned out he had merely dispatched some nomads. In that case, it is of no consequence. The very next second, a scene unfolded that left everyone in utter astonishment. The patrol captain, previously so fierce, suddenly wore a fawning smile, his back hunching low in a display of subservience. Forgive the intrusion, honorable sir, but would you be so kind as to enlighten me on what transpired here? Dahan spoke coldly. It is nothing. Someone threatened me, so I simply cleared the path. Oh, I praise your diligence. The patrol captain wore a look of pure adoration, loudly praising him. To think that for such an insolent citizen, you would deign to handle the matter yourself. What a noble spirit this is. I offer you my highest respects. With those words, he bowed solemnly, adding, however, in the future, please leave such menial tasks to us. Do not dirty your precious hands. Dahan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Understood. Very well, we shall not disturb you further. Safe travels, sir. The crowd watched in shock. He had committed murder without consequence, and the NPCs were even bowing to him. Who exactly is the favored child of this game? Watching the patrol team retreat obsequiously, the vice captain could no longer contain himself, complaining as they hurried away. Brother, why were you so spineless? There was not an ounce of pride in your actions. We are all Tier 1 citizens. This city is full of them, and I have never seen you act so cowardly before. What could you possibly know? The patrol captain delivered a sharp slap, growling in a hushed tone. How many times must I tell you? In our line of work, one must pay attention to the details. Did you not observe the physique and the hidden techniques of the man who just stood before us? A golden light flickered in the captain's eyes as his voice trembled with suppressed excitement. That is the very young man Lady Laylee has been frantically searching for these past few days. Think about it. Someone who can drive Lady Laylee to such madness, could they truly be a mere Tier 1 citizen? Once we report this news to our superiors, our fortunes will change overnight. The vice captain came to a sudden realization, his face filled with admiration. So that is how it is. You are truly a master, sir. Naturally, or why would I be the captain of the guard? The captain puffed out his chest, and another thing, I have told you before, do not call me sir, call me captain. Understood, sir. Damn your hide. Just as the patrol team was dreaming of promotion and wealth on the other side, Yahan was not idling away his time. He did not go to submit his mission, nor did he seek rest. Instead, he turned and headed straight toward the East City. His destination was the revival point. The corner of Yahan's mouth curled into a ruthless sneer, his eyes turning cold enough to chill one to the bone. A certain Lu once said, if you pull the weeds but do not remove the roots, the spring breeze will cause them to sprout again. Since a grudge been formed, hunt them until they quit the game. As for mercy, save that for the afterlife. Yahan knew the nature of these young masters all too well. For the sake of their goals, there was no atrocity they wouldn't commit. One only needed to look at that top-tier assassin standing beside him to understand. Someone with such immense pride, yet willing to act as a lapdog, must certainly be involved in some filthy transaction. Even a ghost would not believe such a person was acting of their own accord. Naturally, Yahan had no interest in uncovering the details. He believed in only one ironclad rule. To show mercy to one's enemy is to dig one's own grave. In his past life, such kindness had caused him to taste enough bitterness. In this life, he would absolutely not repeat the same mistakes. Even though his identity was currently masked, the day when the game and reality converged was drawing ever closer. Who could guarantee that his true identity would not be exposed? Any potential danger must be strangled in the cradle. As for whether the power standing behind that young master would come seeking revenge, let them come. Once he struck, he would strike to kill, severing every possibility of embers sparking back into a flame. Does anyone truly believe the opponent would show gratitude if he stopped now? Even a ghost would not believe such a notion. At the same time, outside the smithy, it was deathly silent. The onlookers stared at the pile of equipment scattered across the ground, including supreme-grade gear emitting a golden luster. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot with greed. It was far too tempting, yet no one dared to move. The reason was simple. Few dared to gamble their lives against an influential figure in the real world. After all, not everyone was Yahan, who dared to act without the slightest shred of fear or hesitation. Scene transition to the Duke's mansion. In a luxurious and elegant room where incense smoke curled in the air, Sophia felt not the slightest interest. Leaning against the window, the strap of her garment slipped, revealing her bare shoulder. It was a truly enchanting sight, yet her brow remained furrowed with deep melancholy. Ever since she sold the real estate in the West District, she had been keeping a silent watch. Who would have guessed that a few days ago the leads would suddenly go cold? After much investigation, she discovered that Yi Han had been seized by a giant dragon. That was a giant dragon, after all. Even the Supreme Hall had no news regarding the matter. Her heart felt as though it had turned to ice. Heavens, are you playing a cruel joke on me? Sophia sighed deeply. After so much hardship, she had finally glimpsed a sliver of hope. Was it all to be shattered once again? My lady. My lady. At that very moment, the frantic voice of her handmaiden Mona reached her. What is the meaning of this? Sophia felt no lingering interest. There is news of Master Yi Han. The next instant, Sophia's beautiful eyes, previously dim and weary, erupted with a startling light. On the other side, at respawn point number 4, flashes of white light flickered in rapid succession. The eldest young master of the Mai family and his band of subordinates manifested in a disheveled state. Have you all been killed and forced to respawn here as well? Watching his subordinates emerge from the respawn point, the handsome face of Mai Jiba turned as dark as a pot bottom. Young Master Mai, he is simply too powerful. Even when we combined our strength, we were no match for him. Yushiantashishi sighed helplessly, calling them all a bunch of useless trash. Mai Jiba gnashed his teeth, growling, how does he dare? In the real world, I would crush him as easily as one crushes an ant. Everyone fell deathly silent, none daring to utter a single word. After a long pause, Mai Jiba drew a deep breath, his gaze turning venomous. Forget it. In the game, he is level 30. It is only natural that you were unable to defeat him. Such high attributes have deluded him into thinking he can stand as my equal. Very soon I shall show him just how foolish it is to offend me, Mai Jiba. Having said this, he abruptly turned his gaze toward Yushiantashishi. Do you not possess an invisibility technique? It is only a few minutes' travel to the East District. Go there immediately. Yushiantashishi shook his head. That will not work. His pet can negate invisibility. That is your concern. I only care about the results. Michael Ba's expression turned grim as he struggled to maintain his composure. After a moment of silence, he could only grit his teeth. Understood. Having said that, he immediately activated his invisibility. There is no need to go anywhere. I will not take the equipment, but it seems you will no longer be able to use it either. At that very moment, a low voice resonated like a thunderclap in his ears. Michael Ba's expression shifted violently, and he hurriedly looked up. In a flash, he saw Yi Han surging toward him, radiating murderous intent. The next second, a fireball descended from the sky, crashing ruthlessly into his head. A terrifying figure of 215 flashed across the screen. Michael Ba just resurrected, and before he could even scream, his body dissolved into white light once more. The entire scene erupted into chaos. That madman, he's absolutely a madman. This is a high-level spawn point where even the NPCs fear to tread. Yet this Yi Han actually dares to camp the spawn point to slaughter players. I advise you all not to move, otherwise he will not be the only one to die today. Yi Han's the crowd coldly, shrugged and remarked, killing one is murder. Killing a group is also murder. It makes no difference to me. The dozen or so players who were about to intervene froze instantly, not daring to move. They were wise enough to know when to retreat. Yi Han smiled. Every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. He would not kill without cause, but those seeking their own demise were another matter entirely. A few seconds later, white light flashed again. Michael Ba had resurrected once more. This time his face was as pale as paper. Dying twice in succession had caused his attributes to drop by a full 40%. He stared fixedly at Yi Han, his voice trembling. Yi Han, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to kill me at the spawn point again? Dying 3 more times would result in the permanent deletion of his account. Yi Han curled his lip into a smirk, a smile that sent shivers down the spine. Let me correct you, 4 more times. Michael Ba's expression shifted, and before he could plead for mercy, his tone turned sharp. Driving others to a dead end will yield no benefits for you. Once something happens to me, not only will you die, but your family, your friends, and your lover will all be buried alongside me. You are at death's door, yet you still dare to run your mouth. Yi Han raised his hand and a fireball descended without mercy. Sound 3267, the health bar has been completely depleted. My Gaba has died for the 3rd time. Watching the white light dissipate, Yahan could barely suppress a laugh. As for the threat, this was truly magnificent news. In his previous life, he was shunned by his friends, and in this life he remained even more solitary. If one truly had to account for relatives and friends, there were only the wolf-hearted, dog-lunged kin who stole his company shares, and his former girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. If the Mai family truly sought revenge against these people, damn it, could there be such a wonderful turn of events? This was not a threat. It was clearly a case of delivering justice on behalf of the heavens. This young master turned out to be a man of virtue, after all. Flash, the white light flickered. My Giba resurrected for the 4th time. This time he was utterly panicked. If he died 2 more times, his physical body in reality would perish as well. His usual arrogance had vanished without a trace. His voice trembled uncontrollably. I was wrong. I apologize. Just stop your hand, and I will grant you whatever you desire. Incoming fireball was his only reply. Sound 3289. So much useless chatter. Yahan did not bother to listen. With a raise of his hand, he unleashed the final blow. This scene left the surrounding players trembling in terror, their scalps tingling. That was the eldest young master of the Mai family, backed by heaven-defying influence, yet he was being slaughtered like an insect 5 times in succession. Who exactly is this Yahan? Is there truly nothing in this world that he fears? Shortly after, the white light flashed for the final time. My Geba resurrected for the 5th time. This was also the final moment of his life. Yahan, you will not meet a good end. Your entire family shall be buried with me. My Geba had completely lost his mind, his eyes bloodshot, screaming in a frenzy. I am the favored child of heaven and earth. You commoner, how dare you? I am the heir of the Mai family. Upon what do you rely? Fear, indignation, and unwillingness consumed him. He frantically pressed the exit button, but in the state of battle, all attempts were in vain. He was not reconciled to this fate. He still possessed a bright future ahead of him. He still had endless wealth and glory to enjoy. How could he perish at the hands of this lowly wretch? Alas, in this world, one's background cannot save their life. Boom! Regardless of his screams, the fireball representing his death descended mercilessly. A critical strike of 3-2-15 damage erupted. His health bar plummeted to 0, marking his death toll. The figure of Michael Ba vanished completely, never to be resurrected in this world again. He was logged off permanently. Simultaneously, in the real world, at the Mai family villa, the old butler stumbled into the courtyard, his face pale with anxiety. The internet was in an uproar. The young master had been spawn-camped and killed in the game yet again. If this were to leak, the reputation of the Mai family would be shattered. He pushed open the bedroom door, intent on advising the young master to stop, but in the next second he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. On the bed, Michael Ba lay with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as paper, his breath already gone. This scene was identical to the rumored cases where death within the game leads to brain death in reality. Young master! Young master! Uncle Fook reached out with trembling hands, immediately struck with terror. He collapsed to the floor. It was cold, deathly cold. After a long moment, a cry of sorrow, piercing to the very core, tore through the sky. Su Ba, my son, why have you died? The head of the Mai family did not shed a tear, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. Whoever did this, I will slaughter your entire lineage. I will make your whole family pay with their lives. Returning to the game, the silence at spawn point number 4 was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He had actually done it, 5 consecutive kills, sending him away for good. It was truly ruthless, not even granting him a chance to beg for mercy. Is this the true nature of Yihan? Killing at the spawn point, disregarding all rules. To offend him is to invite death. Every player looked at Yuhan with changed eyes. If there was respect before, now there was nothing but absolute terror. Everyone understood a simple truth. In this apocalyptic world, Yihan is the law. The results were indeed impressive. Yihan scanned the scene, observing the horror in the eyes of those present, and nodded in satisfaction. This was the exact result he sought, to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. After this battle, anyone wishing to scheme against him would have to think twice. Do you think you can just walk away after committing murder? Are you thinking that troubles are truly endless? Yahan, as a first-class citizen, you dare to openly violate the statutes of Fengyi City. A majestic shout echoed. An official cloaked in black, his face grim, stepped before the magistrate of Fengyi City. He possessed the authority to judge first-class citizens. He was a high-ranking figure, and had it been an ordinary guard, they would have long since reported the matter, never daring to confront him directly. The magistrate's gaze was frigid as he delivered the verdict on the spot. Considering this is your first offense and you only killed a mere hoodlum, the death penalty can be waived, but the punishment for your living sin cannot be pardoned. I sentence you to permanent exile from the East City District. You are never to step foot here again. A sentence of permanent exile cannot be considered light, for the spawn point is the lifeblood of the main city, and causing trouble here is akin to a slap in the face of the authorities. However, faced with this thunderous judgment, Yahan did not panic. Instead, he smirked. Just as he prepared to reveal his trump card to deal with the situation, a voice, lazy yet filled with authority, suddenly rang out. Honorable Magistrate, my Yahan, killing that hoodlum was merely an act of self-defense against one who offended his dignity. It was justified by both reason and law. Is this punishment not a sign that you hold no one in regard? Who is that? As everyone turned their heads, they saw a woman in a red dress approaching, surrounded by a crowd. Her dress was as red as fire, and she was as seductive as a siren. Her usual elegant restraint had vanished. At this moment, Sophia was as noble and cold as a queen patrolling her own territory. The clicking of her heels against the ground echoed steadily. It felt as if every step was treading upon the hearts of those watching. The magistrate, who had just moments ago been full of prestige and dominance, immediately changed color. He bowed his head low, his spine almost bending until it touched the ground. Respected lady, Magistrate Ader offers you his humble greetings. Sophia raised a jade hand slightly. Her icy tone made everyone shudder. That will not be necessary. Yahan is a close friend of mine. I do not wish to see him suffer such injustice. What do you say, Lord Ader? Cold sweat instantly soaked Ader's back. How could he possibly dare to say no? In this Fengye city, apart from the city lord, this noble lady is the absolute authority. If one were to offend this Grand Duchess who represents the imperial family, never mind losing one's position, even keeping one's life would be a challenge. 8 nodded frantically like a garlic press crushing cloves. My lady is correct. I have been far too reckless. According to the laws of the realm, to insult a noble is indeed a capital offense. Your Excellency Yihan was absolutely right to slay him. It was a righteous act. And as for the prohibition of violence within the respawn point, to hell with that. When one's life is hanging by a thread, who cares about mere rules? Get out. Sophia spoke these 2 words with a light tone. Yes, I am leaving at once. As if granted a reprieve from death, 8 wiped away his cold sweat and hurried away. In his heart, he cursed the deceased Majib hundreds of times over. Who could you not offend? You had to go and offend her. You almost dragged this old man into your grave. With the troublemaker gone. Sophia turned toward Yihan. The coldness in her eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a tenderness as soft as water. Yihan, are you unharmed? I heard you were carried off by a giant dragon. I was worried sick. Yihan shook his head, a warmth stirring in his chest. Despite the misfortune, he had actually gained quite a few benefits. Looking at the concerned young woman before him, Yihan wore a somewhat strange expression. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was the first time someone had cared for his safety in such a way. Sophia seemed to notice the slightly ambiguous atmosphere. Her beautiful face flushed red and she hurriedly sought an excuse. After all, we are friends, are we not? Indeed friends. Yihan nodded in confirmation. Sophia breathed a sigh of relief, not daring to say more, fearful of revealing the agitated emotions within her heart. Since we are friends, remember to visit the manor often in the future. Having spoken, she turned and departed. Her gown fluttered in the wind, leaving behind an "It will come." Yihang replied casually, his eyes focused elsewhere. It was merely a polite invitation to visit the estate. How could that compare to the practicality of hunting bosses in the wild to increase one's cultivation level? Women only hinder the speed at which I draw my sword. Though she appeared as composed as a queen on the surface, her fingertips were trembling uncontrollably. Sophia was, after all, a young woman who had yet to be wed. For the first time, her heart threatened to leap from her chest, terrified that her true feelings would be exposed. It was the secret longing of a young maiden. Regrettably, Yihang remained completely oblivious to this ambiguous atmosphere. He turned and departed, his movements decisive and fluid. And just like that, he was gone. Watching the 2 figures recede, the gathered players stood frozen in shock, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. To commit murder in such a crowded place and to vanish without a trace from a forbidden zone like a resurrection point, it was unheard of. He had slain a young master with an heaven-defying background in broad daylight, yet not only was he not punished, he hadn't even faced a trial. To simply brush it off and walk away, could such a thing be considered reasonable? Could such a thing even be explained by logic? This occurrence was so bizarre that it defied all reason and reality. The crowd immediately erupted, the noise of their discussions rising like a tsunami. I truly admired the magistrate. I had previously assumed Yihang was finished. As it turns out, I had overthought the situation. It was far more than mere overthinking. In this game, Yu Shen is the law itself. He executes whomever he pleases. I pity that young master. He failed in his attempt to feign and ended up losing his life. Xie Baoqing, oh Xie Baoqing, why did you have to provoke such a ruthless star? However, the gaze of the crowd was fixed firmly upon the receding figure in the crimson dress, unable to look away. She was too beautiful, too imposing. Her robes were as red as fire, exuding an unmatched allure. Even the magistrate before her was forced to bow his head in submission. This was no mere NPC, she was clearly the pinnacle of elegance that every man dreamt of. The immense psychological disparity caused countless players to suffer a mental breakdown on the spot. Their envy reached the heavens. While we must grovel and serve NPCs like beasts of burden just to complete our quests, Yi Shen has a top-tier beauty coming from 1,000 miles away just to warm his side. This is no longer playing a game, it is as if he is here to stock up on goods. How can the disparity between one human and another be greater than that between a human and a dog? At that same moment, the game forum erupted completely, and the server was on the verge of collapsing. A video appeared unexpectedly, causing an uproar across the entire network. Everyone was left with their worldview shattered by those grotesque numbers. A fireball dealing 3,000 damage, and a pet dealing 10,000 damage with a basic attack. What kind of concept is this? This means that even a top-tier player like Wang Zhou is as fragile as paper before him at this current stage. Has he gone mad? We struggle through this game like dogs. Yet he plays the game with the ease of someone wandering through a garden. Such damage is truly incomprehensible. I suggest we stop calling him Yahan, let us rename him Father Hui. Even without a critical strike, who could possibly withstand such a blow? Without a doubt, this fellow must have hacked the server. What is even more terrifying is that this is the first instance of a player being killed at a spawn point, leading to their death in the real world. Public opinion online immediately split into 2 factions, sparking endless debate. One side cheered, loudly exclaiming that the kill was justified and well-deserved. That young master claimed to be nobility, treating others like swine. He deserved to die long ago. That is right, God Ya specializes in dealing with the defiant. Those who walk by the river often get their shoes wet, yet the other side is terrified, their spines chilled to the bone. Do not celebrate too quickly, since Yahan is now able to spawn kill players without consequence. It means that as long as he desires it, everyone must die. This uncontrollable power is truly a blade of Damocles hanging over the heads of everyone. Panic began to spread. This is no longer merely a conflict within the game, but a grave crisis involving life and death in the real world. Governments across the globe were immediately alarmed and placed on high alert. Within a top-secret conference room in the Great Xia, the atmosphere was so suffocating it was difficult to breathe. Every person present here was a figure of immense importance. Yet, at this moment, everyone wore a grim expression, for the conclusion had already been reached. In this apocalyptic world, Yahan's abilities have completely spiraled out of control. Even the main city NPCs are unable to punish him. This signifies that if he wishes to kill someone, they must die. No one can stop him. At the left side of the conference table sat the father of the deceased. Maidu's expression was as dark as stagnant water, with killing intent seething in his eyes. His only son had suffered a tragic death, and he did not even know who the culprit was. This resentment. How could a man accustomed to shielding the heavens with one hand like Maidu ever swallow such a humiliation? This was truly a great insult, to be killed without a blade, without even catching a glimpse of the perpetrator. Cruel as it may be, it is the truth. The young man reporting spoke with a cold voice, stating that all current methods had proven ineffective against him, and this is a difficult situation to resolve. My Quibac's uncle furrowed his brow. The death of a nephew is a trivial matter. After all, he was merely a useless individual who knew only how to bully others, but a human nuclear bomb that cannot be controlled is different. One that can take lives at will. That is what truly makes this a horror story. If left unchecked, who is to say that the next one to die will not be oneself? We must immediately uncover his true identity. Maidio slammed his hand onto the table, his eyes filled with malice. This is a matter of the utmost urgency. The room fell silent, yet no one dared to object. Although this old man was using public resources to settle a private vendetta, his words held weight. Once the sword of Damocles falls, no one can survive. How are we to investigate? Someone asked. My Dan took a deep breath and proposed a mad plan. A mandatory nationwide census linked to everyone, where those who refuse to register will be dealt with in reality. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone in the room hesitated. The scale of such an operation is too massive, I fear. Before, it was unnecessary, but now my Dan pointed to the panic spreading across the screens and sneered, the fear that Dahan has created is our greatest leverage. To sacrifice a little privacy for the sake of safety. Who would dare to oppose it? This is an open conspiracy, I agree. The motion passed unanimously. This was not about saving face for anyone, but a primal fear of unknown power. Once the command was issued, the massive machinery of the state began to churn, processing data. Behind those 4 simple words lay countless people working through the night. A vast, inescapable net was silently tightening around Dahan. Once completed, in a mere 6 months, the Reaper who once wreaked havoc in the shadows would be At that same moment, Yahan, situated at the eye of the storm, remained completely oblivious to the situation. He was strolling leisurely toward the Duke's estate, his mind occupied solely by his class advancement quest. Had he really already reached level 30? From within his arms, the voice of S, cracked with astonishment, echoed, "Your leveling speed is simply too fast. It is merely passable." Yahahan replied calmly, yet S felt a sense of a monster, a being whose soul power had shattered 5 crystal spheres. The speed of advancement was truly inhuman. However, the very next moment S tone shifted, pouring a bucket of cold water directly over Yahan. But unfortunately, regarding your second-class advancement quest, I am at a loss. Even you do not know. Yahan was stunned, his brows furrowing tightly. The Empire's chief archmage was stumped by a simple class advancement quest. This was akin to going to a hospital for a checkup, only for the doctor to ask the patient what medication they should be taking. It is truly reasonable. I shall not conceal the truth from you. Across this entire continent, you will not find another anomaly such as yourself. S sighed bitterly, noting that this matter touched upon the realm of the divine, a realm that mortals simply cannot reach. Does this not mean I am doomed? Sophia, standing by his side, was even more anxious than Yahan. Her beautiful face was pale with worry. Could it be that Yahan was destined to never undergo a class advancement for the rest of his life? Do not panic. There is still an opportunity. S shifted his tone, speaking in a grave voice. I have scoured the ancient archives and finally discovered a glimmer of a clue. Yahan's eyes ignited with intensity. Speak quickly. S drew a deep breath, dropping a bombshell that shook the very foundations of the world. To fully awaken the power of the demon god, one must locate a true deity and earn their recognition. Yahan was completely dumbfounded. Was he expected to find a living deity within this game? He had to be joking. These so-called deities were existences that surpassed even god-tier NPCs. Ethereal and distant, capable of obscuring the heavens with a single gesture. For a mortal to meet a god was nothing more than a pipe dream. Yet it was not entirely hopeless. Then shifted his tone again, introducing a startling concept. One does not necessarily need to meet the deity in person. One only needs to find the lost temple of legend. The lost temple? Yahan's gaze flickered. That cursed place that appears only at random? Saint widened his eyes in an instant. You even know about this? This young man is truly a Xiaoxing. Naturally, Yahan knew that it was the final nightmare and the ultimate dream for every player in his previous life. It was much like a mirage upon the sea. One moment it was right before one's eyes, and the next it vanished into the currents of time. There were billions of players in his past life, yet only one man was fortunate enough to stumble upon it by sheer luck. Consequently, that man soared to prominence immediately after emerging. His rise to godhood was unstoppable, and the sole secret to clearing the trial that he revealed was the four-character phrase, the lost race. You even know such a deep secret? Yahan, you are truly formidable. Sophia's beautiful eyes sparkled, brimming with adoration for him. This sight filled with envy. Hey, 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 St exclaimed in frustration. I was the one who proposed the method. I was the one who explained the temple first, it was me. Then, where is the temple? Sophia tilted her head and asked. Saint was immediately rendered speechless, his face turning bright red. I just remembered I left the stove on at home. The communication was abruptly cut off and he fled in a panic. Almost simultaneously, the system notification chime echoed. Ding, the secondary hidden job advancement quest has been triggered. Find the lost temple. A smirk tugged at the corner of Yahan's mouth. It was indeed this quest. Although the NPC's eyes were shrouded in darkness, he was a reincarnator holding a clear map of clues. As for the lost race, looking across the entire continent, only two ancient behemoths could rightfully claim such a title. They were the elven race and the dwarven race. As for the great dragons, those two had long since flown off to parts unknown. Don't worry, I believe you will surely find a way. Seeing Yahan fall silent, Sophia gently comforted him. Yahan smiled calmly. I appreciate your kind words. Indeed, with the quest in hand, there was no fear of having no path forward. As long as one's resolve did not waver, there would always be more solutions than difficulties. Bidding farewell to Sophia, Yahan did not leave the city to grind for levels, for compared to leveling up, he had an even more difficult battle to fight. The 12th day of the apocalypse descended, and tomorrow the first full-scale incursion of the supernatural would erupt. It was the graveyard of countless novices and the beginning of the collapse of all order. To reap the benefits in this calamity, one must summon reinforcements. Yahan flipped his hand and produced the command tablet of the Supreme Hall. Hello, is the Great Master there? At the same time, 10,000 miles away, inside the Supreme Hall, Mi was reclining on a rocking chair, savoring a rare moment of peace. The last time was truly a narrow escape from death. Although he had obtained a critical artifact, and his strength had greatly increased, that did not mean he wished to recall the terror of being dominated by the great dragon that day. Had he been even half a second slower, he would have been reduced to roasted meat. Fortunately, those two scourges seem to have moved on. As long as the heart remains, the dream shall endure. At the very worst, one could simply start over from the beginning. Mi hummed a little tune, his mood light. This was the true essence of living, pure bliss. However, one often encounters exactly what they fear. The command tablet in his hand suddenly vibrated, transmitting a voice that made his heart tremble and his knees weak. Is the Great Master there? Mi nearly choked on his own breath. I knew it. When his right eyelid twitched, it was surely an omen. That scourge reaching out to him meant nothing good was to follow. He even contemplated throwing the command tablet directly into the sewer, but, driven by the temptation of profit, he still replied with a tremor, You brat? Spit out whatever you have to say. The voice, attempting to sound imposing and cold, replied, A minor matter, the old rules apply. The rewards will be generous. Yahan's voice was filled with temptation. Mi's eyelid twitched violently as his guard went up. Which dragon's nest had this boy poked this time? He was truly frightened. Following this boy meant either fighting dragons or being on the path to receiving a beating. Rest assured, there are absolutely no dragons this time. Yahan smiled with harmless innocence. It is in Fengye City. No need to travel far. Upon hearing these words in the main city, Liang Mi immediately straightened. Within the city. Should I not exert my full strength? That is his territory. Very well. Mio gestured with a wave of his hand, his aura soaring to the heavens. No matter who it is, even that old city lord, as long as you give the word. With an arrogant tone, Mio thumped his chest and guaranteed, this old man will go and give him a beating right now, absolutely free of charge. The corner of Yihan's mouth twitched. This old man's strength had increased and his temper had become far more volatile, though not quite so violent as this. Yihan hurriedly pacified him. As long as you arrive at the Fengye Gangcheng district in the West City before tonight, that will suffice. After tomorrow, the task will be concluded. Once Mio heard he did not have to fight a great dragon, his enthusiasm immediately waned. Bullying the weak is what he does best. That is no problem. I shall be there at once. The call ended and Yihan put away his command token, his mind finally at ease. In truth, if it were merely to preserve his life, relying on that perverse golden coin shield, he would have no need to call for reinforcements at all. Yet he summoned help this time not for his life but for his fortune. Those shops in the West City are worth billions. If they were to be destroyed by the monsters tomorrow, it would be far more agonizing than death itself. Having a god-tier mage act as security, this arrangement is undoubtedly secure. Time slipped away and in the blink of an eye it was 1 p.m. The difficulty of leveling from 30 to 60 was truly hellish. Even though Yihan was grinding with all his might, his efficiency had dropped significantly. Yet even so, as the golden light flashed, his level still surged to 31. Opening the rankings to check, the person in second place remained that familiar pitiful soul at level 14. A gap of 17 levels was completely overwhelming. Truly, he is no longer human. Exiting the game to rest, Yihan idly scrolled through his phone, where trending topics flooded the screen. Yihan viciously slays 5 people in a row. The game is not a place outside the law, a mysterious person condemned. This is an act that tramples upon human life. Experts are calling for immediate identity verification and the severe punishment of the murderer. Public opinion has leaned entirely in one direction. Clearly there is an invisible hand working feverishly behind the scenes, using morality and the law to crush him. Some have even begun to investigate his true identity. Do they intend to use public pressure to force me out into the open? Johan tossed his phone onto the sofa and let out a cold laugh. The idea is naive, the methods are sinister, but unfortunately time is running out. It is not that the authorities cannot find him, but rather that the apocalypse waits for no one. Wait until tomorrow when the supernatural descends and the entire world falls into chaos. Once the abilities within the game synchronize with reality, order will collapse, and the strong will rule as kings. Who is the butcher and who is the meat? In this world, one must speak with their fists to decide. In this life, he is the only law. At the stroke of midnight, the golden thread returned, and the entire Great Xia Kingdom seemed to be pressed into a state of suspended animation. Machines ceased their rotation, neon lights stopped flickering, and in the next heartbeat, the familiar sensation of weightlessness took hold. Before anyone could react, an irresistible force forcibly pulled them into the apocalyptic world. As their vision cleared and the interface unfolded, that wretched exit button had vanished without a trace once more. The apocalypse had finally revealed its fangs. Damn it, I was in the middle of using the restroom, how did I end up here? It is another forced login. Could it be that they intend to lock us in for another 10 hours? It's over, we are doomed. Is this game poisonous? Panic spread through the novice village like an epidemic. The ghosts of those who perished during the previous public trial had not yet dissipated, and yet here it was again. Though a group of stubborn players remained unfazed, fearing nothing at all, eager to pull an all-nighter to grind levels and forge ahead. That is right, since monsters cannot enter the village, one might as well treat this as nothing more than a dream. Everyone is in the same situation, so what is there to panic about? With myriad forms and temperaments, some trembled in fear, while others cheered in reckless delirium. The vast majority believed this was merely another routine, forced online session. Little did they know that the Grim Reaper was already standing at their doorstep. Upon the walls of Fengye, Yehan stood calmly against the wind, gazing into the pitch-black night. He was the only one awake among billions across the globe. He knew that even with knowledge of the future, this catastrophe could not be averted. The intrusion of the grotesque was inevitable. There were only 2 ways to survive. One required fortune that touched the heavens, and the other required strength that defied the gods. The life and death of others? Yihan could not care less. After all, kill the saintly ones first in the apocalypse is an iron law. Only out of consideration for their past friendship had he sent an invitation. Unfortunately, the girl had refused. Yihan did not force the matter, each person must follow their own destiny. At this moment, he and the god-level mage Mel sat like 2 idle guards with nothing to do, squatting before a shop in the West City district. Little friend Yihan, are you perhaps being too cautious? Mel stroked his beard, his expression one of complete ease. A trivial matter like this is more than enough for the Qingwei squad to handle. This favor from me is exceptionally precious. Are you truly certain you wish to squander it here? In his eyes, this was a clear case of using a butcher's knife to slaughter a chicken. Johan sneered inwardly. This old man clearly still failed to grasp the true level of Master Wen. Your words are mistaken. Johan wore an expression of upright integrity, speaking with the eloquence of a dragon. I, am a man who values the spirit of contract above all else. I invited you here to oversee this territory so that you might rest and relax, and I shall certainly not go back on my word. What? Mio stared stunned at Johan's sincere expression. He was moved to the point of confusion. Out of concern that he might become overly exhausted, the boy was willing to waste a favor from a god-level expert just to keep his promise. Is he truly this sincere? I am on the verge of tears. Very well, since you have such noble intentions, young friend, I shall speak plainly. Mio thumped his chest firmly, his gaze resolute. As long as I am here, should even a single brick fall in this West City district, I will deliver my head to you. What defines top-tier protection? This is it, to the point where he felt that even slaying a few minor monsters would be an insult to his own power. 1 hour later, Johan glanced at the time, wasting no further words. Master, it is time to begin your work. Huh? Mio was bewildered. Where are the enemies? However, the very next second, a crisp shattering sound erupted as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Mio's pupils constricted violently as he looked up, only to see the clear blue sky gashed open as if by a massive rusted blade. An abyssal rift, pitch black, tore across the horizon with dark energy pouring down like a sinister waterfall encroaching upon the world. Before he could even react, the earth and heavens began to tremble. Countless bizarre, grotesque creatures poured frantically from the rift, like dumplings, limbless mounds of flesh sprouting swarms of tentacles. Octopus-like monsters covered in eyes, oozing a viscous, corrosive liquid. In this moment, the mortal realm transformed into a purgatory, and the alarm bells wailed in agony. The NPC soldiers shrieked in madness as the defensive lines crumbled in the blink of an eye. This was no mere monster siege, this was clearly the end of days. Johan took to the air, his gaze sharp as level 20 common monsters are trash, I could wipe out a whole horde with a single glance. Level 50 elite monsters are mere ants, easily dispatched with a wave of my hand. A level 70 minor boss is slightly troublesome but nothing significant. However, a level 90 grand boss is a different matter that requires one to fight with complete focus. Until this moment, Miz remained as steady as Mount Tai, radiating supreme confidence, for he was a god-tier powerhouse, and such displays of capability were well within his reach. But as his gaze moved past the seven beasts and deep into the heart of the rift, his entire body froze in midair. There, three colossal monsters, each vast enough to blot out the sky and earth, were slowly descending. Level 100 warlord-tier bosses, and three of them appearing all at once. Is it even possible to contend with creatures of this caliber? Slowly turning his stiff neck, he looked down at Yahan, who stood on the ground below with an expression of pure, innocent honesty. At this moment, he finally understood the true meaning of a professional contract and noble character. Damn it all. This kid clearly knew these things would emerge and intentionally used his words to deceive me. This is no mere wealthy second-generation heir. This is clearly a black-hearted capitalist, a man who consumes others without spitting out the bones, driving an old man in his retirement to his grave. It is finished. How could anyone have deceived him? Damn it. Mio took out a cigar with trembling fingers, squatted on the rooftop, and took two deep, sharp puffs. The smoke swirled, obscuring his face as he questioned the very meaning of his existence. Can all those boastful words he just spoke now be taken back? From downstairs came the sounds of Yahan's joyful laughter. It sounded particularly taunting. Mio extinguished his cigarette and slowly stood up, a glint of absolute resolve flashing in his eyes. If I've been deceived, then so be it. My life may be lost, but my dignity must remain intact. This path my entire life, my words have always been as good as my actions. Miz gritted his teeth, his voice filled with tragic determination. I said not a single brick would fall. Not a single one. The words had barely left his lips when a roof tile came flying off. It shattered into pieces, accompanied by the deafening roars of a mysterious army in the distance. The entire Fengye city began to tremble. Mio stood stunned. Yahan remained silent. This slap to the face was truly quite loud. It is only natural for the city walls to be in disrepair after so long without maintenance. Yahan stifled his laughter and gestured toward the wall, saying, "This is certainly not your fault." Mio immediately lost his composure. His face flushed as red as a pig's liver. For a mage of his standing, being humiliated like this was an unbearable torment. I shall send all of this filth back to their mother's womb. Rage is one thing, but this old man's professional work ethic is truly worthy of respect. While shouting threats of slaughter, his hands moved with blinding speed to form hand seals. With a call to the great goddess of light and the sovereign of life, he cast beneficial buffs upon his allies as if they cost nothing at all. He even remembered to toss a layer of protection onto Yahan. Yahan gave him a thumbs up to remain so focused on support even while seething with such rage. That is what I call true professionalism. 2.5 minutes later, Mel radiated a brilliant light and let out a resounding cry. The old man is off. The god-tier mage resembled a human-shaped nuclear bomb, charging directly into the swarm of monsters. Yahan was not idle either, waving his hand to summon Little Hui. It was time to feast. Mel was responsible for clearing the massive monsters capable of world-ending destruction, while the remaining stragglers served as mobile reservoirs of experience. Normally, one would have to scale mountains and cross treacherous paths just to find a single boss. Yet today, bosses were presenting themselves on the battlefield with such ease. It was a sight unseen in 8 lifetimes. Before he had advanced 2 steps, a bizarre 5-armed boss blocked his path. An elite-level boss at level 30, possessing 10,000 health but a staggering 2,000 attack power. High damage, but frail defense. To others, this creature would be a nightmare, but to Yahan, it was a meal delivered straight to his plate. Little Hui did not hesitate. Opening its maw, it unleashed a devastating dragon's breath. Damage, 150,000. Empowered by Mel's explosive buffs, the elite boss evaporated instantly, not even given the time to let out a final cry. Pressing forward, a glint in Yahan's eyes followed as he and Little Hui became a reaping machine upon the battlefield. Whatever dared to show its head, be it a mutant beast or a many-eyed monstrosity, none could withstand a single breath from Little Hui. If surrounded by a horde, a single strike of dragons might stun the entire area, allowing them to dispatch their foes one by one. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Ding, congratulations, you have eliminated an elite boss. Ding, elimination successful. System notifications chimed as rapidly as a machine gun, ringing in his ears with satisfaction. Less than an hour later, ding, congratulations, your level has increased to 32. Yahan surveyed his experience bar, a wild grin curling at the corners of his mouth. At this rate of efficiency, he could reach at least level 36 before the dungeon's conclusion. But even that was not enough to satisfy his hunger. His gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield, locking firmly onto the earth-shattering conflict raging in the distance. Over there, 3 level 100 overlord monsters were decimating the NPC guards, leaving them in absolute despair. Under normal circumstances, stealing a monster kill from NPCs would result in being hunted by the entire server. But these are the end times. It is a national catastrophe. If someone were to rush in and land the final blow on the boss now, could it truly be called kill-stealing? No, that would be the act of a great hero saving the suffering. It is the perfect opportunity to act as a hero, gain experience points, and reap the rewards. Is this not a total victory for a legend in the making? Dahan glanced at the scroll of cruelty in his inventory, its cooldown now complete. The divine killing artifact was ready. However, the NPCs were still holding their own, so there was no need to rush. He would let the battle unfold for a while longer. He would wait for the NPCs to be beaten to a pulp and for the boss's health bar to be nearly depleted. That would be his moment to shine. He turned his attention to clearing the outskirts, setting his grand plan to harvest the spoils into motion. Dahan led Xiaohui, moving like a phantom toward the edge of the battlefield. Man and dragon alike acted as a force of destruction, sweeping toward the main front. The monsters in the western district were numerous, yet before Xiaohui they were as fragile as paper. Wherever they passed, nothing was left in their wake. They annihilated a level 30 boss, followed by a level 45 boss. His experience bar sword and equipment littered the ground. In just 2 short hours, 7 pieces of dark gold equipment had fallen into his hands. As for the silver and gold equipment, they were not even worth a second glance. Dahan did not bother to check his 200-slot inventory, which was already filled to the brim. He considered such trash an eyesore that merely took up space. Just then, as a colossal boss collapsed with a thunderous roar, a blinding beam of purple light erupted toward the sky. Dahan's pupils constricted sharply. An epic-grade item had finally surfaced. He lunged forward, snatching the ring that radiated a peculiar aura. Ring of the Devourer, epic quality unidentified. One must understand that the number of bosses slain by Xiaohui had long exceeded 100, and combined with Dahan's astonishing luck stat, he had amassed a mountain of dark gold gear before finally obtaining this single epic piece. It is evident just how rare this item truly is. If word of this were to leak out, the entire server would be thrown into chaos. He had profited immensely this time. Yahan surged with fighting spirit, charging headlong toward the heart of the battlefield. Yet, compared to Yahan, who treated the slaughter of monsters like a casual stroll, the other players were facing a living hell. Save me. I do not want to die. Answer my messages, darling. Shrieks of agony and wails of despair echoed throughout the realm. The ordinary players who once commanded wind and rain within the game had completely collapsed as they made a harrowing discovery. Once slain by these grotesque creatures, their names in the friend list would lose their resurrection markers. There was no countdown to revival. To die here was to die for real. Panic instantly engulfed the entire arena. Everyone fled in a desperate frenzy. Only a few in their final moments attempted a futile resistance, only to be devoured by the swarming beasts, reduced to nothing but bleached skeletons as fresh blood stained every inch of Fengye City. Outside the gates of Fengye City, the front line was in a state of critical collapse. Boss, we can no longer hold them back. The damage was too overwhelming. Trapped in a corner and surrounded by monsters, the level 8 knight, Great Gale, let out a desperate roar. This 5-man squad consisted entirely of top-tier experts from the leaderboards. Their captain was none other than the veteran master, Qingfeng Chuiju, yet they were now reduced to the pathetic state of stray dogs. The monsters were too numerous, and it was not merely a matter of losing health points. The physical agony inflicted by each strike was visceral and real. Like being shredded by 10,000 blades, Great Gale was drenched in blood, and every time a healing spell descended, the wounds would be torn open again the very next second. This relentless torture had pushed even the most iron-willed individuals to their breaking point. Gale, fall back, let me take your place. With eyes burning blood red, Qingfeng Shuizhu gripped his sword, prepared to rush forward. Do not come over here. Great Gale's face was as pale as parchment, yet he roared with defiance. You are a DPS class. A single hit will mean your death. He gritted his teeth, fortifying his spirit, and refused to retreat even a single step. I am a knight. I am the sturdiest man on this server. The colossal shield slammed into the ground, sending sparks flying in every direction. The moment the shield struck the earth, an invisible shockwave erupted outward. All the grotesque creatures in the vicinity simultaneously turned, fixing their predatory gaze upon him. The sudden shift in pressure meant that the Grim Reaper had changed his target, and the center of that storm was none other than Bacap Dai Quang Fong. That heavy sound of impact was a masterpiece composed by a warrior using his very life as the instrument. Tier 10 skill, Provocation Shield. Within a 5-meter radius, aggro is fully drawn. The following second, a heart-wrenching roar echoed through the air. Boss, hurry and take the others away. I can only hold back these beasts for 5 seconds. Only 5 seconds. Get out of here, go, move. Thon Fong Thi Truk, eyes bloodshot and driven to madness, swung his blade and turned to fight. Even in death, we stand together. Quang Fong, hold on, I can still heal you. I can still mend your wounds, I swear it. Dungu Ni, the only healer in their squad. With tears streaming down her face, she swung her staff in a blur, desperately casting healing spells upon Quang Fong, but against the tidal wave of monsters, it was futile. Her meager healing was like a drop in the ocean. His health bar continued its plummeting descent. In this moment of utter desperation, Bacap Dai Quang Fong laughed, his spirit indomitable. Ha ha! To have been your brother in this life, it was worth it. Boss, stop wasting your energy. Get out of here. The boss creature lashed out with a devastating blow. The protective barrier shattered, and Bacap Dai Quang Fong, shield and all, was sent flying like a kite with a snap string before crashing heavily to the earth. His face was deathly pale as he closed his eyes in despair. It was beyond salvation. Dungu Ni was so terrified she covered her eyes, unable to bear the impending slaughter. A suffocating sense of hopelessness enveloped them all. Did miracles truly not exist? Just as the Reaper's scythe was about to descend, A flaming meteor plummeted from the heavens with a heaven-shattering, earth-rending aura, striking the boss squarely upon the head. Minus 105.63. A terrifying 6-digit damage figure materialized in the air. The arrogant elite boss disintegrated instantly upon impact. Before anyone could react, a small figure darted through the dust like a bolt of white lightning, accompanied by a sharp, resonant dragon cry. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. Every swing of those claws carried the cold gleam of death. The monstrous creatures that had pushed the elite team to the brink were now as fragile as tofu, carved into pieces and cleared away in an instant, turning the dire battlefield into a vacuum of silence. The 8th-rank Great Gale Beast touched its own body in disbelief. It was still alive. Duyuni abruptly opened her eyes. "Oh, great spirits, have you finally heard my prayer? Little Hui, let us go." A cold, detached voice suddenly drifted from the west. Everyone turned their heads in unison, witnessing a man and a dragon walking against the light. Duyuni's pupils dilated. She instantly recognized that silhouette. The one who had answered her prayer was no god, but a man named Yihan. Yihan walked forward, his expression complex. Qingfeng Suizu, having just escaped the jaws of death, drew a deep breath, too agitated to speak clearly. "A great favor needs no thanks, but in the future, if you require my services." "Qingfeng, wait." Yihan suddenly interrupted. "What did you just say?" Qingfeng Kuizhu was stunned. "A great favor needs no thanks." Yihan waved his hand, dismissing the previous sentence, and the atmosphere plunged into silence for several seconds. Everyone thought to themselves, is this grand expert truly only concerned about being thanked? Qingfeng Chuju coughed once, then bowed deeply with a solemn expression. "You jest, senior. In any case, I owe you my life. If there is ever a task for the Qingfeng clan in the future, we shall brave oil and fire without hesitation." Duyuni followed closely behind, declaring, "I shall climb mountains of blades and dive into seas of fire, never taking a step back." The other two shouted in unison, "Even if it means entering a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, we shall not fear death." The atmosphere reached its peak. Everyone turned their gaze toward the final 8th-rank Great Gale Beast. The creature flushed, holding its breath for a long time, trying to find the right words. Repaying kindness with gratitude? No, that's not it. Charging ahead with courage? Also, damn it, that is not right either. Finally, he resolved to circulate his internal energy just as Andanat did. "Pay no mind to Yahan, he is merely passing through." Yahan waved his hand dismissively toward the western district where the monsters were fewer, saying, "If you do not wish to die, go there." Having said this, he led the bewildered Xiaowei away, vanishing without seeking recognition for his deeds. Not until the man and the dragon had completely disappeared did the level 8 Great Gale take a breath. His face was filled with reverence. The power he witnessed was truly heaven-defying. "From this day forward, Ya Chen is my idol. Even Liang Xiaowei must take a back seat to him." Yu Yuer rolled her eyes as she bandaged him, looking at his spineless behavior. "He saved your life, and this is how you repay him?" After struggling for a long time to find the words Andanat, the level 8 Great Gale looked up with a defiant expression. "I am a dropout who slipped through the net of the 9-year compulsory education system. What of it? Is that not allowed? Look at those eyes. They are practically dripping with affection, are they not? Do you really need to concern yourself with who he chooses to associate with?" Yu Yuer blushed. Thon Fongthu Truck smiled helplessly. These people were always bickering, but in a situation as desperate as this apocalypse, having brothers who would share life and death with one another was truly invaluable. "Enough, stop the worship, hurry to the western district." The level 8 Great Gale waved his arms. The pain had subsided, but the terror on his face had yet to fade. "These monsters strike with such force, the pain is agonizing. I wonder how the great Yahan managed to withstand them." Than Fong Thui Truck shook her head, her tone complex. "Withstand is not the word. He was crushing them, while we are the ones merely fighting for our lives. In the eyes of an expert, these creatures are likely nothing more than walking experience bags." Experience bags? Everyone stood frozen, and the level 8 Great Gale seemed to recall something. His pupils contracted. "Wait, did the master not ask us earlier if we wanted to farm the boss?" Who in their right mind would ask such a question? Could it be that he truly views the boss as nothing more than a minor mob to be farmed? A deathly silence descended. The level 8 Great Gale frantically opened the leaderboard. The next second, a foul exclamation escaped his lips. "My God, how is this possible? What level are you now?" The peak rank 8 cultivator swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Level 35. Then Fongthu Truck gasped, a chill running down her spine. "If my memory serves me correctly, the master was only at level 31 yesterday. He gained 4 levels in a mere 4 hours. This implies an average of 1 level per hour. At this 30th level stage, where experience requirements usually spike and cause stagnation, this leveling speed is nothing short of miraculous. Could he have killed the finger-breaking fish boss to calculate his experience?" Her petite face scrunched up, lost in a flurry of chaotic calculations. Than Fongthu Truck gently interrupted her. "Stop calculating. The more you calculate, the more despair you will feel. You only need to know that this master is playing an entirely different game than the rest of us. He is soloing a high-experience instance." On the other side, Yahan remained unaware that he had become a legend in the eyes of others. He was not acting out of nobility. His intervention moments ago was merely a matter of convenience while passing by. Reflecting on the way those people had risked their lives for one another, his heart, long frozen by the apocalypse, stirred ever so slightly. Having grown accustomed to betrayal in his previous life, such pure trust was a rarity indeed. If only there were more people like them, perhaps this world would not be so wretched. Yahan smiled, though his gaze quickly turned cold once more. Let us go, little Hui, time is running short. We must reach the true Shura battlefield. The deeper they ventured toward the center, the more pungent the scent of blood became in the air. The main forces of Fengyi City were pinned down by 3 great boss overlords. Even with the god-rank powerhouse Mel defending the west gate, he could not spare the strength to intervene. Before his eyes lay nothing but a living hell. Skyscrapers had collapsed, their former splendor reduced to ruins and scattered debris. Fresh blood had soaked the earth, staining it a terrifying deep crimson. Even for Yahan, who had been reborn, the sight weighed heavily upon his soul. These bizarre creatures possessed no reason. Their sole purpose for existence was destruction. After sweeping through and clearing out the low-level bosses, Yahan finally stood upon the battlefield outside the city. Little Hui returned. Without a moment's hesitation, Yahan recalled Little Hui into the beast-taming space. The battle to come was not something it could participate in at its current strength. Level 50 is a massive threshold. The monsters ahead, ranging from level 60 to 70, were all young dragons. Once Little Grey is struck by that attack, even if it survives, it will be severely injured. But he is different. He possesses the most shameless skill on the server, the Golden Shield. As long as he has enough money, he is essentially immortal. This is also the foundation of his confidence in soloing a high-level boss. Naturally, reckless behavior is for fools. Yahan retrieved his transmission token and immediately called for reinforcements. Master, can you hear me? Lend me a hand. The other side of the token remained silent for 2 seconds before a furious roar echoed through. You stinking brat, if you have something to say it quickly. This old man is currently being swarmed. Damn it, you dare to ambush me? Die for me. A series of air-piercing strikes, reminiscent of Wing Chun, erupted from the token. Yahan, it seems the situation is truly dire enough to force the master to use such a technique. After a long moment, the heavy panting of Mo finally echoed through. Speak, this old man cannot afford to be distracted right now. Yahan went straight to the point, find a way to teleport me to face the boss. I have a way to slay them. Have you lost your mind? Mo did not hesitate to snap back. I am struggling to deal with these beasts as it is. What can a brat at level 30-something like you possibly do? As soon as the words left his lips, Mo suddenly froze. The scene from the Great Dragon Mountain flashed across his mind. The gruesome death of the level 1 demonized boss was still vivid before his eyes. It seemed this boy might actually be capable of doing it. After a period of silence, Mo's skeptical voice drifted through. Good heavens, are you planning to steal the boss from this old man again? Am I right? Am I? Mo's voice was filled with resentment. It was the lingering fear of the trauma from the Great Dragon Mountain. This old man fought to the death for half the day, only It is settled then, and I must insist on compensation. There is no logic in working for nothing. Yahan spoke with a sincere tone, his expression one of extreme righteousness and calm. Master, this is not stealing kills, this is saving the masses. Furthermore, I am not stealing the creature you are currently battling. What are you panicked about? Mio stroked his chin stunned, finding the logic sound. I came here to save people. Does it matter who lands the killing blow? Having thought it through, the old man's spirit surged with heroic fervor. Give me the coordinates, and I shall carve a path of shimmering stars for you. Within a minute, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the ground fractured as an old man, muscles exposed like a falling meteorite, descended upon the earth. Facing the endless horde of aberrations, Mio unleashed his ultimate technique. His entire being seemed infused with stimulants, manifesting a wild and unbridled ferocity. Stick your head out here. En did not say another word, as a series of buffing rings immediately manifested around Yahan. Tell me, who shall we eliminate first? He clenched his fists, his joints crackling with a sharp, rhythmic sound. This was no mage, he was clearly a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yahan replied calmly, target those with the lowest health first. Understood, come up. Mio suddenly crouched down. Yahan was taken aback. Come up where? Onto my back, where else? How else do you expect to teleport across? Yahan's face turned as dark as a pot. Did you not teleport Xiaohui across last time? 2 grown men in the midst of such a dire situation were reduced to playing piggyback. This was far too humiliating. Mio flexed his muscles, which were thicker than Yahan's thighs. That was a mage's skill. I am currently in a state of berserker combat. Do you understand? Stop dawdling. Every second of hesitation costs more lives. Very well. For the level 100 boss. Yahan took a deep breath, steeling his resolve, and leaped onto his back. Damn it, I told you to get on my back, not to ride on my shoulders. Do you take me for a mere mount? Great master, pay no heed to such trivial details. The situation is under control. Without deigning to bicker, it let out a thunderous roar, its powerful limbs striking the earth, and the bizarre creatures surrounding it were instantly pulverized into dust. The 2 of them surged forward like a human projectile, violently hurtling toward the depths of the battlefield. At the same time, on the main front, the landscape had long since become a living hell. Smoke and flames billowed into the sky. The stench of blood assaulted the senses, while the once impenetrable shield wall had been reduced to a wretched wall of flesh. The archers behind had fingers broken to the bone, the mages' throats were raw and hoarse, yet the tide of black monsters remained endless. They knew no fatigue, they knew no fear, for their only purpose was destruction. Lives were still being lost, with soldiers falling every passing second, yet not a single soul retreated, for behind them lay their homeland, their wives, their children, and their elders. There was no further room to retreat. They could only trade their lives for the lives of the enemy. Commander Atho, the western shield wall has completely shattered. The priest's mana is exhausted, and the healing cannot keep pace. Commander Sanmai has fallen in battle. We can no longer hold the line. The desperate reports reached Atho like a summons from the afterlife. At the frontline command post, Commander Atho's face was deathly pale. His right arm was gone, and the wound at his shoulder was being ravenously corroded by dark, baleful energy. The agony pierced his very marrow, yet it could not compare to the crushing despair in his heart. With the lord of the city heavily wounded and unconscious, the lives of all his brothers now rested upon a single decision of his: to fight or to retreat. To fight would mean the total annihilation of his forces. To retreat would mean Fengye City would surely fall, and tens of thousands of civilians would become fodder for the monsters. It was a life-or-death dilemma with no perfect solution. Watching the blood-soaked figures fight and fall, one by one, Atho's heart bled, yet he could no longer hesitate. Even if it meant bearing the infamy of a lifetime, he had to secure a spark of survival for Fengye City. War has always been this cruel. Atho closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he prepared to issue the ruthless order to retreat. All of you, get out of my way. At that very moment, a thunderous roar, surging with profound internal energy, echoed across the battlefield. Immediately following, a fierce wind began to howl. Everyone looked up in terror, seeing only a blurred figure descending from the sky, accompanied by an aura capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Two figures landed heavily upon the ground, causing the dust to dissipate. Commander Atho's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. A savior before his eyes, a god-rank powerhouse from the Supreme Hall, was truly a source of reassurance. But could someone explain why there was a man riding atop the shoulders of this muscular old man? Atho could not help but cast a glance upward. After recognizing the face, he drew a sharp, cold breath. Was this not Yi Han? This sight was truly an eyesore. My lord, what is this? Cease your babbling, Mel interrupted, leaving him no time to ponder. His voice was cold. Listen clearly. Order your men to withdraw immediately. Head to the North District and deal with the boss stationed there. The remaining two shall be left to us. What? Atho felt as if struck by lightning. To abandon the defense was to stake the fate of the entire city on these two men. Are you certain of this? Those are two lord-rank entities. This is nothing short of gambling with the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. I, Mel, am a god-rank powerhouse. Would I stake my reputation on a lie? Mel let out a cold snort, his domineering aura surging outward. Believe it or not, that is your choice. Regardless, if this city falls, I can simply brush off my robes and leave. Having spoken, he did not wait for a response. He transformed into a violent streak of light, vanishing from the spot instantly. He left Atho alone, reeling in the wind. To gamble or not to gamble? Looking at the warriors continuously falling in the distance, Atho nearly ground his teeth to dust. There was no turning back now. Pass on my orders, he roared. Shield bearers, mages, archers, the entire army is to retreat to the North District. We must fight those beasts to the bitter end. The god-rank powerhouse Mel has promised that he will handle everything else. At the same time, a truly strange and shocking scene unfolded. Mel resembled a humanoid bulldozer, charging fearlessly through a sea of blood and a mountain of bones. Every grotesque creature that dared to obstruct her path was pulverized into a fine mist of blood that filled the sky. This was no mage. This was clearly a heavy-duty siege engine, a god-tier powerhouse. I told you we were saved. Kill. The soldiers, previously lost in despair, felt an instant surge of adrenaline, though their expressions immediately shifted into ones of utter bewilderment. Wait, is there a person riding on the back of that powerhouse? This is truly pushing the boundaries of reason. Though the spectacle was somewhat bizarre, perhaps even perverse, that terrifying speed was undeniable. In a mere heartbeat, Mel, carrying Yahan on her back, had carved a path of blood through the beast horde, arriving directly at the feet of the boss in the district. The path has been cleared for you, the rest is in your hands. Mel stopped abruptly, her face etched with a gravity never before seen. Before her stood a colossal black serpent, its form blotting out the sky. Its massive body resembled a winding mountain range, and a single gaze was enough to send one's soul fleeing in terror. A level 100 sector lord, even Mel dared not claim victory, let alone this young man who was only level 30 upon her back. Do not worry. Yahan looked up at the mountainous monster, the corner of his mouth curling into a manic smile. It is certain to die. As his words fell, the brute claw appeared in his hand. The serpent boss seemed to sense the provocation and unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. Its tail, thick as a city wall, swept down with the destructive force of a cataclysm, crashing directly toward them. This strike carried enough power to pulverize the very earth itself. Mel's pupils constricted, her muscles tensing to their limit as she braced herself to withstand this fatal blow. At this hairbreadth moment of crisis, Yahan did not dodge, he did not even blink. A streak of dark red light, thin as a thread and unassuming, landed gently upon the serpent. The critical damage multiplier appeared, and as expected, it bypassed the creature's defenses entirely. But in the very next second, two ink-black characters manifested above the serpent's massive head. Instant death, in that fleeting moment. Time itself seemed to cease, and the terrifying serpent tail that had been screaming toward them stopped dead less than half a meter above their heads. The whistling wind, the roars, and the killing intent all fell into an abrupt absolute silence. Immediately afterward, a crisp sound of shattering rang out. The level 100 sector lord, capable of laying waste to entire cities, cracked like a piece of fragile porcelain. It crumbled and dissolved into black motes of light that filled the air, falling to the earth like a dark, silent storm, still with a stillness as profound as death itself. The shield-bearing warriors who had been bracing against the immense pressure raised their shields and gazed at the empty sky, their minds blank with confusion. Where did it go? Where had that colossal serpent vanished to? Only moments ago it threatened to bring about the end of the world. Now it had vanished into thin air. After a second of deathly silence, a massive wave of astonishment erupted like a volcanic eruption. It was dead. The god-ranked master had slain the boss lord with a single strike. They had won, and at last there was hope. A thunderous roar of cheers instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Everyone assumed that Mel had utilized some forbidden technique, yet only Mel stared wide-eyed at Yahan on her back, as if she were looking at a monster. But the matter was far from over. Just as the crowd descended into a frenzy of celebration, a cold mechanical voice suddenly resonated in everyone's ears, echoing across the entire world. World announcement. Player Yahan of the Great Sha Kingdom has successfully surpassed his rank to slay a level 100 boss lord. Completion of the foreign level 100 boss lord hunt, prestige points increased by 1,000, attribute points increased by 200, and Great Xia Kingdom's regional points increased by 1. The crisp notification struck the hearts of players across the globe like a heavy hammer. Everyone else was currently being hunted to the brink of death by monsters only a few dozen levels higher. They were all struggling desperately just to survive. And yet they were now being told that someone had easily dispatched a world-shaping, level 100 boss lord. My friend, are we even playing the same game? In the western district of Fengye City, curses flew. Damn it, the great expert Yahan didn't leave the city just to go sightseeing, he went to kill an ancient boss. A player named Baji Dai Kwangfeng clutched his head and collapsed to his knees. He was too strong to the point of absurdity. Boss, let's stop this struggle. We should go and pledge our allegiance to the great Yahan. The disparity between them was simply too tragic. The squad Qingtong Cuizhu looked on with a pained expression. I want to cling to such a powerful thigh as well, but I doubt he would even acknowledge us. Hearing this, Baji Dai Kwangfeng rolled his eyes, his gaze slowly shifting toward the only woman in their squad. Liu Ying, why are you looking at me like that? Liu Yer guarded her chest defensively. I am not Yahan. Little Yer, you are so beautiful. Why don't you try to employ a beauty trap? Baji Dai Kwangfeng laughed deviously. Who knows, the great expert might just be moved by your charms. Get lost. Discard those filthy thoughts of yours immediately. Liu Yar's expression was one of contempt as she turned away with arrogance. I am not the type of person to sell my beauty for the sake of fame and fortune. A woman of character, I did not misjudge you. No sooner had these words been spoken than Liu Yue cupped her burning, flushed face, and shyly added, but if it were the great expert Yi Han, then perhaps that wouldn't be impossible. What happened to the level 8 great berserker who was so full of bravado just a moment ago? You are far too pragmatic. There are plenty of others eager to cling to his coattails. The level 8 great berserker rolled his eyes, but his tone shifted instantly, his face filled with fervent excitement. But I have decided, from this day forth, I shall be the #1 follower of the great Yi Han. If I survive today, I will immediately establish his fan club. Save me a spot, I am joining as well. The remaining 2 members instantly transformed into fanatical admirers of their leader. What about you? Everyone turned their gaze toward Qingtong Cuizhu. Qingtong Cuizhu simply shook his head calmly. He maintained the composure of an arrogant powerhouse. I will pass. This feverish idol worship is truly embarrassing. Besides, it was merely killing a single boss. It does not warrant me groveling in such a manner. As soon as the words left his lips, a notification echoed across the battlefield. Player Yi Han has successfully eliminated the second level 100 strange boss. Warzone points increased by 1. The atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone looked toward their leader in a long, stunned silence. The level 8 great berserker inquired, so what about now? Qingtong Cuizhu remained expressionless, flipping his stance as quickly as he had before. Make sure to include me in that fan club. At that same moment, on the other side of the battlefield, relying on the cold moment to refresh his skills, Yahan wasted no words, once again unleashing a maneuver that even god-level experts could not comprehend. With a brutal swift strike, the second colossal monster collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissolving into a sky-filling rain of black particles, leaving even the system stunned. The item in this boy's hands is far too wicked. One must realize that the lower a boss's health, the more violent it becomes, with various berserk buffs appearing continuously. In conventional combat, the final few percent of a This lad, however, truly surpassed all expectations. He bypassed the berserk phase entirely and unleashed a lethal strike while still at full vitality. That was quite the underhanded tactic, but I shall leave the final beast to you, great master. The old man leaped from the back of the mells, his expression composed as he swiftly dispatched 2 lord-tier beasts in succession, significantly easing the pressure on the battlefield. Rest assured. He drew a deep breath, the flames of battle surging within his eyes. If I, a god-tier expert, cannot even resolve this final creature, I might as well find a block of tofu and end my life right now. As the words left his lips, the earth beneath him fractured, and he launched himself toward the northern city like a cannonball. Watching that figure streak forward like a gale, tearing through countless monsters in his path, Yahan could not help but sigh with genuine admiration. Such incredible speed, he finally understood what it meant to ride upon a god-tier powerhouse. The sheer exhilaration and thrill of it was unmatched. If he could truly subdue a humanoid mount of this caliber, wouldn't his journey through this world be utterly unrivaled? Tisk, though such thoughts were nothing more than a pipe dream. Yahan retracted his gaze and studied his attribute panel, a wild, satisfied smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In less than 5 hours, he had soared from level 31 to level 40. A leveling speed like a shooting star, it was unique and unrivaled across the entire world. Had he not been restricted by the advancement trial, he might have even achieved a breakthrough today. Furthermore, this was merely the appetizer. The true prize lay in his spoils of war, which were already overflowing his spatial bag. The minor bosses he had vanquished earlier had already filled his inventory to the brim. One epic grade item, over a dozen dark gold items, and hundreds of gold items. Yahan's 200-slot inventory was on the verge of bursting. Yet he had painstakingly reserved the final 20 slots specifically for the items dropped by this level 100 Lord-tier boss. Recalling how he had missed out on the spoils from the divine beast in the Great Dragon Mountain range, his heart still bled at the memory. If anyone dared to interfere this time, no matter who they were, even if they were the Heavenly King himself, he would show no mercy. However, such concerns were clearly unnecessary. The monsters knew only slaughter, and the surviving NPCs nearby looked upon him with nothing but pure, unadulterated awe. Although they had not witnessed exactly how he struck down the second boss, the earth-shattering spectacle was enough to make them bow in reverence. Noble lord, the young knight, his face splattered with blood, stepped forward tremblingly to offer a respectful salute. Might you grace us with your name? We wish to engrave the name of our benefactor into our memories. Yahan did not slow his pace, nor did he look back as he spoke 2 words. Yihan. Yihan? Lord Yihan. The young knight bowed deeply and solemnly toward the retreating figure. Shortly thereafter, his name spread like wildfire through the ruins of Fengye City as if it had grown wings. Who was it that saved us? It was Lord Yihan. The mysterious powerhouse who slew the domain lord in a single strike is named Yihan. From the eastern district to the northern district, every survivor, including the commanders, etched this name deeply into their minds. Naturally, Yihan had no time to concern himself with such empty fame. In his eyes, there was only the treasure shimmering upon the ground. As he reached out to collect them, notifications rang out incessantly. Epic grade Heaven Imperial Armor, Epic grade Star Summoner Staff, Unknown Material Thermal Stone, Flame Core Stone. It is truly befitting of a level 100 Domain Lord. Though the 2 pieces of level 100 epic equipment could not be used yet, these materials were top-tier goods. He had been lacking high-level components for crafting his beast-taming claws. This was no mere monster hunting, this was akin to falling asleep and having a pillow handed to you. Yahan grinned broadly and turned, heading straight toward the carcass of the first boss. Compared to the bustling excitement on this side, the other area seemed unusually quiet. On the ground lay only a single item. Yet the moment Yihan perceived the color of that light, his heart skipped a beat. It was not gold, nor was it dark gold. It was a vibrant crimson red that was truly breathtaking. Damn it all, could this be a divine-grade artifact drop? This sight nearly shattered Yihan's perception of reality. To his knowledge, a divine artifact of this caliber could only be obtained through crafting or by completing hell difficulty quests. He had never heard of anyone having a divine artifact drop directly from a boss. This event practically defied the established laws of the world of Twilight. It appeared that his experience from his previous life was not an eternal key to the truth. If he relied upon it blindly, he would surely suffer, but while he remained vigilant, he had to seize this heaven-sent opportunity. Yihan took a deep breath and tucked the item which radiated a terrifying aura into his storage bag, the savage gauntlets of the god of destruction. Though the divine-grade quality still required identification, this heavy haul was 100 times more satisfying than any legendary quest. One must understand that legendary quests were a nightmare beyond level 80, and those who could complete them globally could be counted on one's fingers. The process was so desperate it could drive a man to tears. But now, Yihan opened his inventory. The invading monsters were truly here to bestow gifts upon him. His level soared to 40. 1 divine artifact, 3 epic items, 12 dark gold items, 164 gold items, plus 8 high-level skill scrolls. This was no disaster. This was clearly a stroke of fortune. If such good luck were to strike 2 or 3 more times, it wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Yihan rubbed his chin, his expression still showing a hint of craving. Meanwhile, in the North City district, it was a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, with the sounds of slaughter shaking the earth. Push forward and kill this beast, avenge our fallen brothers. At the final moment, the boss launched a desperate counterattack, but not a single person retreated. Half of Fengye City had been reduced to ruins, and in every heart, only the flames of vengeance remained. Boom, Meow descended like a shooting star. A powerful blow struck the boss. Terrifying damage erupted, the health bar hit 0. The Lord-tier beast crumbled into dust. Finally, it is my turn to feast. M's eyes welled with tears, his hands moving with lightning speed to sweep up the spoils of war. If he had walked away empty-handed this time, he truly would have sought a block of tofu to end his life. With this, all 3 Lord-tier beasts had been eradicated. Immediately afterward, a bizarre scene unfolded. The remaining minor monsters stood frozen, like a machine that had lost power. The next second, they turned in unison and frantically charged toward the sky rift. The invasion has stopped. We survived. The people watched the rift seal shut, taking quite a while to process the reality of the situation. We won. We have truly won. Atho raised his muscular arm and roared, and the previously silent battlefield erupted into chaos. Some wept bitterly while others looked toward the heavens and let out long, jubilant laughs. The defense of Fengye City had held. Thank you, Lord Melz. Thank you, Lord Yihan. It is unclear who first shouted it, but the crowd, already at an emotional peak, was immediately ignited. The cheers echoed throughout the ruins, causing even the clouds in the sky to tremble. These words left the surviving players in a state of bewilderment. They did not know who Melz was, but the name... Could it be the Grandmaster who occupies the top spot on the leaderboard? In the eyes of the NPCs, he holds such an exalted status. Filled with immense astonishment and confusion, the players opened the leaderboard with trembling hands. The very next second, everyone's pupils constricted violently. At the very top of the rankings, the name Yahan appeared, leaving the level 4 demon tier strength of the second-place player looking like less than half of his own. The players surveyed the surrounding ruins, then stared at the despair-inducing number, completely questioning their own existence. Is this still the real world? Or is this merely a waking nightmare? In this maddening world, there actually exists someone capable of stepping upon the heads of bosses to ascend to the heavens in a single stride. Half a day later in the West City District, will you all pledge to fight to the death alongside this lord? A sharp, piercing roar echoed through the air. Aaron bolted upright from his bed. He gasped for air, his mind flooded with the sight of those three terrifying lords. The plunge, the despair, the suffocating atmosphere, the certainty of death. But in the following moment, he stood frozen. The soft light, the antique room, the large, soft bed beneath him. This was not right. As a city lord, he should have been blasted into dust on the battlefield, so how could he be completely unscathed? Aaron breathed heavily, hurriedly patting his body. No broken bones, his limbs were intact. There was only one possibility. Could he have been reborn? In any case, this time, those beasts must never be allowed to breach the city. A fierce fire ignited in Aaron's eyes as he leaped off the bed just as the chamber door was pushed open. A young man stepped inside, his expression filled with shock. Lord City Lord, you have awakened? Aaron fixed a sharp gaze upon him and demanded, what year is this? The youth was stunned, thinking, City Lord, has your mind been damaged? Yet, he answered truthfully. The 66th year of origin power, it is not a reincarnation. Aaron furrowed his brow. Then exactly how much time has passed since the demonic an hour? What? Aaron's pupils contracted. If it was not a reincarnation, then he must have surely transmigrated. At an hour like this, how can you still remain so composed? Aaron flew into a rage, raising his foot as he rushed outside. Follow me to the front lines. Even if I must lose this life, I will hold them back. But Lord, what are you saying? Theo finally reacted, shouting out in a hurry. The battle has already come to an end. Lord Yihan and Lady Mel have already intervened, and the specters were driven away long ago. Aaron's footsteps stopped abruptly in midair at his words. Theo quickly recounted the events, leaving Aaron in a daze. It turns out it was not a rebirth, nor was his heroic display moments ago anything special. It was so embarrassing that he could have dug a 3-bedroom villa with his own toes. I never expected that besides Lord Mel there were such experts present. Aaron took a deep breath, composed himself, and said, lead the way quickly. I must personally express my gratitude. Very soon the two arrived at the main hall. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn. Only a few high-ranking survivors remained, and only 3 people sat at the main seats. Lady Li of the Imperial family, the peerless beauty. Mel's a powerhouse from the Supreme Hall, and as for the third person, his identity was self-evident. Aaron stepped forward quickly, bowed deeply, his voice filled with sincere gratitude. Thank you both for your righteous intervention. From this day forward, you shall be eternal friends of Fengye City. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification sounded in Yihan's ears. Ding, favorability from Aaron has increased by 20. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the title, Friend of Fengye. Yihan opened the system panel to check. The Friend of Fengye title granted an automatic plus 20 favorability with every NPC in the city. This is truly domineering. He clearly stole the boss right from under their noses, yet they still had to thank him with tears in their eyes. Added to his initial charm points whenever he encounters an NPC in Fengye City from now on, his starting favorability will be 88. As long as he does not commit any malicious acts, he can walk through the city with complete impunity. It was merely a small matter. Mel, who was exhausted to the point of collapse, feigned a relaxed demeanor and gestured carelessly toward Yihan. I was merely entrusted with this task. If you wish to offer thanks, thank this young man instead. This assist was absolutely flawless. Aaron's gaze toward Yihan grew even more grateful. Fengye City shall engrave your kindness into its very marrow. Ding, favorability from Aaron has increased. Watching the favorability points skyrocket, Yihan smiled faintly. City Lord, there is no need for such formalities. Let us discuss the matters at hand. Aaron offered a word of praise, thinking that this prominent figure was truly magnanimous. However, as the City Lord took his seat, the real drama was only just beginning. The true power players of Fengye City had gathered, ostensibly to discuss matters of state. To put it bluntly, it was all about dividing the spoils. Now the entire city has been reduced to ruin. The bustling eastern district has become nothing more than a pile of rubble. The Western District, the only part remaining intact, has instantly become a highly coveted prize. Aaron flipped through the documents, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared directly at Sophia. Madam, there is much vacant land in the Western District. Could you show some leniency and sell it to us? To demonstrate his sincerity, he lowered his posture. You may name any price you desire, madam. However, Sophia merely shook her head. Aaron, you know that I am not driven by wealth. She parted her crimson lips slightly, dropping a bombshell. These lands no longer belong to me. I am not the one who decides their fate. What? Aaron furrowed his brow, and before he could even react, Sophia's gaze shifted toward the silent man beside her. The current master of half the Western District is Yahan. The land you wish to purchase belongs to him. This statement made Aaron's mind feel as though it might explode. He stared at Yahan in a daze, his heart churning with tumultuous waves of shock. This is the last rare piece of prime real estate in Fengye City, the future center of reconstruction and the only commercial hub. This is not merely land. It is a golden mountain that will continuously spew forth endless wealth. Not only is this Yahan's strength terrifying, but he also managed to snatch such a massive piece of fat from the hands of the imperial family. Aaron took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the shock in his heart as he probed further. Then, Honorable Yahan, how much would you be willing to sell it for? Please enlighten us. He was genuinely anxious. If he were in his position, he would certainly keep such a monopoly firmly in his own grasp. Anyone who would sell such an asset is a fool. In the world of commerce, there is no room for sentimentality. Although Yahan had saved the city, no one would refuse such immense wealth. He had even prepared himself for the other party to demand an exorbitant price or offer a flat refusal. But the very next moment, Yahan's words shattered his perceptions once more. This, you ask? Yahan rubbed. Apart from the largest storefront which occupies the most prime location which I shall retain, sell the rest. What? The entire hall immediately fell into a deathly silence. Moments later, an elder stood up, trembling, his voice raspy from intense agitation. Are you not satisfied, sir? To keep only a small portion and sell the rest to us? Everyone stared fixedly at Yahan, afraid they had misheard a single word. Even Sophia turned back in astonishment, for this was akin to offering a mountain of gold to others. Beneath the stifling gaze of the crowd, Yahan replied, Naturally, although I do have one slight concern. Does the gold in your purses suffice? Enough. It is most certainly enough. Aaron slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his face flushed with excitement. We would even sell our own hearths and homes to gather the funds. As long as you are willing to sell, money is absolutely not an issue. That is correct. Even if we must liquidate our assets, we will not haggle. Lord Yahan, you are truly a benefactor reborn to us. The hall immediately erupted. These were the magnates who had survived the demonic invasion. Who among them lacked the backing of a powerful clan? Gathering tens of millions in gold was a mere trifle. Everyone knew this was their only opportunity to turn their fortunes around. These were hard-won spoils of war, and they had expected to be mercilessly gouged. Who would have guessed that Lord Yahan would throw the gates of wealth wide open? In an instant, sycophantic flattery poured towards Yahan like a rising tide. The virtue of Lord Yahan truly causes the sun and moon to lose their luster. You are the bright moon in the sky, illuminating the darkness within our hearts. What is perfection? This is perfection. I wish to recite a poem in your honor. Ding, favorability from Ao has increased by 20. Ding, favorability from Deb has increased by 20. System notifications flash continuously, appearing like a tiger gaining wings. Watching the wealthy merchants move to tears, Yahan curled his lip, his true intentions hidden deep within. These old foxes thought they had seized a massive windfall, already calculating the rent for the decades to come, never realizing that while they were still in the atmosphere, Yahan was already orbiting in deep space. On the surface, Yahan appeared to have suffered a devastating loss, but in reality, he had acquired heaven-defying talents and resources that would flow to him in an endless torrent. With enough capital in hand, one could double their assets in a matter of dozens of days, converting stagnant wealth into thriving prosperity. This is what one truly calls a masterstroke. These people are not only handing over their money, but they will be groveling in gratitude. Is this not a monumental victory? Very well, it is decided. You may all return to gather your funds. Yahan waved his hand, dismissing their sycophantic praise. Relieved as if granted a pardon, the crowd dispersed in high spirits, eager to return home and liquidate their assets at once. This crucial meeting, which would determine the future of the entire city, was concluding in a strangely harmonious atmosphere. However, just as everyone turned to depart, a cold voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Everyone, hold a moment. Sophia, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, causing the group to come to a sudden halt. Everyone turned their heads in astonishment. This representative of the imperial family, the true wielder of power in Fengye City, what other instructions could she have? Sophia swept her gaze across the room. Her expression was composed, yet she proposed something even more earth-shattering. The matter of the land is settled, but there is one more thing that requires your position. Considering that Yahan valiantly eliminated the two boss lords during the defense of the city and has spared no effort or personal interest in the reconstruction of Fengye City, his noble virtues are beyond question. Pausing there, she let her gaze linger, speaking each word with gravity. I have decided to petition the imperial throne to grant Yahan an imperial title. She concluded her statement by asking, who is in favor and who opposes? If the sale of the land had stirred excitement, this statement caused the hall to fall into a deathly silence. Everyone's jaw nearly hit the floor. An imperial title in the Longwang Empire, that is a commodity far more precious than mountains of gold or silver. To hold a title is to possess legitimate territory and privileges that place one above all others. Wealthy merchants may have fortunes that overflow their coffers, yet not one of them possesses even the smallest official rank. Even City Lord Aaron only managed to barely retain his title through inheritance and ties to the imperial family. To be granted a new title, one must possess both monumental merit and the absolute trust of the throne. Yet now Sophia sought to nominate this young man. Aaron drew a sharp breath, his gaze darting frantically between Sophia and Yehan, defeating bosses, selling land. These reasons sounded reasonable enough, but upon deeper reflection, a realization flashed through Aaron's mind regarding the master of the Western District, and he understood everything at once. Looking at Sophia's beautiful face, Aaron felt a bitter taste of jealousy. This is not merely an appointment. This is clearly the family showering one of their own with favor. To have successfully conquered Lady Lai, a peerless enchantress with connections that reach the heavens. This Sir Yahan is truly an inspiration to us all. He has saved himself 3 years of struggle. Although consumed by immense jealousy, Aeon was a man of keen intellect. To oppose this now would be to set himself against the royal family, and to challenge the rising nobility of the future. I have no objections. Aeon was the first to raise his hand. Seeing his smile full of deference towards Sir Yahan, everyone realized that this man's reputation was well earned. With a leader to follow, the others reacted immediately. After all, when conducting business in the Western District, who would dare offend these two powerhouses? Agreed, Yahan. Lord Han is the very embodiment of perfection. Should anyone dare to object, I will be the first to disagree. Not even the malicious poets shall stand in our way. I support this with my full strength. If necessary, this old man is willing to exhaust his fortune to assist. In an instant, the sycophantic flattery within the hall surged like a rising tide. Tuan Boya nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Yahan, the corners of her mouth curling into a captivating smile. So Yahan, do you have any opinions on this? Yahan calmly shook his head. I do not, though deep down his astonishment was no less than that of the wealthy merchants present. Do not speak of these natives being stunned. Even Yahan, a man reborn, felt tumultuous waves crashing within his heart at this moment. Having played for so long in his past life, he had never heard of any player, or even any NPC, acquiring such status so effortlessly. This was not a mere privilege, this was clearly a game-breaking exploit. Thank you. Yahan took a deep breath. I cannot help but be grateful. Is this the true power of a wealthy patroness? It is truly fragrant. Sophia merely responded with elegance, her clear eyes seemingly capable of peering into one's very soul. There is no need to thank me. This is something you rightfully deserve. If you had not turned the tide and eliminated the Lord Boss, Fengye City would have long since crumbled into ruins. Facing such praise, Yahan remained nonchalant and shrugged. In truth, I am not as noble as you believe. I perform these deeds entirely for my own benefit. However, Sophia's reply caused Yahan to completely change his perspective. She gazed deeply at Yuhan, seemingly having pierced through his frantic intent to acquire land, yet she remained indifferent. Regardless of his initial objectives, the result was that the West City District was well protected, and that was enough. I trust that you are not one to act recklessly. A few brief sentences elevated the entire conversation. Yahan felt a subtle tremor in his heart. The sensation of being trusted unconditionally was truly profound. The meeting concluded, and the dust had finally settled. At this moment, the autumn winds chilled the streets of Fengye City as an old man and a young man walked side by side. Staring fixedly at Yihan, the old man's gaze was resentful like a neglected wife. He was, after all, an elder of the Supreme Hall. He had risked his life in a great battle only to gain nothing. Conversely, this young man had not only profited immensely from the crisis, but he was now even being conferred a title. Even having witnessed it with his own eyes, Mo still found it hard to believe. This was no crisis. This was clearly a one-man show performed by this brat. Compared to Yi Han, he felt as naive as a novice who had just stepped out of the starter village. Just then Yi Han abruptly stopped in his tracks. Master, are you interested in making a deal? Not interested. I refuse. Mo rejected him flatly, without a moment's hesitation. Was this a joke? This lad was full of schemes. Who knew what kind of trap he was laying now? The old man would absolutely not be deceived a second time. Oh, very well then, Yahan replied with indifference, turning to walk away without further delay. This time it was Mo's turn to be stunned, a classic case of playing hard to get. Trying to play military strategy against me? If I turn back to follow him, I shall write my name backward. The two walked out of the West City District in silence, the atmosphere reaching an unbearable level of awkwardness until finally Mo yielded and could no longer keep silent. Fine, what exactly are you planning, brat? Yihan smirked, revealing his hand. It is nothing much. I simply wanted to ask the master to put his name on the West City District to intimidate those petty villains. You want me to work for you? Mo immediately grew wary, shaking his head violently, his expression filled with righteous indignation. Impossible. I am an elder of the Supreme Hall. Intervening this time was already a violation of the rules. I absolutely cannot stay here any longer. This is a matter of principle. Seeing the old man refuse so decisively, Yihan did not rush, merely presenting the trump card he had prepared long ago. I was originally thinking that if the master agreed, I might be able to provide some clues regarding the Holy Spirit Spring. As soon as these words fell, Mo, who had remained arrogant until just now, froze completely. In the next instant, he lunged forward, gripping Yahan's hands tightly. With eyes wide with desperation, he pleaded, "Please, allow this old man to join your ranks." His shift in demeanor was faster than turning a page. Yahan feigned hesitation, replying, however, "The regulations of the Supreme Hall." "Damn those regulations," the elder spat, his face twisted in utter contempt. "Saliva spraying," he continued. "Those are merely nonsensical rules concocted by a group of old fools. Not even a stray dog would bother to listen to them. Rules are static, while men are living beings. As long as I obtain intelligence on the sacred spirit spring, never mind laboring for you, I would even raise the Supreme Hall to the ground if you asked." Watching the elder transform in a blink from a lofty, aloof grandmaster into a fawning sycophant, Yahan smiled like a fox. "Very well then, but let us settle our terms first to avoid future grievances. I cannot guarantee when the leads will manifest. It could be 3 days or it could be 3 years." The elder was instantly stunned, thinking to himself, "So I am to work for free? Grandmaster, that is a misguided way to view it." Yahan patted the elder's shoulder, solemnly weaving his deception. "How could you call this working for free? This is what we call a necessary investment toward a noble ideal. Of course, I would never dream of forcing anyone. If you feel the terms are disadvantageous, you are free to depart at any time." Upon hearing this, the elder realized he would not leave even if beaten to death. No reluctance, truly, there is no reluctance at all. While his mouth broke into a wide grin, he cursed silently in his heart. "I am a fool for trusting your claims of limited talent. This is clearly a blatant conspiracy." Even though he knew it was a trap, the bait was far too enticing for him to refuse. How should one describe this sensation? It must be the feeling of being deceived by a scoundrel, both agonizing and strangely gratifying. "Since that is settled, I shall have to rely heavily on your expertise from here on out, Grandmaster." Yahan curled his lip, revealing the smug smile of a seasoned capitalist. He had already secured his victory in this chess match. After all, while gold coins are valuable, the quest to locate the legendary lost clan, if left to him alone, would take an eternity to complete. He was absolutely required to have a high-level laborer at his disposal. As the two shook hands to seal the deal, the final crucial link in his layout for the Western region was finally forged. At that same moment, in the physical world, ever since the conclusion of the life force drain caused by the anomaly, barely half a day had passed, yet the entire world had transformed into a living hell. Cries of despair echoed across the heavens, whether one was a powerful politician with sky-high authority or a wealthy tycoon dominating a region. In the face of those terrifying monsters, all living beings were equal. There was only one outcome: death. Only then did everyone realize with horror that they had been disastrously mistaken. This was no second world. It was clearly a slaughterhouse masquerading as a game. Those players who once thought that hiding in the novice village would allow them to sleep soundly were now filled with profound regret, as even the most formidable NPCs could no longer hold their ground. As for the weak players, this great catastrophe had taught all of humanity in this world a brutal lesson. Weakness is the original sin. Inside a cheap, damp rented room. "Chu Thou, answer me. Stop playing dead. If you don't reply to my messages, I will truly be furious." Lu Ruyan curled up in the corner of the wall. Where was the swan-like elegance of the past? She now trembled like a chicken thrown into a pot of soup. It had been hours, and hundreds of messages had been sent, yet they were like stones cast into a vast ocean, yielding no response. No matter how naive she might be, she was now forced to face the desperate truth. Chu Thao was finished. Everything was finished. Lu Ruyan collapsed onto the floor, letting out a shrill scream. During this period, she had truly been living in hell. Ever since being discarded by Yihan, her days of squandering money like water had come to an end. Not only did she have to sell her jewelry to survive, but lawyers even showed up at her doorstep to reclaim the gifts Yihan had previously bestowed upon her. She had even nearly faced imprisonment due to her inability to repay her debts. Just as she had reached her limit and moved into a slum, subsisting on dry bread, an opportunity had appeared. The debt-collecting lawyer had died within the game. Her debts were wiped clean. Shortly thereafter, that sycophant Chu Thao had come to her door, begging for a reconciliation. The two of them, having bet everything they had, sold all their assets to exchange for gold coins to purchase top-tier equipment, preparing for a grand venture. Even before escaping the eerie novice village, disaster had struck. Chu Thao did not even have the chance to create a single ripple before being disemboweled and torn apart. "Chu Thao, you truly are a useless, wretched piece of trash. If you had to die, you could have just died alone. Why did you have to take my equipment to the grave with you?" Lu Rian's face twisted into a ferocious scowl. There was no trace of grief left in her expression. What she regretted was not the loss of a person, but the wealth that had been cast into the abyss. That was the last of her capital, the only means she had to turn her fortunes around. Staring at the empty, desolate rented room, a sense of immense loss gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. Without money or equipment, in this cannibalistic world, what could she possibly rely on to survive? In the depths of her despair, a name suddenly flashed through her mind, like a drowning man clutching at a final straw. Yahan. Lu Rian suddenly lifted her head, her eyes flashing with a sickly, manic light. "That's right, I still have Yahan, that useless trash Chu Thao. It is for the best that he is dead. He was never worthy of me to begin with. I only need to find Yihan. As long as I am willing to lower my head, he will love me to the point of madness. Last time it was because I had money." That pathetic sycophant immediately came running back, yet he still dared to claim that Yihan was using money to humiliate me. Clearly, he was the only one who was pretentious and greedy. In the dark room, Lu Ruan clutched at this lifeline, frantically self-hypnotizing. How was I so blind in the past? It was all that useless trash Chuthao who dragged me into the mud. Now I finally understand that in this world only Yihan is truly good to me. That's right, I can still go find him. After a long while, Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and rose from the corner of the wall, her eyes burning with a stubbornness that bordered on insanity. He loves me so much. As long as I apologize, as long as I am soft-spoken, we will surely return to how things used to be. No, things will be even better than they were before. In the past, Yehan had begged her to be his girlfriend, yet she'd been cold and indifferent. This time, as long as she was willing to lower her head and agree to be his girlfriend, a lovesick fool like Yehan could never refuse. Yehan, wait for me. You will surely wait for me, won't you? With the jarring sound of the door opening, Lu Ruyan bolted outside like a madwoman, not even noticing that one of her shoes had fallen off. Sharp wooden splinters pierced the soles of her feet, drawing fresh blood, yet she felt no pain. The fear of death and the crushing weight of her losses had long since caused her spirit to collapse completely. At this moment, she was like a hollow shell, her lips merely murmuring the name of the man she had once discarded like worthless grass. However, there were tens of thousands of others who shared the same delirious mindset as Lu Yan. The difference was that the person they sought was not the sycophant Yihan of the past, but the Yihan who now stood above all living beings. Tonight the entire world was in a state of panic, with countless people meeting tragic ends under the claws of spectral horrors. Yet, only one man, that mysterious top-ranked player, dared to strike back against the tide. Yihan not only defied the currents, leveling up with reckless abandon, but he even single-handedly slaughtered 2 boss-level lords. What truly terrified the masses was that he, by his own strength, brought an early end to the great calamity in Funky City, while players in other major cities were being hunted down, crying out for mercy. What were the players in Funky City doing? They were scavenging wealth. Silver-tier equipment littered the ground, and treasures were piled high like mountains. There was simply too much to collect. Although these spoils had to be surrendered to the Great Master, that sense of security was worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold. At this moment, all the survivors realized one truth: regardless of the apocalypse, as long as they followed Yihan, they would survive. The world channel erupted instantly. I have lost my mind. As soon as I log in tomorrow, I am moving to Fengye City. Other places are simply not meant for human habitation. Give me a spot. Even if it bankrupts me, I must acquire a teleportation scroll. Is anyone forming a party? Let us head out together to serve the great master Yihan. I, 1086, am already on my way. I am buying teleportation scrolls for any city at a high price. Name your price. As long as I can reach Fengye City, I will hand over my life savings to you. Teleportation scrolls, which no one had cared for previously, saw their prices skyrocket overnight. Several high-ranking officials and wealthy elites fought tooth and nail just to secure a single pass to that safe zone. Anyone could see that a massive influx of the powerful and elite was descending upon Fengye City. The consequence was clear. Land prices there were about to reach the heavens. At this moment, the man who had ignited this global migration remained entirely unaware of the madness unfolding in the world outside. With only 2 hours left before the forced logout, there was clearly not enough time to attempt a level-up trial. He decisively turned back toward the western sector, his gaze sweeping over the surviving NPCs. His target was quickly identified, the blacksmith with a powerful, muscular physique. Dar, greetings, Your Excellency Yihan. Seeing Yihan approach, Dar, who had been sitting dejectedly on the rubble, stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with immense reverence. By now, Yihan's reputation among the NPCs had become as thunderous as it was among the players. Does Your Excellency have any commands? I have some equipment that requires appraisal. Is it convenient? Yihan spoke as lightly as a drifting cloud or a passing breeze. Serving you is my honor. Dar slapped his chest with a thunderous sound, then offered a bitter smile as he pointed toward the ruins behind him. However, my shop has been destroyed. Without a forge, my efficiency will be significantly slower. A minor matter. Yihan smiled mysteriously. He gestured casually, just follow me. Bewildered, Dar had no choice but to follow obediently. A few minutes later, the two stopped in front of an incredibly luxurious shop. The moment he pushed the door open and stepped inside, Dar's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This is, in the center of the main hall sat a massive shimmering forge. With its intricate patterns and heavy premium materials, it was a treasure that every blacksmith coveted. It is no exaggeration to say that it is worth millions of spirit stones. Can I truly use this forge as well? Dar trembled as he caressed the surface of the anvil, his mouth nearly watering. There is no fee, feel free to use it as you wish. Yihan curled his lip, casting the bait he had prepared in advance. This shop belongs to me. Has it been sitting vacant? I am planning to open it to the public soon. Although Dar was simple-minded, he was not a fool. The implication behind these words was abundantly clear. You wish for me to come here and work? That is correct. You may propose your own compensation. No, how could I dare to make such demands? Dar shook his head, so overwhelmed by the excitement that he struggled to speak coherently. Was he joking? Right now, the entire street was filled with unemployed blacksmiths. Having a place to settle down was already a blessing, let alone a workplace that, if you persist in this hesitation, you are truly showing a lack of discretion. Very well, since that is the case, I will speak plainly. The revenue of this shop will continue to follow the existing rules. Furthermore, summon all of your fellow blacksmiths to this location. I will accept as many as you can provide. My establishment is currently in need of manpower. Jiahan spoke in a tone as calm as if he were discussing a matter of no consequence. There was no other choice. Possessing the infinite defense talent had destined his equipment requirements to be a bottomless pit. Establishing a specialized equipment production line immediately was not just an option but an urgent necessity. That is no problem, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Dar nodded his head vigorously, like a bird pecking at grain. In these times the one thing we do not lack is unemployed blacksmiths. I can even negotiate the wages down to the lowest possible rate for you. Very good. Jiahan waved his hand casually, dropping another bombshell. From now on you have full authority over the operations of this shop. There is no need to consult me. What? Dar stood rooted to the spot in disbelief, pointing a trembling finger at his own chest, his eyes rimmed with red. I have full authority? Is that truly possible for me? Jahan nodded slightly. It was not that he wanted to be an absent manager, but the sheer number of properties under his name made it impossible for him to manage them all personally. Rather than wasting time on trivialities, it was better to cultivate a capable subordinate. As for the matter of potential losses, do you think he would be concerned? Sometimes possessing too much wealth can indeed be a headache. Enough idle talk, let us get to the matter at hand. Pulling his thoughts back, Jiahan flipped his wrist, and the tyrannical leg of the god of destruction emerged from the void. Can this item be appraised? Dar glanced at it absent-mindedly. However, with that single look, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he let out a scream that threatened to pierce the roof. Before Jiahan could speak further regarding the divine artifact, Dar reacted as if he had seen a ghost, clutching his head and rambling incoherently. This is wrong. This is not right. Why would a divine artifact ever require appraisal? This is absolutely impossible. At this moment, Dar's entire worldview seemed to collapse, and he spiraled into a state of frantic chaos. Jiahan frowned slightly. What is the matter? A divine artifact does not require appraisal. It is absolutely unnecessary. Dar took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the turbulent tremor in his voice. Regarding the appraisal of items, that is standard practice. Only equipment below the legendary grade requires such a process. But as for divine artifacts, each one is a peerless treasure bestowed by the heavens and earth. They possess their own fundamental laws that simply cannot be contained or analyzed by an appraisal technique. Yet this item of yours is clearly of divine grade, and its attributes are a complete void. Upon saying this, Dar stared fixedly at the limb, swallowed hard, and asked, Where on earth did you obtain such a thing? I killed a boss just now, and it dropped. Yahan spoke with a calm tone. It was one of the 3 behemoths that invaded Fengye City. Dar drew in a sharp breath. Did he slay it single-handedly? Yahan fell into deep contemplation. Dar was not mistaken. In the memories of his past life, divine artifacts indeed required no appraisal. In other words, the object before him was an exception that defied the rules. Can you do it or not? Yahan went straight to the point. This Dar gritted his teeth, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. Although I cannot be certain, I am now capable of appraising even legendary equipment. It may not be impossible to attempt this once. Once successful, Dar's name would be etched forever upon the tablets of the master smiths. Proceed. Yahan tossed over the divine artifact, an object capable of inciting a world-shattering war, with a casual flick of his wrist. Dar caught it with trembling hands, as if cradling an imperial decree, holding his breath and focusing every ounce of his lifelong expertise into his fingertips. The appraisal technique was activated. There were no surprises. The moment the light touched the limb, the appraisal technique exploded instantaneously. The milky white radiance shattered in an instant, unable to endure for even a second. Failure, a catastrophic failure. It was over. Dar's face turned ashen as he collapsed onto the ground, his expression filled with despair. What happened? It is impossible, it simply cannot be done. Dar shook his head repeatedly, his voice bitter. Do not speak of me. Even if the Supreme Grand Master Smith of the Empire were here, he would have to kneel. The success rate is not merely low, it is absolute zero. Such a situation has never occurred in recorded history. This object lies entirely beyond the scope of human comprehension. Is it true that even a Grand Master cannot appraise it, Yahan? A divine artifact that should never have existed, a riddle that defies all explanation. Could it be due to the abyssal manifestations? After all, compared to the thousands of years of history held by the Empire, these manifestations have only plagued the world for a little over a decade. This object hides secrets that even the laws of this world cannot decipher. It is a pity that such a heaven-defying piece of equipment is rendered unusable. Dar lowered his head in despair, appearing as if he had lost his very soul. It is of no consequence. Yahan did not seem overly disappointed. On the contrary, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. If human methods are insufficient to appraise it, what if we approach it from the domain of the gods? It seems the plan to locate the legendary Lost Temple must be moved to the top of our agenda. Is that all for today? With a flick of his hand, Yahaman 3 more radiant beams of light. Can you also appraise these 3 epic-grade items? Dar's heart, which had just begun to steady, began to pound violently. He had only just finished with the divine artifact. 3 more epic it is possible, though it will be quite taxing on my soul. Despite his shock, Dar dared not delay. He channeled his spiritual energy with reckless abandon. Ding ding. After 8 failed attempts, 3 brilliant pillars of light shot toward the heavens. As expected, the equipment dropped by the Lord Tier boss possessed heaven-defying attributes, yet they were items that could only be admired, not wielded. However, one ring immediately caught Yahan's attention. Ring of the Carnivore, epic grade, level 40. Converts 3% of damage dealt into health, a lifesteal ring, a top-tier treasure. Yahan immediately donned the ring, and before Dar could even draw a breath, a dozen more dark gold-grade pieces of equipment were tossed onto the table. Continue. Dar was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale as parchment. Appraising these items drains a vast amount of mental energy. The previous attempts have nearly hollowed me out. Are you sure I am capable of this? If you cannot, I shall find someone else. Yahan smiled, though his expression remained unreadable. Dar struck his chest with thunderous resolve. My lord, how can any man admit that he cannot? Gritting his teeth, he watched as a dozen more rays of Fortunately, his luck was exceptional this time, yielding 3 supreme-grade items, a hat, gloves, and mage boots. Although they were all level 42 or higher, they were only one trial away from the next tier of advancement. For Yahan, that was a feat that could be accomplished in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Yahan performed an act that Dal would never forget for the rest of his life. Clang, the terrifying sound of metal colliding, echoed throughout the shop. Hundreds of golden-grade pieces of equipment cascaded down like worthless debris, piling into a small glittering golden mountain within the shop in an instant. The entire smithy was transformed into the garish golden hue of the nouveau riche. Dal stared with vacant eyes, nearly collapsing on the spot from the shock. But how could he possibly appraise all of this? He feared that even if he gambled his life away, he would never finish the task. My lord, how should I proceed with the appraisals? Dal's voice trembled, praying that Yahan would not demand an immediate inspection. Yahan waved his hand dismissively as if he were discarding a pile of scrap metal. Once they are appraised, simply hang them in the shop for sale. This is the startup capital for your operations. The recruitment and management of staff will all depend on these funds. If it is not enough, come find me again. Who? Dal collapsed, sitting heavily on the floor. The feeling of surviving such a harrowing ordeal was truly overwhelming. As long as he did not have to start working immediately, he was content. This pile of scrap was in reality a massive fortune worth several million gold coins. But my lord, with such vast wealth, do we truly need to hire so many blacksmiths? Not at the moment. But in the future, it is hard to say. Yahan offered a mysterious smile. He slowly retrieved a hand-drawn schematic of a divine beast and asked, "Examine this. Can it be forged?" Dal took it absent-mindedly, but a second later he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. An epic-grade growth potential blueprint. He stared at the drawing, gasping for breath, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. This isn't right. This defies all logic. Why are there no required materials listed? Is there a defect? Yahan furrowed his brows. It is not a defect. It is a miracle. Dal spoke incoherently, his entire body trembling with intense agitation. My lord, you do not understand. Ordinary blueprints are one-time consumables, they turn to ash once used. But this blueprint, it is a complete foundational textbook. This means that as long as one possesses the necessary materials, any master blacksmith capable of learning the craft can forge it and it can be used indefinitely. Upon hearing these words, Yahan's pupils constricted, instantly realizing that an ordinary blueprint is merely like being given a single fish, whereas this item is akin to obtaining the entire fishing net, requiring no intermediate materials. It signifies that as long as materials are available, one can mass-produce epic-tier equipment. This is truly a god-tier talent, the controller of divine beasts. What he once thought to be a trap hidden within the gold-grade item was in fact a machine for printing wealth. The value of this is truly immeasurable. Yahan drew a deep breath, his gaze turning sharp as he stared at the frenzied Darda. You may learn this blueprint, but first you must sign this contract. A contract of life and death. Darda did not even ask about the contents, nodding his head fervently like a man chopping wood. So long as he could learn this epic-tier forging technique, what did it matter if he had to serve as a slave? Yahan nodded in satisfaction. This was a money-printing machine capable of mass-producing epic gear. Without a contract, he would never dare to entrust such power so casually. Then it is decided. Yahan turned and left. Before stepping out of the door, he pointed to the mountain of gold-tier equipment piled on the ground. Have these appraised quickly. We shall discuss the details tomorrow. He left Darda alone, facing a room filled with equipment, caught between laughter and tears. To appraise all of this would surely cost him 10 years of his lifespan. Departing from the shop, Yahan did not stop, heading straight for the city lord's mansion. By now, the eastern district of Fengye City had been almost entirely occupied. Yahlun could only retreat to the western district. He was searching for a lost race. Upon hearing Yahan's intentions, Yahlun's brows furrowed deeply. Young friend Yahan, this task is no different than searching for a needle in a haystack. It has been several hundred years since anyone has laid eyes upon them. I am aware of the difficulty, and therefore, Yahan with a calm expression offered a price that even the city lord found staggering. Help me issue a public notice and inform everyone. Anyone who provides a viable lead shall be rewarded with a piece of dark gold equipment and 1 million gold coins. And if they can directly locate them, Yahan raised 3 fingers, 3 pieces of dark gold equipment, and 5 million gold coins. Yahlun drew in a sharp breath. This was far too generous. Rest assured, leave this matter to me. At Yahlun's command, a shocking announcement instantly erupted throughout all of Fengye City. This was the privilege of a top-tier NPC official broadcasting across the entire city. At this moment, many players had just logged on, preparing to seize resources. Seeing the content on the notification board, they stood frozen in place, 5 million gold coins just for finding some lost race. They would be directly rewarded with dark gold tier equipment, 3 pieces at that. Yahan was truly defying the heavens. Once the news spread like a virus, it instantly leaked from the game onto the internet. The forums exploded and the servers crashed. It wasn't just the Great Sha Kingdom, even foreign players were driven into a frenzy searching for the lost race. It climbed directly to the #1 spot in global searches. Billions of players had their eyes gleaming at this massive windfall. They wished they could turn the entire game map upside down. Yet the mastermind behind all of this, Yahan, remained incredibly calm. The next morning, having resolved the issue regarding Dar's temperament, he stepped alone into the trial temple 2 hours later. The system notification echoed throughout the entire game. Great Xia Kingdom player Yahan has completed the level 40 Abyss trial. As the first to clear it, he is rewarded with an epic tier item. The entire server's hero medal was once again set ablaze. However, to Yahan, this was merely a trivial matter. After being blessed by the dragon god, Xiao Wei's 4 primary attributes had all exceeded 10,000, with health points reaching 500,000. Coupled with the invincible skill Golden Shield, the so-called Abyss-level difficulty was as simple as a stroll through a flower garden. That was the 4th fragment. Looking at the Abyss knowledge shard in his hand, the corners of Yahan's mouth curled upward. Amidst the gazes of others, who looked at him as if he were a monster, he departed with an air of composure. Clearing an Abyss trial in 2 hours, yet looking at the world notification, there was not a single ripple in his heart. If it were anyone else, they would have already shocked the entire server. But to Yahan, who had even slaughtered 3 bosses within the dungeon, what was this compared to that? This was the pressure of a god, so powerful that it left others feeling numb. At the same time, countless players were frantically flooding toward Fengye City. Run faster. If we're any later, we won't even be able to afford the city entrance fee. This situation was truly absurd. The NPC city lords of the main cities, the sense of security they provided to players could not even compare to this single player. Just as the army was frantically rushing forward, "Damn it, what is that?" Someone screamed in terror, only to see at the edge of their vision, amidst clouds of dust covering the sky, a herd of gargantuan, unidentified creatures moving wildly. They did not know if they were strange beasts, but no one dared to risk their lives. Everyone was so terrified their souls left their bodies, wishing they could grow 2 more legs to run faster. This was the camera shifts to the forge in Fengye City. Yahan meets with Dar, who currently has dark circles under his eyes, his face deathly pale. His exhausted expression suggests he endured an indescribable ordeal last night. Great Lord, Dar looks at Yahan, his limbs trembling, when suddenly the next moment, Yahan waves his hand and 8 pieces of dark gold equipment are slammed onto the table with force. He had picked them up casually, yet he intended to leave. Dar nearly kneels on the spot, that is dark gold equipment. Others struggle to obtain even one, yet this man treats them like bulk goods and wants to decline them. Looking at these supreme grade items, the instincts of an appraiser make it impossible for him to refuse. This is like placing a stunning beauty before a lecher. Even if he were down to his last breath, he would still reach for her. Besides the appraisal, strengthen this first. Yes, he takes out a legendary grade badge, the Badge of Valor. Dar swallows his tears and accepts it. His hands move with blinding speed, a golden light flashes, and the reinforcement is a success. The legendary Badge of Valor grants 5% resistance to all attributes. The base stats are doubled, and the passive, which boosts strength and spirit by 15% when health is low, is absurdly powerful. Upon equipping the badge, Yahan's spirit stat achieves a direct breakthrough. With his 4 major pets and little Hui possessing over 10,000 in all attributes, it is no exaggeration to call this configuration a walking nuclear bomb. Just as Yahan prepares to inspect the attributes of his beloved pet, his communicator flashes frantically. It is City Lord Alun. At the moment he opens the message, Yahan's pupils constrict violently. There is a lead on the lost race he has been searching for. What news? Yahan's heart pounds. He had initially assumed this search would surely be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even mobilizing the entire server would likely take a month. But how much time has passed? Not even a day, and a lead has already appeared. In less than a day, a lead has emerged. This is far too fast. Yahan's brows knit tightly together. This efficiency is suspiciously convenient. Could it be a trap? Regardless, I shall go and see for myself. Without a moment's hesitation, Yahan heads straight for the City Lord's mansion. In the Great Hall alongside City Lord Alun, there is a silver-armored guard with a tense expression, clearly signaling that a major event has occurred. My lord, seeing Yahan, the guard drops to one knee with a thud, his voice trembling as he struggles to hide his agitation. If I did not mistake what I saw, it was absolutely the legendary dwarf race. Right in the vast forest near Fengye City. Right here in Fengye City, Yahan and so close. In his past life, he never heard of a lost race being nearby. Seeming to notice Yahan's skepticism, Aelin hurriedly explains, at which point he reveals a shocking truth. It turned out this guard had accidentally wandered into the territory of the dwarves, expecting to be devoured by the sinister demonic army, but unexpectedly the dwarf clan was on the verge of annihilation. Those brutal, monstrous creatures suddenly fled as if they had encountered a ghost. Why? Because Yihan had already eradicated the boss of the 100th level. That battle did not merely end the invasion, it had incidentally saved a hidden race. This is the butterfly effect caused by Lord Yihan. You did not only save the city, but you also saved me and the entire dwarf race. Please allow me to offer you my reverence. The guard's eyes were filled with fanaticism, as if he were looking upon a living deity. It was merely a coincidence. Johann waved his hand, his gaze instantly turning sharp. Spare me the hollow platitudes. Where is the location? To the north of the city, they are moving toward the north gate. At the same moment, north of the city, a group of players who had been fleeing suddenly stopped, their eyes bulging in shock. Damn it, what on earth is that? Short, stout figures carrying massive hammers. Those are not goblins, that is the dwarven race. Wait, the dwarves are supposed to be a lost race. A cry of alarm instantly stirred the entire crowd. Everyone gasped, their greedy gazes locked firmly onto the moving group of dwarves. Those were not mere NPCs, they were clearly walking mountains of gold and silver. One must understand that in this apocalyptic world, a lost race is synonymous with the word divine artifact. Brothers, we've struck it rich. Just by obtaining one divine artifact, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. A frenzied thought flashed through the mind of every player present. This was no joking matter. Since the beta testing phase, a single divine artifact had been valued at billions by a mysterious tycoon. Just how high were these profits? Even the scam syndicates in Myanmar have shifted their trade. No longer running frauds, they now force people at gunpoint to enter the game and farm gold. If the quotas are not met, the electric baton awaits, and for those with poor luck, they are met with broken spines. Reality is truly as magical and cruel as this. Thus, the value of a single divine artifact is enough to drive men to risk their lives. And now, a group of dwarves capable of carrying divine artifacts appeared exposed before these players. Who could possibly restrain themselves? We are talking about billions in real currency. It is said that a wealthy tycoon once spent billions to acquire a divine artifact just to save his mother. That legend remains pinned on the forums to this day. Now that very opportunity lies right before their eyes. A full stomach breeds courage, an empty one breeds caution. Ultimately, greed overcame reason. Several fearless players exchanged glances and crept forward stealthily. They believed that by seizing just a single piece of equipment, they could change their destiny forever. However, the moment they approached, a small hammer tore through the air, landing softly in their midst. -80, the leading players noted, seeing the number appear. The leader of the group curled his lip in a sneer. Is that all? A hammer dealing only 80 damage, are you trying to scratch an itch for me? Boom! Before his words had even faded, the small hammer suddenly erupted with lightning. Violent arcs of electricity instantly consumed everything within a several-meter radius. The player who had just been mocking the weapon could not even let out a cry before being instantly vaporized. -80,000. -80,000. The moment those staggering damage figures appeared, the entire area fell into a deathly silence. 80,000 damage. Is this even a monster that players at this stage of the game can touch? Damn it, run. The players who had been waiting in the rear to scavenge the loot were frightened out of their wits. Those men had full health, yet they were eliminated instantly without the slightest resistance. Is this truly the power of the dwarf race? From the mist, two figures emerged. Dulin retracted his golden hammer, his face filled with disdain. Damnable humans, I feel the urge to crush them all. Calm yourself, Dulin. The dwarf in green armor beside him spoke with a cold, calculating composure. Had that powerful aura not suddenly vanished, we would not have been able to escape so easily. It seems there are some capable individuals among the humans. I do not care. Anyone who dares to gaze upon me as if I were a monkey, I shall put that person to death. Dulin swung his massive hammer. Truly, the reputation of the Northern Water King of the Red Refinement is well deserved. If you do not understand the dwarf race, their appearance will certainly deceive you. These dwarves may only stand a meter tall, but their tempers reach 3 meters high. Their entire faith is built upon a single word, smash, be it gnomes or dragons, everything is to be smashed. Even the delicate beauties of the elf race would be met with a hammer blow should they provoke them. The only reason this race neared extinction was because they were too stubborn. They would strike not only outsiders but their own kin as well, practicing a form of indiscriminate equality toward all living things. If Yahan had not slain the boss to repel the grotesque army, these iron-headed fools would have long since been crushed into mincemeat. Just as the players were terrified, their souls fleeing in panic, they began to retreat in droves. Suddenly, a cry of shock rang out from the crowd. Damn it, it is the Master Yahan! 3 figures were seen walking against the flow of the crowd, heading straight toward the terrifying dwarf race. Though the leader kept his face hidden, who else but the strongest player on the server could possess such an imposing aura? Heavens! Even the Grandmaster has set his sights on the dwarf race. This will be a spectacle worth witnessing. On one side, the violent dwarves who deal 80,000 damage with a single swing. On the other, the legendary player who soloed a 100-level boss. Will this not result in a clash that shakes the very heavens and earth? Everyone halted, their eyes filled with fanaticism, anticipating a collision as epic as Mars striking the earth. My lord, be careful. The silver-armored guard beside him was drenched in cold sweat. These dwarves are completely deranged and beyond the reach of reason. Rest assured. Yahan's eyes glowed with intensity as he gazed at the distant group of dwarves, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. They are mad? That is perfect. For the sake of the second job advancement quest, even if they were the king of the underworld himself, I would still clash with them today. Very well, no need to see me off further. Yahan glanced at the shield worth over 10 million in his possession, brimming with absolute confidence. He did not retreat but pressed forward, walking alone toward the terrifying territory of the dwarf race. This time he did not even choose to recall his pet Xiaohui. Why? Because he came to seek cooperation, not to start a feud. To engage in battle would be to burn through money. If he damaged the relationship, the trail to the second job advancement quest would be severed entirely. As long as I do not strike back, at worst I will only lose a bit of my shield. This small cost is one I can afford. Yet the group of dwarves in the distance cared nothing for such considerations. Damn it, this person who does not know the meaning of life still dares to show his face. Du Lin, consumed by rage, immediately lost his temper and swung his massive hammer, declaring, "Watch as I crush him into a pulp." Just as the tragedy was about to unfold, at the very last moment, Tuo intervened. Du Lin, the short man in green armor, was suddenly held back by his companion, whose gaze was filled with bewilderment. "Look closely," Tuo said. "Why does this human look more pleasing to the eye the more we stare at him?" Du Lin froze, the murderous intent in his eyes shifting as they fell upon Yuhan. He lowered his hammer, stroked his beard, and turned his head, falling into deep contemplation. "Strange," he muttered. "Clearly, we cannot even see his face clearly, yet this person seems to possess a mysterious charm that inexplicably draws one toward him. Ugh." Du Lin let out a cry, and the violent aura surrounding him instantly dissipated. "Tuo, you are right. I suddenly have no desire to crush him anymore. It's not just that he is pleasing to the eye," Tuo said, acting like a refined gentleman as he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, his face revealing an expression of intoxication. "Do you smell that? How fragrant. That scent. Good heavens. It is the scent of divine artifacts, and not just one. It is the signature of a top-tier forging race." The two were instantly exhilarated. For them, having been imprisoned for thousands of years, this was momentous. The scent of top-grade equipment was 100 times more alluring than any peerless beauty. But a moment later, Tuo's expression shifted, his brow furrowing tightly. "This isn't right. It is not merely the equipment. I recall this scent now. It is the aura of Lord Fire God who descended 100 years ago." Du Lin, the god forger, trembled violently. "Are you saying this brat is a god, or perhaps the illegitimate child of one? The great god of forge and fire, Hephaestus? Have you finally remembered your humble subjects?" Du Lin was so agitated he began gesturing wildly, eager to drop to his knees and kowtow on the spot. "Hurry, don't be hasty." Although Tuo was also stirred, he managed to retain his composure. "How could a divinity be this weak? Let me inspect him." With that, he produced a telescope of peculiar design and aimed it at Yi Han. One look was enough to nearly make his eyes pop out of their sockets. Level 40, he is incredibly weak, yet this attribute, damn it, his mental fortitude is terrifying. Tua drew a sharp breath and passed the telescope to Du Lin. There is no doubt, to possess such mental power at this level, he must have received the guidance of a deity. "So, how shall we get him over here?" Du Lin hesitated. Previously, he would have struck any human down with a single blow of his hammer, but this man was different, so he let him pass. Though decided to see what he wanted first. If he dared to play any tricks, it would not be too late to crush him then. Thus, the two hot-tempered elders lowered their weapons, staring at Yahan with as much curiosity as if they were observing a rare creature, eagerly awaiting his approach. This sight left the gathered players completely bewildered. The entire area fell into a dead silence, with three words echoing in everyone's mind. On what grounds? It was incomprehensible. This defies all logic. When we approach them, we are met with a hammer strike of 80,000 damage and die instantly. Yet when this expert approaches, he is welcomed. Heavens, I thought double standards only existed in the real world. I never expected these broad-eyed, thick-browed dwarf kings to be such hypocrites. I despise this. Everyone had already prepared themselves. The cameras were already recording, just waiting to watch the server's top player engage in a cataclysmic battle against the two mighty hammer-wielding warriors, and some had even already come up with the titles. Server's top one humiliated here. And what is the result? Nothing, not even a single spark of conflict. Yahan simply walked right past them. This is far too disappointing. Someone looked at the recording in their hand and sighed helplessly. What should we call this? A private rendezvous between the overbearing top one and two dwarfs. Don't tell me that title sounds even more shocking. While the crowd was racking their brains for headlines, Yahan stood before the dwarves, wasting no words and going straight to the point. "Who are you?" Though Jiajan spoke, his voice heavy as if he had two sausages stuffed in his mouth. "What brings the human Yahan here?" Du Lin, holding his massive hammer, looked at him with wary, half-lidded eyes. "I have come seeking your assistance to request your help." Though furrowed his brow, instinctively thinking this was about business. "Are you looking for us to forge a divine artifact?" "No, I am looking for the lost temple." This statement instantly sent a jolt through the two dwarves. Yahan also. These are the dwarves, a race that treats even divine artifacts as common trinkets. They were not mere NPCs, they were essentially two walking mountains of gold, though wealth was not the objective today. "Why are you searching for such a hellish place?" Du Lin gripped his hammer tighter, his killing intent surging, but Yahan remained calm. "Do not panic, I harbor no ill will." Yahan explained composedly, "My class advancement quest requires the power of the gods." This was a matter of absolute necessity. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. Tu and Du Lin exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment in the other's eyes. Had anyone else spoken those words, they would have long since been reduced to a pulp. Yet there was an unmistakable scent of divinity lingering upon this young man. "This, you ask?" Tuo rolled his eyes and began to feign indifference. "The divine temple is a strictly guarded secret. Unless we can verify your character, it is out of the question. Are you attempting to assign me a quest?" Yahan sneered inwardly. He had encountered countless quests centered around raising favorability ratings. If they refused to speak, he would simply change his approach. We shall set aside the location for now. Yahan shifted the topic. However, I possess a divine artifact. Every other blacksmith claimed that they dared not attempt an appraisal. It is said that the craftsmanship of your dwarf race is peerless under heaven. Would you be willing to examine it for me? A deliberate provocation. As expected, the two dwarves took the bait immediately. A divine artifact? You possess a divine artifact? Dulin's eyes lit up. Is there truly an item we would dare not appraise? Are you joking? Tuo stroked his beard, his expression one of immense pride. Little brother, you have come to the right place. Those who call themselves masters in the outside world are, in our eyes, nothing but refuse among refuse. Unless a god descended personally, there is nothing in this land that we cannot forge. If not, then there is no metal on this continent that we cannot handle. That is excellent. Yahan curved his lips into a faint smile and flipped his hand to reveal the item. The violent, thick heel of the god of destruction. As soon as the item appeared, the space around it seemed to sink into the indifferent hands of Sun. Yet in the very moment he made contact with that limb, his hand suddenly recoiled as if struck by lightning. Damn it, this is not right. Something is severely amiss. Sun's expression shifted drastically, his hand trembling as it held the limb. This was not forged. This is a congenital divine artifact. There are no traces of craftsmanship. Its high grade is entirely natural. Heavens, this is truly a limb belonging to a god. What? Yahan displayed a look of timely astonishment. You say this is the leg of the god of destruction? It cannot be mistaken. Sun drew a sharp breath, his eyes filled with terror. A god so powerful, who could possibly sever his leg? Yahan, tell me the truth. Where did you acquire this item? The crucial moment had arrived. Yahan's expression remained calm, as if he were speaking of a trivial, insignificant matter. Oh, I simply killed 3 bosses earlier, and it dropped as loot. This statement was like a bolt of lightning to the ears. Sun and Durin were so startled they nearly collapsed to the ground. So the disappearance of those 3 terrifying auras was your doing? That is correct. It was merely a passing effort. A reversal. Today was a monumental reversal of fortunes. Sun, who had previously worn an arrogant expression, now looked at Yahan with eyes filled with reverence. Heavens, it turns out you were the one who saved us. Great benefactor, please forgive me for being blind and failing to recognize your greatness earlier. Since that is the case, I must disclose the location of the divine temple to you, but I must return to my clan to discuss it first. Caught in his trap, watching the 2 dwarves weep with gratitude, Yahan felt a secret sense of satisfaction. They truly think I am a saint. This is simply a seamless, masterfully executed plan. Under the guise of identifying equipment, he had inadvertently revealed the truth that he had saved the entire dwarf race. Without appearing boastful or conceited, he had managed to elevate his own status. This is what one calls arrogance mastered in silence. But before Yahan could revel in his joy for long, Durin stared intently at the leg and suddenly posed a fatal question. It is bizarre. How could the leg of a god of destruction grow upon the bodies of these monsters? Could it be that they once trespassed into the divine realm? As these words were spoken, even Sun's expression shifted, as if to suggest this was impossible. Though he denied it with his lips, there was no other explanation that held any weight. Unless. Durin's expression darkened, so grim that it seemed as if his face were about to drip with cold sweat. Unless the god of destruction had engaged in a battle with these creatures. And the result was defeat, to the point where his very limb was severed. The entire space fell into a heavy, suffocating silence. Sun immediately clamped his mouth shut, his breathing stalling for a heartbeat. In the ancient texts, the might of the gods was described as world-shattering, yet now, even a god's leg had fallen into the hands of these monsters. What does this signify? Could it be that even the supreme deities cannot halt the invasion of these aberrant beings? Upon hearing this, Dahan's heart began to hammer against his chest. This was no longer merely a matter of a single piece of equipment. The implications were truly terrifying. If even the gods have fallen, what hope remains for humanity? Recalling his past life, it was nothing short of a waking nightmare. The anomalies descended without reason or warning, and within 5 short years the global population plummeted by 70%. Corpses littered the fields and despair spread like a plague. Now it appears that this doomsday game was never a mere gimmick, but a harrowing prophecy. The same calamity that even a god of destruction could not withstand is drawing closer with every step. Dahan shook his head violently, casting these grim thoughts aside. Speculation is meaningless now, increasing his own strength is the only priority. He looked towards Sun, cutting straight to the point. Cease the idle chatter. Can this equipment actually be appraised or not? His demeanor shifted abruptly. Gone was the anxiety of a moment ago, replaced by a puffed-up sense of pride. Do not talk nonsense. For our dwarven race, such a task is trivial. However, his attitude changed the very next moment. His gaze turned stern. Equipment appraisal requires payment. Even if you are a benefactor, the accounts must be settled clearly. No problem. Yahan answered decisively, I will pay with gold. Sun was stunned for a moment, his eyes immediately turning clear and vacant. You wait here for a moment. He pulled Durin into a corner, whispering frantically in a low voice. Little brother, what exactly is gold? Is it edible? Durin glanced warily at Yahan and whispered, It is human currency. I have heard it can be exchanged for many good things, at least that is what the books say, but I do not know its specific value. Do not let yourself be swindled. Rest assured, I am not a fool. Sun confidently patted his chest. Watch how I handle this. Turning back around, Sun instantly adopted a profound and inscrutable expression. He stroked his beard, gazing at Jihan with a serious look. His tone was as heavy as if they were discussing a business deal worth hundreds of millions. Jihan, I must tell you in advance that the cost of appraising a divine artifact is astronomical. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Jihan touched his nose, his tone indifferent. Just name your price, I am prepared. Sun nodded, his expression grave as he fell into deep contemplation, appearing to undergo an intense internal struggle. However, no one expected that the first thing this dwarven master would say had nothing to do with the matter at hand. After a long while, Sun's gaze turned profound. Before I state my price, I need to confirm one thing. How much rice can one gold coin purchase in your world? Yuhan was taken aback. This touched upon a complete blind spot in his knowledge. Could it be that dwarves also eat rice? Nevertheless, he answered honestly. According to the market price, one sack costs 10 gold coins. What? 10 gold coins for a sack of rice? Sun was struck with horror. He quickly pulled Durin aside and growled in a low voice. Did you hear that? Their purchasing power is far greater than we imagined. This time we must secure a hefty sum from him. Durin nodded repeatedly. That is correct. This lad clearly does not lack funds, and given that current demand far outstrips supply, Sun felt a sense of frustrated urgency. We are in the midst of a migration and are in desperate need of resources. Mercy will not put rice on the table, so we must be ruthless this time. After the two conferred for a moment, Sun finally reached a decision. He suddenly turned to look at Dahan and declared, I have thought it over. To appraise this divine artifact, it will cost at least this much. As he spoke, he tremblingly held up 5 fingers. Dahan narrowed his eyes, his heart pounding in his chest. Does this gesture signify 5 million or 50 million? Regardless, this is an exclusive divine artifact appraisal service. Even an exorbitant price would be reasonable. In the very next second, just as Dahan prepared himself for a massive financial blow, Sun's voice boomed across the space. 500 gold coins, how about that? In that moment, Dahan felt as though he had been struck senseless. 500 gold coins? Are you tired of living? Seeing Dahan's bewildered expression, Sun assumed he had quoted too high and frightened his guest, so he rushed to justify the price. I already told you, the costs are extremely high. This is a divine artifact requiring unique methods, so charging a bit more is only reasonable. Dahan's jaw went slack, completely at a loss for words. At this price, you wouldn't even be able to host a modest banquet back in the novice village, without spending at least 200. Seeing that Dahan remained silent, Sun began to panic and turned to ask Durin, is it perhaps too expensive? That is very possible. That is 50 bags of rice. I have never even seen that much in my life. Durin replied with a tremor in his voice. Then, let us lower it slightly. Sun gritted his teeth, his expression one of agonizing pain as he looked at Dahan. 300. At least 300 gold coins. Any lower, and you might as well hire someone else. Witnessing this scene, Dahan felt a flurry of complex emotions. A clan of dwarves capable of forging divine artifacts is actually this destitute? Yet precisely because of this, a bold idea began to germinate in Dahan's mind. If he could secure this group of master craftsmen, there would be no reason why his great ambitions could not be realized. If he wanted to win their loyalty, he had to provide these dwarves, who had never known true wealth, with a small financial shock. Dahan drew a deep breath and slowly raised a single finger. 1 million gold coins. What? Sun stood there, completely stunned. Dahan's tone was calm, yet it struck with the force of falling thunder. Upon hearing that a successful appraisal would yield a reward of 1 million gold coins, Durin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. You are not deceiving me, are you? How much rice can this actually trade for? Sun's heart hammered wildly against his chest. 1 million. Does this not mean that from now on, he could eat rice every single day without ever having to chew on grass roots again? What kind of heavenly life was this? Pay the deposit first. Jihan did not say a second word, casually tossing over a heavy pouch of gold. There are 1,000 here. You may verify it. Sun received it with trembling hands, testing its weight. His instincts as a professional told him that there was no less than 1,000 gold coins inside, if not more. He actually gave it to us. Both of them stood there in complete bewilderment. Does this mean they now have 100 bags of rice in their grasp? Why the sudden startle? Their ancestors always said that when things seem too good to be true, there is surely a demon lurking behind it. Wait a moment. By staring intently at Jihan, the sharper of the two suddenly gained the upper hand. You say you are using gold coins to purchase rice, but how can you prove their value? What if these coins are worthless? That is right. How can you prove it? Durin finally came to his senses as well. Jihan was left speechless, clutching his forehead. These two become surprisingly sharp the moment the subject of rice comes up. Very well, I shall not provide the currency then. Jihan could not be bothered with idle chatter. He directly opened the communication system. I will have the rice delivered to you directly. Jihan, is there something you need at this moment? A moment later, the mature and intelligent voice of Sophia resonated from the other end. Jihan did not waste time. He quickly relayed his request. Understood. Sophia grasped the situation immediately. I will have it sent over at once. Ending the call, Yahong turned his head to look at the two dwarves who were waiting expectantly. Two gentlemen, please wait a moment. Sun stretched his neck, his face still filled with suspicion. Do you truly have rice? Yahang smiled calmly, replying that not only did he have it, but he guaranteed there was enough. Although he remained anxious, the prospect of the legendary delicacy convinced him. Sun decided to take the gamble. After all, waiting a short while would cost him nothing. However, this wait culminated in a scene of dust and thunderous commotion. A detachment of Imperial guards clad in gleaming silver armor galloped toward them. The heavy wagons groaned under their load. They were piled not with weapons but with sacks that rose like small mountains. "My lord, the supplies have arrived." The guard bowed respectfully. "Lady Li is currently occupied with discussions regarding your succession and sent word specifically for you." Yahang nodded and stepped aside so they could see clearly. Sun could no longer restrain himself. He lunged forward, staring intently at the sacks, his voice trembling. "Are these all? Verify it yourself," Yahang said with a smile. "Mapping correct yourself," Yahang said with a smile. Sun reached out with a trembling hand, his fingertips slicing lightly through the fabric. As the sack tore, snow-white rice poured out like a cascading waterfall, instantly covering the ground. Durin let out a strange cry, dived into the pile, grabbed a handful of raw grains and shoved them into his mouth, weeping as he chewed. "It is rice, it is truly rice. Heaven knows how many years they have spent consuming nothing but mineral ore and roots." The taste of this rice, even raw, surpassed any divine elixir. Sun suddenly flared with rage and threw a punch. This punch was powerful enough that any other person would have been sent to their next reincarnation immediately. But Durin remained unperturbed, continuing to gorge himself like a madman. Sun was pained beyond measure. This was precious rice, not mere gold, and to see it scattered upon the ground was a terrible waste. After his scolding, he could not help but stoop down to pick up a grain and place it in his mouth. The next moment, an expression of pure ecstasy spread across his rough features. 9 out of 9, this is indeed a rare treasure. This display left the Imperial Guard standing nearby in stunned silence. They were savoring raw rice with such visible enjoyment. Have these people truly lost their minds? That is enough. Stop making a fool of yourselves. Sun tapped in on the head once more, then turned back to look at Yahan, his eyes brimming with tears. Are these things truly all for us? It was not merely the rice. Yahan's words had left them in a state of utter astonishment. Gold could be used to purchase meat, to purchase vegetables. Sun's entire body trembled. He nearly fainted on the spot. How much meat could 1,000,000 gold coins procure? Yahan stroked his chin. "I cannot say for certain, but the unit of measurement would undoubtedly be in tons." Tons. Heavens above. Sun clutched his chest, overwhelmed by a sudden intoxicating wave of happiness. He felt as though he could no longer contain his excitement. "Say no more. Quickly hand over the divine artifact. I shall appraise it for you immediately. I am prepared to appraise as much as you have." In this moment, Sun had reached a state of total enlightenment. What were dignity and pride? Before tons of meat, all such things were but fleeting clouds. Favorability from the dwarf sun has increased by 20. Ding! Favorability from the dwarf din has increased by 20. Seeing the favorability rating soar, Yahan did not hesitate to hand over the heel of the boot. "Wait right there." Sun seized the divine artifact and transformed into a whirlwind, rushing toward the forge table. Moments later, that classic refrain echoed throughout the forest. 80. 80. A deep crimson light surged into the sky, bathing the surrounding area in an ominous glow akin to a twilight of the apocalypse. A short while later, Sun returned. The rough, jagged horn had been refined into a trinket the size of a thumb, strung upon black threads. It radiated a crimson light that struck terror into the hearts of all who beheld it. The divine artifact had finally revealed its true form. Yahan hurriedly examined its attributes, his pupils suddenly constricting. Violent strength plus 5 rank, spirit plus 55%, physique 50%, agility 50%, critical damage plus 20%. Unique passive Fury of the Destruction God, attacks reduce enemy health regeneration by 50. Active Power of the Destruction God, deals 300% hybrid damage and negates the target's damage immunity effects. The effect lasts for 30 minutes. Indeed, these attributes were extreme to the point of being perverse. The boosts to strength and spirit were terrifying, but the cost was a 50% reduction in physique and agility. For an ordinary player, equipping this gear would essentially render them a glass cannon, fragile enough to shatter at the slightest touch. Yet for Yahan, this was not a problem in the slightest. After all, he had never relied on his health bar to withstand monsters. This negative effect was almost negligible to him. What pleased Yahan the most was the active skill. Immunity to damage. What does this concept imply in the late stages of the apocalypse? The most troublesome aspect of any boss is damage immunity. Even if one were to use human wave tactics, as long as Yahan takes action, the outcome would be decided. This is an entirely different matter. Yahan could guarantee that if this item were put up for sale, the wealthy would fight tooth and nail for it. Why? Because possessing it is synonymous with obtaining an entry ticket to conquer high-level bosses. This is a strategic nuclear weapon that every major organization dreams of. Yet for Yahan himself, it was merely satisfactory. But what in the world is this divine power? Yahan's gaze shifted downward, staring fixedly at the bottom of the attribute panel. Whether it was forced destruction or suppression of recovery, he had seen them in his past life. Only this divine power was something he had never heard of. Moreover, the system provided no explanation whatsoever. Could it be related to the realm of the gods? Yahan pondered. Even among the ranks of divine artifacts, this item was an anomaly. Just then, Sun's voice interrupted his thoughts. About the gold coins. Sun rubbed his hands, his gaze hesitant. Although the shipment of rice had exceeded expectations, 1 million gold coins was no small sum and he remained deeply anxious. Rest assured, you will receive every coin owed to you. Yahan pulled back his thoughts and replied calmly, however, I do not carry that much cash on me. Why don't you and your people accompany me back to Fengye City? It would be an opportunity to rest within human territory. Sun immediately became guarded, his whiskers twitching. You want me to lead my entire tribe into the city? He harbored good intentions toward Yahan, but that did not mean he trusted others. Naturally, Yahan said, slowly guiding the conversation. I will not force you if you do not wish to go, but I must remind you both, trading such a vast amount of supplies is not safe out here in the wilderness. What if someone decides to take the payment without delivering the goods, or worse? Dwarves, we never deceive others. Sun stretched his neck and shouted, just because you do not deceive others does not mean others will not deceive you. Dahan struck at the heart of the matter. When that time comes, you will lose both your wealth and your dignity. To whom will you turn to voice your grievances? Sun was stunned. He had truly never considered this possibility before. Durin, standing beside him, gently tugged at his sleeve. I believe Dahan is right. We must leave this forest eventually, and sooner or later we will have to interact with others. Sensing that the moment had arrived, Dahan decided to drop the final heavy blow to break the camel's back. To thank you both for helping to identify the divine artifact, once we enter the city I shall host a grand banquet of 100 tables to treat your entire clan. At the mention of a banquet, saliva instantly pooled at the corners of Durin's mouth. Will there be steamed rice? Dahan smiled faintly and uttered 2 words in meat. Boom. These 2 words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving both dwarves completely dazed. Real meat, actual meat. The eyes of Sun and Durin nearly bulged from their sockets. They trembled with pure excitement. Immediately after, Dahan gently delivered the final strike. Durin went absolutely frantic. Dignity, caution, let it all go to hell. He charged headlong toward the tribe, shouting as he ran. A moment later, thunderous cheers erupted, nearly shaking the very wilderness. Chieftain, what do you think? Dahan squinted his eyes, looking at Sun. Fine, we shall do as you suggest. Sun sighed, completely surrendering. As the chieftain, he should have been more cautious, but his people had suffered for too long. Who could resist such a temptation, and more importantly, this human carries the aura of a deity upon him. If it were anyone else, he would not dare enter the city even if it cost him his life. But perhaps following this man is a golden opportunity. Then let us go. Seeing Sun nod, Dahan remained calm on the outside, though his heart was racing with joy. They are indeed the dwarven race. A living, breathing, mobile treasure trove, master blacksmiths capable of forging divine artifacts. Since they have arrived, there is no way I will let them leave. Lead the way, Dahan commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood. The captain of the guard's hands were trembling as he saluted, his face filled with pure adoration. As expected of Lord Dahan, he even managed to lure the dwarves back to the city. Thus, a squad of knights paved the way as hundreds of dwarves marched forward in a grand display of strength. The sight was truly magnificent, leaving the players who had gathered around the carriages in complete bewilderment. Unbelievable. Not only did he choose not to fight, but he essentially packed up the entire dwarf clan and brought them along. It is entirely absurd. Is this the world of a true powerhouse? I wonder if it will be possible to hire them to forge equipment in the future. Heavens, you have uncovered the true key to this situation. As soon as the video was uploaded online, the forums erupted. Everyone realized one thing. Fengye City was about to ascend. Even the players understood the value of the dwarf race. How could the NPCs not know? Once news of this spreads, the land value of Fengye City will surely skyrocket. The value of the land in Yahan's possession is about to double. 3 hours later, in the western district of Fengye City. Within the sprawling banquet hall, Sophia, ever reliable, had already prepared tables overflowing with fine delicacies. As Yahan led the hundreds of dwarves inside, the scene immediately descended into chaos. It was not so much a meal as it was a battlefield. Thor collapsed into his chair, his mouth smeared with grease, his expression one of pure ecstasy. As for Durin, one could hardly call it eating. It was like loading supplies into a cargo hold. Discarding all pretense of table etiquette, they seemed to be saying, "Don't talk to us about forging, we are here to eat." The man leaped onto the table, performing a 360-degree rotation that cleared the entire spread, consuming not just the food and rice, but even the bowls and chopsticks themselves. He ate with the ferocity of a caged beast, his face flushed red as he turned to Yahan and asked weakly, "Yahan, will this 1 million gold coins be enough to cover the cost of this meal?" Seeing his clansmen brawling in the hall over scraps of meat, the chicken leg in Thor's hand suddenly lost its appeal. At this rate, even a mountain of gold and silver would be devoured in no time. He looked at Yahan apologetically, just about to explain himself when the silver-clad guard beside him suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Rest assured, everything tonight is being covered by Lord Yahan. Thor was instantly mortified, like a child caught in a mistake, to be provided with a divine artifact and then to be treated to such a feast. This was simply too much to handle. Yahan waved his hand casually, his expression indifferent. To him, this meager sum of money was not even worth a single hair on a beast. By comparison, the favorability of these dwarves was the true, priceless treasure. Striking while the iron was hot, Yahan's gaze sharpened as he cut straight to the point. "Now can you finally reveal the location of the lost temple?" Naturally, Tho did not hesitate, patting his chest in assurance, "You are our friend." Between friends, there are no secrets. Having said that, he signaled to those around him. Yahan understood and gestured for the guards to withdraw immediately. Very well. With a solemn expression, Tho drew an old compass from his robes and handed it over. This is a divine treasure detector passed down by our ancestors. As long as one draws near the fire god temple, it will react. The closer one gets, the more intense the reaction becomes. With this item, finding the location will be no issue. However, before he could finish his sentence, Tho's tone suddenly shifted. But since you are a friend, Yahan, I must offer you some advice. Do not throw your life away. Why? Yahan took the detector and asked absent-mindedly. Tho's complexion turned pale instantly and his voice dropped several notches. Because an incredibly terrifying creature dwells within that place. A terrifying creature? Yahan arched an eyebrow. Naturally, anything involving the realm of divinity would surely not be as simple as an unknown beast. I do not know. Tho shook his head vigorously. The ancient texts state quite clearly, before receiving guidance from the god, anyone who goes there dies. Previously, our ancestors nearly lost their lives there. In other words, even you have never seen the entity itself? That is correct. Tho said with certainty that monster was imprisoned within by the great fire god. The seal of the divine remains, but according to my ancestors, that thing is nearing its death. It would not be too late for you to scavenge the spoils then. Nearing its death? Yahan keenly grasped the critical point, specifically how much longer. Tho calculated on his fingers not very long, 10 to 15 years at most. The corner of Yahan's eye twitched violently. 10 to 15 years? What use is that? By then, Huashan will have long perished, won't she? But upon reflection, these dwarves lived for hundreds of years. 10 or so years was indeed like the blink of an eye to them. However, this time disparity was something Yahan could not afford. He took a deep breath, attempting to extract further clues. Then has the fire god never provided any guidance or... Tho lowered his head, dejected. If it were not so, we would have returned long ago. Lord Fire God is incredibly aloof. Other than manifesting a projection to accept offerings, he never utters a single word. There exists a god of such nature. Yihin's brows furrowed tightly, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Wait, why exactly did you all depart from the temple in the first place? If the deity is capable of suppressing monsters, why drive the believers away? Unless it was a direct mandate from Lord Fire God himself. Tho sighed and replied, in the past the fire god created an extreme volcanic zone near the temple. It grew so intensely hot that even our ancestors could no longer endure it. Only then were we forced to relocate, and it was thereafter that the monster emerged. You are truly sharp. You have deduced everything correctly. Tho nodded. So that is how it was. Yahan rubbed his chin, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. First, coerce the believers to leave, then unleash the monster. Finally, the act of sealing it. This sequence of events is deeply connected. There can be only one truth, this so-called fire god. I could not care less about the life or death of the dwarven race. It is even possible that this entire situation is a carefully laid trap. Naturally, Yahan kept these words to himself. To insult one's deity in front of a devout follower would be courting death. In short, that is all I know. Tho looked toward Yahan. Even knowing this, you still intend to go? I must go. Yahan answered resolutely. My class advancement quest is already upon me. It has been difficult enough to uncover these clues. Let alone a mere monster, even if it were a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I would still press forward. Furthermore, who can truly guarantee that the other temples are safe? Observing the unwavering determination in Yihan's eyes, a look of profound admiration flickered in Tho's gaze. He was truly a ruthless and daring individual. He said nothing more, instead reaching into his pouch to retrieve a brilliant, glowing red sphere, which he solemnly placed into Yihan's hand. Since you have made your decision, take this Fire Spirit King essence. It is yours. Consider it a gesture of gratitude for this meal. Yihan accepted the crystal, his gaze sweeping across its attribute panel. His pupils suddenly contracted. The Fire Spirit King essence was described as a supreme treasure intended for the sealing ritual back at the Fire God Temple. At a casual glance, it seemed ordinary. Yet upon examining the status window, Yihan's heart skipped a beat. The Fire Spirit King crystal was described as the sole monarch born from tens of thousands of Fire Spirit stones, condensed from the heart blood of the dwarf race over several centuries. It grants the Dance of Flame state, providing 90% fire resistance for 3 hours. 90% resistance, Yihan mused. What does this truly mean? It implies that when facing fire attribute attacks, the damage would be nothing more than a mild itch. Combined with the innate 5% all attribute resistance already possessed by his Titan's bravery trait, once he activates this King Crystal, his fire resistance will soar instantly, reaching a terrifying 95%, meaning he would only send 5% damage. This isn't just resistance, it is effectively magic immunity. To return to the Fire God Palace, these dwarves have truly maximized their survival skills. Thank you very much. Yihan suppressed the joy in his heart and took a deep breath. Do you have any more treasures like this? The rain is beautiful, isn't it? Tho spread his hands helplessly. There is only this one. However, we do have lower grade fire spirit stones. If you do not mind, I can gift you a few. Saying this, he took out another red crystal stone. Yihan inspected it carefully. The fire spirit stone granted 30% fire resistance for 1 hour and possessed the unique trait of not occupying an equipment slot, allowing for mass production. Although it lacked the overwhelming dominance of the King Crystal, 30% resistance was still shockingly potent. One must realize that even a top-tier dark gold equipment piece would barely provide that much. Most importantly, this item could be produced in bulk. These few are not enough. Yihan's eyes burned with intensity as he pulled out his coin pouch. I will take as many as you have. Gold coins are not an issue. Such a supreme consumable item is a divine technique when used on spirit beasts. The more, the better. Though counted on his fingers, frowning. At most, I can give you 50 more. Not a single one more. Only 50? Yihan furrowed his brows. For a dignified race of dwarves, is this all they have accumulated over several centuries? Weren't you always preparing for the return to the God Palace? There is no other way. We are poor. Though let out a bitter laugh, his expression one of helplessness. You have seen it yourself. We live in the deep, desolate wilderness. Our resources have long since been exhausted. It is only because of our skilled craftsmanship that we have even managed to produce these 50 stones. Resources exhausted. Hearing this, Jiahan was not disappointed in the slightest. On the contrary, his heart stirred. Lacking high-quality resources was of a problem, and was this not an opportunity delivered right to his doorstep? He cleared his throat and laid his cards on the table. If they could no longer remain in the deep forest, had they ever considered choosing a different way of life? Tho was stunned, falling silent. With his tribesmen dead or severely wounded and their future uncertain, it was indeed a harrowing dilemma. Seeing the other's hesitation, Jiahan struck while the iron was hot. The Chenfeng domain had just been destroyed, and it was precisely the time for reconstruction. I am a prince of the empire and I possess my own territory. As long as you are willing to come, you shall have food, minerals, and fine wine in abundance. Your craftsmanship will be treated as a national treasure there. A flicker of yearning flashed in Tho's eyes. He struggled with himself for a long time, but ultimately he let out a heavy sigh. Jiahan, I accept your good intentions, but our ancestral teachings are difficult to defy. We must adhere to the will of the gods. That is truly a pity. Jiahan did not press the issue further, changing the subject. However, since you have already come out, you must prepare sufficient supplies before you return. Otherwise, returning to the deep forest would only mean several more centuries of hardship. This does not violate your ancestral teachings, does it? That should not be a problem. Tho nodded like a chicken pecking at grain before uttering a sentence that left Jiahan completely bewildered. In any case, we never intended to return to the deep forest. Not returning. Jiahan was taken aback. Did you not say there were ancestral teachings? The ancestral teachings state we must not contact the treacherous human race, but they do not say we must live in the deep forest. Tho argued with conviction. Then why have you been holed up in that god-forsaken wilderness for hundreds of years? Jiahan was left utterly perplexed. If it wasn't to guard their home, then what was it for? Do you enjoy suffering? Tho blushed, scratching his messy hair and stammering. Actually, it is because we could never find the way out. At that moment, the air around Jiahan seemed to freeze. You must be joking. That is utterly absurd. He had calculated every possibility, racking his brain, yet he never expected this to be the reason. The entire race was composed of people with no sense of direction, trapped for hundreds of years. Not by a seal, not by a divine mission, but simply because they were lost. Then, do you at least remember the location of the deep forest? Jiahan suppressed the twitching of his lips, suddenly recalling that when they were moving the rice, Tho had complained about the useless gold mines. If these fools could not find their way back, then the mountains of gold deep within that forest? Tho gave an awkward laugh. He had absolutely no memory of it. As expected, Yahan rolled his eyes inwardly. Relying on this group of people, who couldn't even find their way to his doorstep, was akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. But it was of no consequence. He only needed to trick them into staying within his territory for now, and he could deal with the matter of the gold mine later. The most pressing issue was to secure the inheritance of the Fire God Palace first. Dealing with the dwarves was merely the first step. If he wished to keep them in his territory, he would need to plan for the long term. Yahan did not hesitate. He went to the corner and immediately pulled out a wooden communication talisman, the very item that caused countless experts to tremble at its mention. At the same time, in the Supreme Hall, the master was admiring his reflection in the mirror, turning a glowing carving over in his hands with a grin that threatened to stretch from ear to ear. Truly an item dropped by a boss. It was exquisite. An epic-grade prop and a passive artifact that remained effective even while kept in one's storage bag. As a god-tier expert, there was nothing he had not seen. Yet even he was seeing such a supreme treasure which did not occupy an equipment slot for the first time. With this treasure in hand, let alone the old fogies in the hall, even if he had to solo a boss-level territorial lord again, he would not be intimidated. This wave of fortune was indeed a resounding victory for the Supreme Hall. He hummed a tune, preparing to enjoy this magnificent morning. Suddenly, the token at his waist vibrated violently, and a voice that would startle him even in his dreams drifted out. "Master, are you there? There is a situation." The master's hands trembled, nearly causing him to drop the artifact he had just received. "It's this brat again." No wonder his left eyelid had been twitching all day. As it turned out, this was what awaited him. Which god has this ancestor offended this time? Despite his grumbling, the master's body was honest, and he immediately connected to the communication token. There was no other choice. Although he had been pushed to the brink of death several times by this youth, his increase in strength was undeniable. The greater the waves, the more valuable the catch one must endure to become stronger. "You black-hearted brat, you're looking for me again? Speak quickly." The master put on a stern expression while the other side feigned profoundness. What scheme is he hatching this time? "Master, why speak like that? Am I really that kind of person?" Yahan's voice sounded entirely harmless. I am thinking of a heaven-sent opportunity specifically for you. The master let out a cold laugh. Drop the act. Speak plainly. Are we dealing with a giant dragon or some bizarre boss this time? If that is not it, then what is? Me patted his chest with an arrogant expression. This old man has even dealt with level 5 dragons and slain level 100 frost spirits. My composure is terrifyingly unshakable. You may speak freely, for this is no idle boast. After a period of hellish specialized training, his resolve had become as steady as a fishmonger gutting his catch at the market. There was nothing left that could truly alarm him. Yahan said indifferently, I only intend to take a stroll through the Fire God Palace. The Fire God Palace, is it? That is manageable, at least it is not. Me nodded subconsciously, but in the next second his entire body stiffened. Wait a moment. Where did you say you were going? The mention of gods brought a deathly silence. Me, who was arrogant just a moment ago, now found his voice trembling. Big brother, I will call you brother, can I? Hear my advice, let us not entangle ourselves in the affairs of the gods. That is a divine temple, not your own backyard. Is that a place where one can simply wander at will? You have lost your mind. This boy is surely insane. A moment ago he felt composed, but he was immediately shaken back to his senses. This was not a business transaction. This was clearly a death wish. Master, please calm down, the price is negotiable. Yahan maintained his calm tone. As long as we succeed, you shall be well rewarded. You could empty the entire national treasury, and it still would not be enough. Me shook his head like a rattle. Unless you can provide a few pounds of Holy Spirit spring water, there is no room for discussion. But do you even possess such a thing? I do not have the Holy Spirit spring water at this moment, but Yahan shifted the topic. Master, have you heard of the dwarf race? The dwarf race? Me was stunned, then suddenly enlightened. You wish to seek out the dwarves to forge a divine artifact. That is truly a brilliant strategy. If I can truly find these master blacksmiths, a little risk is well worth it. As he spoke, M sighed, adopting the tone of a seasoned mentor offering guidance. However, do not set your expectations too high. The dwarven race is eccentric and their movements are shrouded in mystery. Even if you were to scour the entire continent, finding them would be impossible. Is it really necessary to search for them? Yahan laughed heartily, cutting him off. Immediately after, a voice called out from the other end of the communication token. Tho, come here and greet the master. Before M could even react to this sequence of events, a rough, clumsy voice filled with distinct rhythmic undertones echoed from the token into his ears. M's pupils dilated in shock. The words were certain the pronunciation was bizarre and unintelligible. It was not the common tongue at all. It was the long-lost language of the dwarven race. It cannot be, young man. Have you truly found the dwarven race? M could no longer remain calm, his voice rising in pitch. Yahan replied, my luck was not bad. I happened to encounter them while they were migrating, so I brought them back to Fengye City. Yahan's tone was indifferent, as if he had merely picked up 2 stalks of cabbage, yet how could that be possible? His mind whirled. The dwarven race is infamous for being stubborn and foul-tempered, more mule-headed than any fire. Even if you were a god-tier powerhouse, if they did not take a liking to you, dragging them into a human city would be a feat of difficulty akin to ascending to the heavens. There is trickery here. There is definitely trickery. M immediately grew wary, thinking, this brat is cunning. He must have found a ventriloquist to deceive me. Trying to lure this old man into a trap? Keep dreaming. Fine, boy. Continue your charade. Before M could finish his sentence, the connection was severed. He stood frozen, holding the wooden token. The script was not going as expected. If it were a scam, shouldn't he be desperately trying to explain himself right now? Why would he hang up? Could it be real? Is this merely a tactic of playing hard to get? This old man will not be fooled. M let out a cold laugh, tossed the wooden token onto the table, and closed his eyes. What the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve over. In the garden, the water trickled, and the birds sang among the fragrant flowers, but M felt his rest. 1 minute, his fingers tapped against the armrest. 2 minutes, his breathing began to quicken. Not even 3 minutes had passed. Damn it, you win. Mio suddenly bolted up from the rocking chair, frantically clawing at his white hair. Curiosity may kill the cat, but it also has the power to make a god-tier mage lose his composure once he is lured into a trap. Space warped and his figure vanished. Even knowing it was a trap, he plunged in without the slightest hesitation. Without uncovering the truth, he knew he would find no peace in slumber. The next second, he arrived at Fengye City. Mio hurried to push open the grand hall doors. The moment the doors swung wide, his worldview shattered into utter chaos. Tables and chairs were overturned. Dishes flew through the air as sturdy dwarves, tall as one's waist, with thick beards and faces covered in grease, gnawed ravenously on roasted meat, even wrestling on the floor over a single bone. That distinct stature and those crude movements, these were authentic members of the dwarf race. Mio stood agape despite having braced himself for the unexpected. Witnessing this race lost for a millennium, eating like refugees, the sheer impact of the sight was overwhelming. In the corner, the Grandmaster Yahan smiled and waved his hand. Mio lunged forward in a few strides and grabbed hold of Yahan. Lad, where on earth did you kidnap these ancestors from? That is not important. Yahan's gaze was resolute. What matters is how we get them to fire up the forge. Mio, steadying himself, immediately reacted, his expression shifting as he realized this concerned the temple of the fire god. Indeed, the atmosphere instantly grew frigid. Mio fell silent. If it were a matter of divine artifacts, it would merely be business. but if it involved the temple, it was a matter of staking one's life. After a long moment he looked up, his eyes turning sharp as blades. This old man will accompany you on this journey. I seek no gold, nor do I require repayment, but I must state the grim truth up front. Once we enter the temple, everyone must rely on their own capability. If we encounter a life or death crisis beyond our control, this old man will do his utmost to protect you. But that is merely doing my utmost. When catastrophe strikes, every man is for himself. Yahan did not hesitate, nodding his head. That is more than enough. For an expedition of this magnitude, gold is merely dust. To have a god-tier powerhouse promise to exert their full strength is already a great honor. When shall we depart? Now 2 days later, the world seemed to have been stripped of all color, leaving behind only scorched black and searing red. The earth was fractured, with magma pulsing across the surface like veins. The air was thick with sulfur, the intense heat distorting all perception. This is a forbidden zone, devoid of life. A piercing alarm echoed through the deathly stillness. 2 streaks of light tore through the heat waves. Yahan stared fixedly at the divine sensor flashing violently in his hand. Finally, it has been found. For a full day and a half, 36 hours, the detector in his hand had been screaming incessantly. Yet of the legendary Fire God Palace, not even a phantom shadow could be seen. Could it be that the method of opening it was incorrect? One must realize that this is a specially crafted divine artifact. If even this cannot locate it, how could one hope to find it with the naked eye? Suddenly, the ground erupted without warning. A gargantuan loach, its entire body wreathed in flames, burst forth from the earth. The billowing heat waves were terrifying to behold. -20. Despite the protection of the Fire Spirit Pearl, Yahan's vitality value was still rapidly depleting. Level 100 elite monster Magma Firefish. You are courting death. Mio let out a cold snort, raising a hand to slaughter this beast that knew nothing of life or death. But the very next second, the ground began to rumble violently. Within a radius of 100 miles, the lava instantly began to boil. It was not 1 nor 2, but hundreds and thousands of level 100 monsters bursting from the ground like a horde of unleashed zombies. The beasts are rioting. At the same moment, the detector in Yahan's hand emitted a shrill, piercing shriek. Both men abruptly looked up. Damn it. At the edge of their vision, suspended in mid-air, a desolate and ancient stone gate emerged from the void. A surging divine might compelled one to bow down in reverence. Found it. This is the entrance to the Fire God Palace. Young man, that ahead is it. Mel felt an ecstatic surge of joy in his heart, but as he turned to look at Yihan, his voice abruptly trailed off. He saw Yihan's figure beginning to flicker and distort, turning translucent in the blink of an eye. In a flash, he vanished, and the stone gate hanging in mid-air disappeared along with him, as if it had never existed at all. The winds died down, and Mel stood frozen in place, his mind reeling. Had he truly entered just like that? And what of me? This old man hasn't even been allowed on board yet. What is this? I traveled thousands of miles to risk my life acting as a bodyguard. And yet, I haven't even touched the gates of the divine temple. I have become a laborer who has traveled in vain. Before Mel could even lament his fate, hundreds of level 100 monsters converged, locking their sights onto the only living soul remaining. They cared nothing for his grievances, rushing toward him in a frenzied swarm. At this moment, Mel felt as though he could weep tears of blood. With an expression of utter resignation, he raised his staff to unleash his final resort. Let everything be destroyed. I am exhausted. The scene shifted. Yihan now stood within a purgatory isolated from the outside world. Thrifty, -350. The moment he touched the ground, terrifying damage numbers began to dance wildly above his head. This place was truly like the blazing alchemical furnace of Taishang Laojun. Without the God of Wealth shield, which consumed gold to provide protection, an ordinary player would be vaporized into ash within 3 seconds. He raised his eyes to look ahead, where a pool of magma converged, glowing with the brilliance of a golden sun, impossible to gaze upon directly. This was the very source of the immense damage. No wonder the dwarven race dared not return. Who could withstand such continuous blood loss? Yet Yuhan remained unperturbed. As long as he had enough currency, this meager damage was but a light breeze. For now he refrained from using the Fire Spirit King Crystal. That was his trump card for emergencies, which had to be reserved for the most critical moment. The target was locked. The Grand Hall lay in the distance. Yihan 50, 6 Kurd 50. The closer he drew to the Grand Hall, the more absurd the damage became. 650 points of damage per second. Who could possibly endure this? Yihan did not hesitate any longer. He decisively crushed the Fire Spirit King Crystal, and instantly the damage plummeted to a mere 50. He continued to venture deeper. However, the further he went, the more uneasy Yihan felt. It was deathly quiet, a silence so profound it was unsettling. On both sides of the path lay shattered statues. Stains of dried blood were scattered everywhere, emitting an aura that was ancient and decaying. Finally, he stood before the gates of the main hall, his heart sinking the moment he laid eyes upon it. What magnificent divine temple! This was nothing more than a pile of ruins with collapsed ancient gates, fractured stone pillars, and overgrown weeds. There was no trace left of the sanctity associated with the deity's dwelling. It was entirely a land of death. Only in the deepest part of the hall, amidst the desolation, stood a pristine white statue roughly 10 feet tall, completely untouched, without a single speck of dust. This jarring visual contrast was so bizarre that it made one's scalp crawl. Yahan held his breath and slowly approached. Just then, a cold mechanical voice, sounding like rolling thunder, erupted from the heavens. Intruder, state your purpose. Yahan stopped in his tracks, looked up directly at the divine statue, and spoke coldly. I have come to seek the relics of this temple. As soon as his words fell, a deep rumble echoed. The pure white statue began to move, kneeling down. Its blurred face gazed down from above, its voice sounding as if it were bestowing a favor. Offer me your most sincere praise and submit to me. This is the price you must pay to awaken your potential. A mere ghost deserves my submission? I, Yahan, have only believed in myself throughout my life. I have never believed in gods or divinities. You want me to kowtow before a broken piece of rock whose face I cannot even discern just to achieve a second-class advancement? Dream on. If a god-tier profession like the god of control or the god of wealth truly requires such demeaning methods to level up, then I would rather not have this divinity. As he hesitated, the statue clearly lost its patience. Its tone suddenly sharpened. To be able to kneel before the great god of statues is your supreme honor. Kneel before me. Boom, a ring of brilliant red light erupted instantly. -1,000, -1,000. A terrifying pressure accompanied by searing heat. My shield values are plummeting frantically. Damn you. Consumed by fury, I instinctively grasped my divine weapon, halting the berserk state of the destroyer god. Am I a living being to be bullied by a mere broken stone like you? What does it matter if you are a god? I will strike you down all the same. Before I could even make my move, a sudden anomaly occurred. Without waiting for my command, the beast space opened on its own. Xiaohui transformed into a gray streak of lightning, roaring as he lunged directly at the statue, his eyes burning with an intense, deep-seated hatred. This is a grudge etched into the very depths of his bloodline. Boom, a single breath of dragonfire descended, -188,000. Following that, dragon claws tore through the air, leaving an afterimage, -17,500. Bang, an explosion of over 200,000 damage erupted. That white statue, standing so high and mighty, could not even let out a single cry. It was instantly shattered into countless fragments. Having struck the killing blow in an instant, Xiaowei landed, staring intently at the pile of rubble, as if wishing he could grind its bones into dust. Is this truly the same gluttonous creature that usually only knows how to act pampered? It seems the blood feud between the ancient dragons and the gods of legend is in fact real. Return, I commanded decisively. Although this statue was unreasonably fragile, this is still a divine temple. A level 40 beast does not yet possess the qualifications to act recklessly here. Xiaowei held his head high, and with an air of smug satisfaction he retreated into the beast space. But in the very next second, after the statue shattered, the world collapsed. With a thunderous roar, the entire great hall began to tremble violently, turning into ruins in an instant. A voice, having traversed countless spans of space and time, surged forth from the horizon, carrying a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering wrath. Lowly ant, you dare to defy my will? You have released the demon from its cage. I shall nail you to the depths of hell and strip away your divinity. It is the true fire god. Warning, you are being attacked by an immeasurable power. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. The system's warning nearly shattered my eardrums, echoing the sensation of facing the monarch of calamity. -100,000. -10,000. My health bar. In merely a few seconds, several 100,000 points of shield value have evaporated. This is literally burning gold and silver away. Tens of millions in gold vanished in an instant. This is the sheer power of the gods. I stared at the health bar in my mind, calculating rapidly. Should I deactivate the shield and die to restart? Or should I gamble on this moment where my life hangs by a thread? Rumble. The ground beneath my feet suddenly shook violently, as if a massive earthquake had struck. A roar filled with malice erupted from the depths of the endless lava, clashing against the divine echoes from the heavens. Hephaestus, you deserve to die. Crack, the earth suddenly split into a massive chasm like a gaping abyss. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed the ruins of the temple and me along with it. My body fell at a terrifying speed. Lava erupted, the sky turned blood red, the entire world seemed to be engulfed in flames. Bam! I slammed into the ground, the impact feeling as if my internal organs had been displaced. -500,000. Combined with the damage from the fire god's roar, my shield value plummeted crazily. In just 2 minutes, a full 100 million in gold was gone. This isn't just losing blood. This is clearly cutting flesh from my bones. This is the true domain of the gods. If not for my gold shield skill, I would have died 800 times over by now. Should I just deactivate the shield and accept death? Just as I was wallowing in despair, a blinding red light exploded before my eyes. A colossal, terrifying beast revealed itself, the immortal god emperor, its rank and level displayed only as a series of question marks. This must be the demon suppressed by the fire god. Human, it was you who shattered the statue of Hephaestus. The low voice carried an infinite sense of authority. Only then did I see clearly. Amidst the brilliant flames stood a noble phoenix, yet 8 chains, black as pitch and dark as black holes, bound its body, pinning it firmly to the ground. They were eerie lights capable of devouring even the soul. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Indeed, well done. The immortal god emperor spoke with a frigid tone. Be gone at once. If you remain when Hephaestus arrives, you will be reduced to minced meat. Is he even capable of coming here? My heart skipped a beat. Heh. By shattering the statue, you have awakened me. I am on the verge of breaking these shackles. That coward cannot reach this place. The eyes of the immortal god emperor were filled with mockery. You claim you can break the shackles of the gods? These are divine constraints. The shackles of the gods are nothing. The immortal god emperor threw his head back and laughed maniacally, causing the mountains and earth to tremble. Does that spineless wretch Hephaestus truly believe he is worthy of imprisoning me? Something was amiss. I immediately pricked up my ears. In those years I was weak during childbirth. This place was rich with fire essence, and I intended to use it for the birth of my child. The immortal god emperor's voice was filled with indignation. Who could have known it was a trap? Not only Hephaestus, but 5 false gods joined forces to ambush me. It was only due to a momentary lapse in caution that I fell into this trap, had my core essence drained, and ended up imprisoned here. It is pitiful that my unborn child was taken by those traitors to be used as a sacrifice. Wait, birth? Sacrifice? My eyes lit up like lanterns. You say that you actually laid an egg, then where is your egg? No, that is not right. Where is your offspring now? If I could obtain an egg of a divine species. The immortal god emperor flew into a rage, his killing intent surging. You dare to offend me in such a manner? If not for the fact that you shattered the stone statue, I would surely hack you into 10,000 pieces. My apologies, my professional instincts got the better of me. I rubbed my nose in embarrassment. Greedy human, the immortal god emperor said, seeing through my thoughts. Cease your dreaming. How precious do you think my bloodline is? How could someone like you ever hope to control it? Even if the strongest beast master of the human race were to come here in person, he would not even be able to touch it. You lack the qualifications. I let out a laugh. This was perhaps the most amusing jest I had ever heard. I offered no explanation, merely shaking my head gently. I, Yahan, am a wealthy and peerless god of fortune, a divine magnate possessing 2 billion in shield value. Yet you, a prisoner bound by heavy iron chains, dare to speak to me of qualifications? Xiaohui, come forth and show him your talent. A flash of gray light erupted, and Xiaohui emerged from the beast-taming space, brandishing its claws at the divine phoenix. The immortal divine phoenix had initially cast only a distracted glance, but the next second those phoenix eyes trembled violently. This is impossible. A mere human, how could you possibly command a Dragon Clan member of this caliber? He stared fixedly at me, the arrogance in his eyes replaced by boundless terror. The blessing of the dragon god? Could it be that even that old man has fallen? The divine phoenix's voice trembled, and a pressure like a surging tide bore down upon me. Human, tell me where the dragon god is. How do you possess this power? I do not know myself. I unhurriedly adjusted my collar and offered the standard smile of a billionaire. As you can see, standing before you is the model youth of the 21st century. The wealthiest man on the entire server, the one who controls gods, and a friend to the ladies of Fungia City. Is it truly so difficult for Yahan to form a contract with an immortal divine phoenix? I silenced a deathly, suffocating silence. After a long moment, the immortal divine phoenix sighed. With such chaotic and contradictory energy, perhaps you truly possess the qualifications. Humility is merely a basic practice. I maintained an expression of modesty. Human enough with the drivel. The divine phoenix's voice became exceptionally grave. I can reveal the location of my offspring, but that place is a true land of death. Rescue it, and it shall become your most formidable assistant. Failure means death. Even if it were a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I would still go. My eyes ignited with fervor, and I spoke without hesitation. The offspring of a divine beast, even the gods themselves must show deference. What kind of quality must that possess? A mythical-grade beast-taming accomplishment. It is already within my grasp. A magnificent burn feather drifted into my hand, pointing the way to the endless lava plain. It was a death trap orchestrated by the fire god, yet it was also the only place where the divine sovereign could produce offspring. Without a moment's hesitation, I plunged directly into the lava. As I approached, a wave of intense heat slammed into my face. 1,000. Despite possessing a terrifying 95% fire resistance, I was still losing a frantic 1,000 health points every single second. For any ordinary person, 20,000 damage per second would reduce them to ash instantly. This was not merely a lava field, it was a furnace burning through currency. Yet I did not even frown as I moved forward. As long as I could secure the egg, what was a mere pittance of gold? I threw myself into the boiling magma, the searing sensation surging immediately into my brain. The damage spiked to 5,000 points per second, and my protective shield poured away like a waterfall. Within just a few minutes, 1 million points of my protective shield had evaporated. That was a staggering 100 million gold pieces. But I remained indifferent. This was the madness of a high-stakes gambler. 10 minutes later, 3 million points of the shield had been burned away, equivalent to 300 million gold pieces. Finally, amidst that blinding red inferno, an egg emitting a golden radiance appeared, hovering in the air. Found it. My heart raced, and I lunged toward it without hesitation. It rested upon a pitch-black altar, where dense, water-like white inscriptions were greedily siphoning the life force of the golden egg. Someone was stealing the bloodline of the divine sovereign. Without pausing to examine it further, I reached out and pulled the divine sovereign's egg into my embrace. The moment my fingers brushed against the shell, the altar plunged into darkness. Who goes there? A furious roar cracked the very earth beneath me. The fire god Hephaestus. He had sensed it, and he was closer than I had anticipated. -200,000. -200,000. My protective shield vaporized by 1 million points in a blink. The old man dared to play dirty. A flicker of cold, lethal intent flashed in my eyes. I will remember this debt. It is not as if his mother is not even in a hurry. Why are you so anxious? Yet my feet moved as swift as the wind. My speed did not falter for even 3 minutes, despite life and death hanging in the balance. I pierced through the lava barrier and at last managed to break free. A glance at my status panel showed over 7 million protection points depleted. Does that mean 700 million gold coins have been completely incinerated? I looked at the resplendent beast egg within my inventory and nearly burst into laughter. 700 million in exchange for a mythic-grade beast egg. This was, in truth, an incredible bargain. If this item were to be sold publicly, 700 million would be a pittance. Even for 70 billion, the great guilds would fight until they drew blood. Only a fool would sell a treasure of this caliber. Fortunately, I did not fail the task entrusted to me. I quickly returned to present the golden egg before the immortal Phoenix Emperor. After all, it is her own flesh and blood. A reunion between mother and child is only natural. The giant phoenix eyes of the Emperor suddenly froze. You actually succeeded. Beyond the human guise she adopted, her eyes were filled with utter astonishment. A level 40 human not only withstood the flames of a deity but returned completely unscathed. Thank you. At this moment, the immortal Phoenix Emperor, who had reigned supreme over heaven and earth, lowered her noble head. For she knew that had it not been for me, her child would surely have become a sacrifice for the god of fire. You are too kind. Just as I was about to offer a humble reply, thunder rolled across the sky once more. You shall perish, human. The roar of the fire god descended like a divine punishment, closer and more violent than before. You destroyed my statue and touched my offering. This is a capital offense that cannot be forgiven. Prepare to face the wrath of a god. You vermin, minus 500,000 points. The roar had barely subsided before another 500,000 protection points shattered. If a mere roar from afar carries such destructive power, what would happen if his true form were to descend? Human, leave at once. The immortal Phoenix Emperor sighed, her eyes filled with despair. Hephaestus is coming. Take my child and go as far as you can. When you have grown strong enough, avenge me. And what of you? I furrowed my brows. I am a player at worst. I die and respawn back at the library. If this god empress dies, it is the end for her. Is there truly no way to save you? Before the barrier formed, I stared at her thinking, help me, you are too weak. The god empress offered a bitter smile. If it were the strongest of humanity, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. But tell me anyway, who knows? I am not willing to give up just yet. The remaining 2 seals require the divinity embedded upon them to be purged. The god empress's voice grew faint. That divinity belongs to the realm of gods. Only power of an equal standing can resist it. How could a mortal hope to achieve such a thing? Is this what you mean? Without waiting for her to finish, I flipped my hand and withdrew a pitch-black, jagged horn from my inventory, presenting it directly before her, the furious horn of the god of destruction. Do you think this is sufficient? The undying god empress glanced at it dismissively, but a second later her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets at the sight of the destruction god's relic. How do you possess such an item? She was utterly bewildered. A mere human holding a relic dropped by a true god after a boss battle. Pure luck. I waved my hand, dismissively adding, do not ask where it came from. Just tell me, can it be used? Yes, it can certainly be used. The god empress trembled with agitation, but an instant later the light in her eyes dimmed once more. But it is futile. The remaining 2 seals must be broken simultaneously. It requires 2 divine artifacts of the same caliber to succeed. She looked at me, her tone filled with profound regret. Do you possess 2 identical divine artifacts? They must be perfectly matched. I pondered for a moment, realizing I did not seem to have such a thing. However, perhaps this will suffice. I flipped my hand and produced a cold, gray, unremarkable stone. It seems that heaven does not always seal off every path of survival. The 3-day cooldown since its last use has finally concluded. It begs the question, where exactly is all this power from the god of destruction originating from, and how could a mere mortal possess so many cheat items? The immortal god emperor was completely stunned. She never imagined, even in her wildest dreams, that a mortal's storage bag could manifest such a miracle. Before I could even display my might, the sky erupted. You lowly insects, the great fire god has descended. To become nutrients for my cultivation is a fortune you wouldn't have earned in 8 lifetimes. Die. Hephaestus's voice echoed nearby, the terrifying pressure threatening to crush my eardrums. Minus 300,000, minus 500,000. I watched in shock as the protective shield plummeted. Even with an 8-digit protection barrier, at this rate I would be reduced to ash in minutes. My reason told me to retract the barrier and retreat to the city. At most, I would only lose a bit of experience and wouldn't suffer a true loss. Yet upon hearing those words, lowly insects, a surge of fury ignited deep within my soul. I have already faced death once before. Am I really going to be intimidated into wedding myself by a mere NPC? You want me dead? Then today, even if I exhaust my entire fortune, I will break your teeth. If you want to play, then I shall play for stakes far higher than you can imagine. I picked up a stone and began calculating frantically on the ground. From point A to point B, the distance is 100. The skill projectile speed and the delay time are represented by X. The immortal god emperor stared at me as if I were a madman. Instead of fleeing, was I doing mathematics? She did not understand that for one who masters the laws of physics and mathematics, even the gods themselves are not to be feared. I suddenly raised my head, a sharp glint flashing in my eyes. The first strike, the power of the god of destruction fired, followed immediately by the cold stone. The second strike fired 2 beams of pitch-black destructive light. One followed the other. Yet, thanks to my precise calculations, they struck 2 points of the seal simultaneously, without a hair's breadth of error. 2 explosions rang out at the same time. The sound of chains shattering was as crisp and clear as a heavenly chime. In that instant, the shackles binding the immortal god emperor disintegrated entirely. The time for mortals to kneel and await death had passed. At that very moment, the sky was torn asunder. The fire god Hephaestus crossed the void, stepping forth in a single stride. He looked down from above, his expression radiating arrogance, fully prepared to savor the fear and trembling of the vermin below. However, he was not greeted by submissive kneeling, but by a sea of golden flames that blotted out the heavens and covered the earth. The terrifying divine fire surged upward, and a figure of suffocating. The killing intent, gathered over centuries, locked onto the fire god instantly within those eyes. The smile on Hephaestus' face froze. He rubbed his eyes, his mind reeling with confusion. 2 of them? How could this be? Why would this firebird be wandering outside? Hephaestus even suspected he was suffering from hallucinations. How could this be possible? After all, the seal beneath the Valley of Bones was established by 5 great gods. How could it be broken so easily? Yet the moment the fire god sensed the disturbance, he had arrived immediately, only to find he was still a step too late. You did not expect this, did you, Hephaestus? A low roar carrying intense heat blasted aggressively into his face. I have returned. Facing this terrifying creature, even the fire god had no chance of victory at this moment. It is impossible. Hephaestus's gaze was filled with disbelief. You have lost so much of your origin, how could you have escaped the seal? Suddenly, he stared deep into the valley, his expression one of utter astonishment. Could it be that lowly human, a mere insect, was capable of causing such a catastrophic turn of events? That is of no consequence. The voice of the god emperor resounded once more. What matters is that you despicable false gods must now pay the price. Only your filthy blood can wash away my humiliation. As the words left his lips, the god emperor's entire body erupted with golden light, transforming him into a brilliant golden sun. The air warped and the magma melted like refined sugar. With a single flap of his wings, a storm sharper than any blade spiraled forward. 2 whirlwinds of fire soared into the sky, attacking Hephaestus with ferocity. Do you truly believe victory is already yours? Hephaestus let out a cold laugh, raising his hammer. The red gemstone embedded within it emitted a dazzling radiance. You have been drained of your origin. How much strength do you truly have left? With that, a blood-colored sun rose from the horizon. In this moment, the world seemed to possess 2 suns, one golden, one crimson. The entire world was incinerated in an instant. Even the depths of the valley could not escape the devastation. The 2 forces of heaven-shattering, earth-rending power collided with violent intensity. The elements detonated, and in that singular moment, the unyielding boulders and molten lava were reduced to nothingness. Dahan, hidden in the deepest reaches of the valley, was seized by overwhelming terror. Had the undying phoenix not cast a veil of protective flame upon him, the mere shockwaves of this clash would have dealt millions in damage. And this was only the beginning. The cry of the phoenix reverberated across the heavens and the earth. Bearing the accumulated resentment of centuries, the undying phoenix launched an unrelenting assault. Hephaestus understood that this battle could only conclude with blood. Whoever retreated would face certain death. As golden needles clashed against stalks of wheat, each collision caused the world to crumble, reducing all structures to dust. Dahan looked upward, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. Even in his previous life, he had never witnessed a confrontation of such peak intensity. After an unknown duration of struggle, a cry echoed through the skies, and flames capable of incinerating all existence pierced through every defense, striking Hephaestus with savage force. This strike instantly obliterated one of the god's arms, and the scepter of unknown rank in his hand dimmed immediately, its crystalline form shattering into fragments. No, this cannot be. The god who had once stood high above all else let out a cry of desperate agony for the first time. With his weapon shattered and the tide of battle turned, the undying phoenix scoffed, "You lowly traitor, without your underhanded schemes, what are you?" The undying phoenix gazed upon him with contempt, adding, "Do you even deserve to call yourself a god? Perish." The blade swung forth, slicing through the divine form as easily as cutting through tofu. Hephaestus exerted all his remaining strength to resist, yet he could not withstand this fatal blow. Crimson divine blood scattered across the sky. With a light tap, the undying phoenix unleashed a surge of violent power. The body of Hephaestus erupted in midair like a firework. Just like that, a mighty deity fell. The undying phoenix beat her wings and a strange, powerful suction erupted. She greedily devoured the divine blood drifting in the heavens. Having been sealed for countless years, her physical form had grown frail. This battle had exacted a heavy price upon her, and the blood of a god was the ultimate nourishment. After a long while, the radiance faded and silence returned. The entire subrealm had been obliterated, leaving only a few fragments of land drifting in the void. It was like a void of stars, quiet to the point of being unsettling. "Come here." The immortal god emperor gazed toward the largest continent and whispered, "I still possess 2 drops of blood from a false god. Perhaps you will have need of them." Dahan did not need to move. The continent beneath his feet seemed to possess a will of its own, drifting automatically toward the immortal god emperor. Moments later, 2 drops of golden blood hovered before him. The blood of a god, the blood of the fire god Hephaestus, containing a divinity rare in this world. The blood of a deity. Dahan had yet to fully recover from the cataclysmic battle that had just transpired. To obtain such a precious treasure with such ease, it is almost embarrassing. What is this blood used for? Dahan accepted them without a hint of hesitation, directly asking the immortal god emperor, who was extinguishing the flames upon his body. In a low voice, my son has yet to hatch. This divine blood can break the seal and awaken its latent vitality. Furthermore, divine blood possesses divinity, which can temper and strengthen the physical body. As he spoke, the god emperor's tone shifted. However, ordinary beings cannot withstand it. The slightest carelessness will result in one's body exploding into mist. How should I use it? That is for you to decide. Divinity. Dahan's heart hammered against his chest. The key to his next breakthrough likely resided in this. However, before he could deliberate, the immortal god emperor's voice suddenly turned grave. This dimension is on the verge of collapse. I am grateful that you helped me break the seal, but you must prepare yourself. The god emperor stared intently at Dahan and uttered a startling warning. Hephaestus has fallen. The other traitors will undoubtedly sense it. Moreover, the chaotic divine energies upon your person will make them salivate with greed, grow stronger, and do so quickly. Take my son with you. I shall go and confront those false gods to buy you time. Beyond the dragon god's blessing, there were other chaotic divine energies within him. Just as Dahan was about to ask more, the entire world began to tremble violently. The god emperor looked up as the teleportation light beneath his feet suddenly flared. Wait. At this critical juncture, Yahan suddenly stood stunned before the immortal god emperor. What is the matter? What is wrong? I have yet to collect my loot. Yahan stared intently at the flame-red scepter suspended in midair. That was left behind by the fire god, was it not? A look of disdain flickered across the immortal god emperor's eyes. It is merely a broken, discarded trinket. What could possibly be worth picking up? A discarded trinket. Yahan's eyes immediately lit up. Could you not give me a few more pieces of such discarded items? The god emperor sneered, and with a flap of his wings, the discarded item instantly flew before Yahan. Hephaestus's scepter damaged epic grade. Spirit plus 500, fire elemental damage plus 30%, enchantment duration reduced by 30%. Damn it. Even in its damaged state, it is still of epic quality. If it were fully restored, it would be a divine artifact at the very least. Especially those two fire elemental attributes. It is truly a divine treasure for any mage. Had he missed out on such a supreme item, Yahan would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Without another word, he equipped it immediately. It is time for you to depart. The god emperor spoke again. This world had reached its limit. With a flash of light, both the man and the emperor vanished completely. In the very next moment, the entire space collapsed, dissolving into nothingness. Simultaneously, in an ancient, nameless world, a place filled with deathly energy, appearing as though it had seen no life for millennia. Within a grand hall, over a dozen statues were arranged in disarray. Suddenly, a red statue in the corner of the hall opened its eyes, its somber voice echoing through the chamber. I have lost an avatar. Shortly after, 3 more statues awakened one after another, their tones laced with clear dissatisfaction. Hephaestus, it was merely one avatar. Was there any need to disturb our slumber? If you have disrupted our plans, your sin will be unforgivable. Facing their criticism, the red statue's voice carried a chilling implication. The avatar I lost was the one guarding the immortal god emperor. If my senses are correct, that world has already collapsed. Collapsed? Following the confession of Hephaestus, the great hall descended into chaos. Hephaestus, you had best provide a reasonable explanation. We exhausted the roots of our divinity just to seal the immortal god emperor. Now you claim the world has collapsed. Has he escaped, or is he dead? Amidst the mockery, more and more statues began to awaken. The great hall, silent for hundreds of years, was suddenly as rowdy as a marketplace. Hephaestus let out a cold laugh, his voice sharper and colder than any of theirs. That was my strongest avatar for traversing the mortal realm. Now that it has been destroyed, I am the one who has suffered the greatest loss. Incompetence is still incompetence. The other divine artifacts showed no mercy. If that is the case, perhaps we should use you to fill that void. Seeing the gods on the verge of civil war, the largest statue in the center finally spoke. Enough. The majestic voice echoed, and the entire hall fell silent. The priority now is to find the source. Whether it is the immortal god emperor or something else, this hidden threat must be eliminated. Otherwise, it will jeopardize that plan. None of you can bear the consequences of failure. The gods replied in unison, filled with awe. Your subordinates understand. At the same time, within the trial grounds, the god-tier spellcaster Malang was like a stray dog, frantically besieged by dozens of level 100 monsters. This is truly the misfortune of 8 lifetimes. Malang shouted while casting skills. He hadn't even entered the divine temple, yet he had managed to stumble into a monster's nest. However, just as he was on the verge of collapse, an earth-shattering wave of heat suddenly descended from the heavens. Malang hurriedly looked up, only to see a crimson silhouette blotting out the sky as it swept across the horizon. The next second, a bizarre scene unfolded. The monsters that were fearless moments ago now acted as if they had seen a ghost, fleeing frantically into the distance. Yet, Malang could not bring himself to laugh, for the pressure radiating from this crimson shadow was many times more terrifying than the radiant dragon from earlier. What kind of monster is this? Cold sweat poured down his brow. At this level of power, let alone fighting, even a single glance would mean certain death. Damn it, why is it rushing toward me? Despair instantly consumed his reason. That colossal monster lunged directly toward where he was fleeing. He frantically tore open a teleportation scroll, only to realize the space had been locked. Escape was impossible. It was finished. He closed his eyes, surrendering completely to his fate. Before an existence of this magnitude, his strength was nothing more than a joke. The ground shook violently, the overwhelming pressure closing in as if the next second would see him crushed into dust. Just as he thought to himself, my life ends here, a familiar mocking voice suddenly echoed. Master, why so tense? He abruptly opened his eyes, only to see a small figure standing beside the terrifying creature capable of destroying the world. Who else could it be but that youth, Yehan? His mind went blank, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. A mere low-level career changer like him actually had a connection with this world-ending beast? Before he could regain his senses, the terrifying creature flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of light that vanished over the horizon. Only then did he collapse onto the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. The sensation of surviving such a catastrophe was truly overwhelming. That thing was brought out from the fire god's temple? He swallowed hard, staring at Yehan as if looking at a monster. You didn't die? Upon hearing the master's words, Yehan chuckled and brushed off his sleeves. I don't have many virtues, but my life is tenacious. A mere fire god's temple cannot harm me. The master's mouth twitched. This display of arrogance, while infuriating, was impossible to refute. Speak quickly. What exactly happened in there? He couldn't help but ask. Did you encounter the deity? I did. Yehan spoke in a calm tone, as if recounting something trivial. Not only did I meet him, but that arrogant fire god was slain by my own hands. Of course, some things could only be kept to himself. Even the encounter with a god was best left unsaid. The master's eyes turned bloodshot. Why was I unable to enter? If I had, I could have salvaged some benefits as well. Comparing oneself to others truly invited misery. Why was it that this young brat got to feast on the meat, while he was left standing? Yehan paid no mind to the collapse unfolding before him. The focal point now rested his palm, where a single drop of divine blood erupted with a terrifying pressure. The moment his fingertip brushed against it, a brilliant golden light detonated. Yehan was instantly engulfed, his figure radiant like a war god clad in golden armor. What devilry is he attempting now? M standing nearby felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably, once again stunned into silence. Suddenly, a series of crisp notifications rang frantically in Yehan's ears. Bathed in divine blood, obtained fire god's divinity, divinity infused into the wealth god profession, activation successful, upgrade complete. Divinity infused into the beast god controller profession, potential activated, upgrade complete. Yehan's pupils contracted sharply. His heart pounded. This was the final key to rapid professional advancement. As he summoned his interface, the first thing to catch his eye was that the wealth god's skills, already formidable, had been bolstered to the level of an innate talent. Resource torrent, daily interest rate increased to 2%. Innate skill, gold coin shield gives you equals 10% of total gold held and grants immunity to instant death effects. Not only that, his luck and charisma stats had both increased by 60, and even the limit for purchasing attribute points with currency had doubled. The most terrifying aspect was the gold coin shield, which had jumped from 1% to 10%. What kind of concept was this? Even after the heavy expenditures during the battle with the fire god, Yehan's assets still totaled 800 million. Converted, that resulted in 80 million shield points. With an 80 million point health bar, even if he stood still and let a boss attack him, it would take half a day to break his defense. Combined with the terrifying 2% daily compound interest, the speed at which his wealth generated more wealth would make even a buffed-up player bow down before Yehan. As expected of divine blood, its power defies the heaven. Even though Yehan had prepared for this, he could not help but gasp in awe. He turned his attention to the beast god controller profession, and the sight was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Godly power, final growth attribute 200%. All attributes plus 100%. Infinite beast control. For beasts below mythical grade, final cultivation rank automatically increases by 1 level. If the wealth god was the pinnacle of defense, then the beast god was the limit of explosive damage. Especially that final, new attribute of infinite beast control, it was quite simply a bug that shattered the game's balance. At the thought of automatic rank upgrades for anything below mythical level, Yehan's breathing grew ragged. One must realize that cultivating a transcendent beast to the sovereign level requires materials rarer than divine artifacts. In the past, countless god-tier powerhouses were helpless against such a barrier. But now, as long as a beast is trained to its maximum level, it can break through its rank without requiring any materials whatsoever. Is this talent trying to force me into raising an entire army of sovereign-level beasts? Yehan found the more he contemplated this, the more illogical it seemed. It was almost headache-inducing. Although it consumed a gargantuan amount of resources, it granted an infinite upgrade path that bypassed every bottleneck. This journey to the fire god's temple. It was a massive profit. He had assumed the dual divine-level professions were the pinnacle, but he never expected the power gained after the upgrade to literally shatter the heavens. This was a true qualitative leap. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, Yehan took a deep breath and opened his final attribute panel. The moment he unveiled the panel, Yehan was struck by a profound shock. Level 40. His divinity was enhanced, basic attributes increased by 1,000, and the mere lingering ripples of divinity during the breakthrough granted an additional 1,000 points to his 4 primary attributes. That is an entire 1,000 points. Is this truly the worth of divine blood? Yihan suppressed the shock within him, his gaze instantly locking onto the remaining drop of divine blood in his storage bag. If the residual power was already this terrifying, what would a complete drop be capable of? Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his thoughts, and a colossal crimson egg, as heavy as a boulder, manifested from the void. Immortal God Emperor, absorb it for me. Yihan flipped his hand to retrieve the divine blood. He let it drip directly onto the egg. In a flash, the massive orb began to tremble violently. A scorching aura, as if erupting from the primordial age, surged toward the heavens. Beside him, M nearly had his eyes pop out. No sooner he finished it with his profession, he was now producing an egg. Looking at this formidable aura, could it be a beast that rivals the ancient dragons? Is this kid the illegitimate son of a god, or is he simply hacking the laws of reality? M's composure completely collapsed. He had originally thought owning a dragon beast was already absurd enough, but this fellow was truly detestable. How can the disparity between men be greater than that between a man and a dog? M was so frustrated he felt like grinding his molars, but Yihan had no time to notice, his eyes fixed firmly upon that crimson egg. As the divine blood was fully absorbed, a small line of golden text finally emerged, counting down the incubation period. 71:59. 3 days. Yihan was overjoyed. He did not need to search for rare life essences like he did for the dragon egg. It would hatch automatically in just 3 days. Is this not a massive profit? Satisfied with the results of the god egg, Yihan turned to leave. Master, let us return to the city. Huh? We are leaving already? M remained dazed, a bitterness growing deep within his heart. On this journey, the other had feasted on meat and drank the broth, while he had merely tagged along without earning a single copper. If he had known this, why even discuss a mutually beneficial partnership? Demanding protection money directly would have been better. Now regret is of no use. Consumed by agitation, the two quickly returned to Fungi City. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the dwarven encampment, a roar shook the heavens. Get lost and stop bothering me, or do you truly believe I will not strike you dead? Before the voice even faded, a bizarre white figure was cast out like refuse, stumbling as it struck the ground. The two were instantly stunned. What in the world was that? It was perfectly round and deathly pale. It resembled nothing more than a giant maggot standing upright. But as the maggot scrambled to its feet and adjusted its hood, the realization set in. Dahan was completely dumbfounded. Yaron, this was no monster, it was clearly the city lord of Fengi City. Yaron, the only son of Tong Taizong, why had he been reduced to performing on the streets? Dahan. Yaron awkwardly adjusted his mangled hood, a sight that was immensely comical. His sigh was heavier than the very costume he wore. Do not bring it up, the story is too long to tell. Forget it. Yaron let out a long, weary sigh and shoved his hands into his pockets. That oval-shaped silhouette exuded an air of profound desolation and loneliness. Witnessing this absurd scene, instead of pity, I found myself nearly bursting into laughter. What state of mind must one possess to willingly parade around in the form of a giant maggot? This eccentric attire was so incredibly avant-garde that it bordered on madness. What, in the name of the heavens, was going on? I turned to look at the silver-armored guard standing at the gate. My lord, there is much you do not know. The guard wore an expression of deep distress. The city lord, this is all for the sake of the reconstruction of Fenghe City. Reconstruction? I was taken aback. The reason sounded noble enough, but what did this have to do with such a display? Could this be a new form of investment solicitation known as performance art? My lord, did you not initially use white rice to entice the dwarves to return? The guard lowered his voice, his tone filled with the city lord wished for the dwarves to forge equipment for him, but they paid him absolutely no heed. He reasoned that he had to cater to their personal interests. If the dwarves had a penchant for white rice, then he would... At this point, the guard stammered, as if finding it difficult to continue. He had disguised himself as a grain of white rice. Like a bolt of lightning from the blue, I was left completely stunned. Was he actually cosplaying? Cosplaying as a single grain of white rice. Magnificent. It is simply truly magnificent. What manner of bizarre logic is this, known only to those outside the dwarven race? A city lord, dignity discarded, actually sacrificed his vanity to crawl into this oval-shaped white suit. Lord City Lord has truly borne too much for our sake. The guard wiped away his tears. Indeed. I watched the direction in which Yaron had disappeared, the corners of my mouth twitching, unable to suppress a smile. This is not bearing too much. This is clearly throwing all shame to the ground and trampling upon it. Under the setting sun, that sprinting grain of rice is none other than his lost youth. Collecting my composure, I pushed open the door and stepped inside. Get lost, I told you. No sooner had I crossed the threshold than a roar like thunder erupted. Immediately after, a violent gust of wind surged as he grabbed a massive iron hammer, charging toward me like a maddened bull. He swung it down with relentless force, shouting, "You dare come here to disturb us? Do you want me to beat you to death?" He swung it down with relentless force, shouting, "Do you have a death wish barging in here to disturb me?" In that precarious moment, hanging by a single hair, I stood my ground, my expression calm and composed. It is I. The massive iron hammer stopped mere millimeters from the tip of my nose. Shah Yahan. He was instantly dumbfounded. The hammer in his hand could neither be raised nor lowered. I thought that white rice grain who knows nothing of shame had come again. My apologies, my apologies. I waved my hand and walked further into the room. It was evident that Yaren had pestered these dwarves so relentlessly over the past 2 days that they had all developed psychological trauma. Why have you returned so soon? Putting the hammer away, his expression immediately became anxious. Have you found the temple of the fire god yet? I have found it, and I have even entered within. I nodded. What? Those pupils constricted, his breathing instantly becoming heavy. You entered it, and then what happened? Did you receive guidance from the fire god? Is it true? Does this mean we can finally return home? Seeing his eyes reddened with agitation, the words at the tip of my tongue suddenly felt incredibly heavy. Even if it was cruel, I had to say no. I shook my head, my voice cold. I am deeply sorry, but you may never be able to return. What? Why? The smile on Tho's face froze instantly. He stood as if struck by lightning, for the temple of the fire god had been destroyed. This statement was like a sharp blade piercing through the air. After a deathly silence, Tho erupted. It is absurd that it was destroyed. Tho screamed and jumped up, his eyes bloodshot. That was the dwelling of a deity housing the supreme power of the fire god. How could it possibly be destroyed? Even those terrifying creatures could not accomplish such a feat. Are you deceiving me? Are you playing a joke on me? Watching Tho on the verge of collapse, I inwardly sighed at this 1,000-year wait. Consuming minerals in the dark, sunless jungle, merely scraping by to survive. Their only remaining belief was in their deity, and now I had single-handedly shattered that faith. In truth, I knew full well that this so-called fire god cared nothing for the life or death of these devotees. What nonsense about divine guidance. This 1,000-year wait had been a total tragedy from the very beginning. Had I not slain those 2 peculiar bosses in Fungi City, forcefully defying the heavens to change our fate, the outcome for these dwarves would have been certain. Absolute extinction in the depths of despair. I am not joking. With a flick of my wrist, I withdrew a scepter that shimmered with radiant light. This is the scepter of Hephaestus, Tho. It is time to accept your fate. The temple of the fire god has long since crumbled into dust. However, the scene that unfolded immediately after nearly caused me to stumble in shock. What is happening? Tho, who had been clamoring for death moments ago, suddenly saw his pupils constrict violently. He then lunged forward like a starving beast, clutching the scepter and laughing in a state of manic frenzy. I knew it. The great fire god has not forsaken us. He has finally sent his envoy. I was instantly stunned into silence. An envoy? What are you talking about? Indeed. Tho wore an expression of absolute certainty, his eyes wide as a cat's, shimmering with a sudden spark of intelligence. Our ancestors once spoke that this scepter is the lifeblood of the great fire god. Furthermore, I can sense the scent of the fire god upon you. There is no need to feign ignorance any longer. You are surely the messenger sent by the fire god. Speak quickly, what oracle has he bestowed upon us? I fell into deep contemplation. The truth was that I had slain that unfortunate deity, and before he died, aside from his miserable wails, he seemingly left behind no final words of wisdom. But could these words truly be spoken aloud? Obviously not. Since this was a misunderstanding, I decided to play along until the very end. I put on a facade of profound mystery to deliver my guidance. You wish to know the oracle? Tho stood at immediate attention, his eyes filled with such anticipation that he resembled a hound waiting to be fed. Without a blush or a racing heart, I began to weave my fabrication. The divine oracle consists of only one sentence. To obey the envoy is to obey the will of the heavens. Tho nodded vigorously in succession. Without the Great One even speaking, I spread my hands. Tho was dazed at first, then his expression shifted into one of sudden realization. So that is how it is, entrusting such a vital scepter to you proves that Lord Fire God places absolute faith in you. You are truly our light. That is only natural. I suppressed a smile, content to accept this new identity. While it may be somewhat lacking in morality, compared to letting them wait in despair for a dead god, following me to live in prosperity is quite simply a great fortune. Is that not so? Great envoy, what shall we do next? Tho's attitude became 100 times more respectful. It is simple. I raised a finger to issue the first oracle. Remain in Fenche City and hone the skills inherited from your ancestors. The craftsmanship of your ancestors. Unexpectedly, Tho was taken aback, his face flushing deep red. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Doing that in broad daylight seems rather inappropriate. I furrowed my brow. I had told him to forge equipment. What could possibly be inappropriate about that? Forging equipment? Tho exhaled in relief, his gaze darting away. You frightened me to death. I thought you meant that other craft. You lot, a group of dwarves living in the forest. What on earth do you do in your spare time? No wonder your population is so sparse. The mystery is solved. Very well. Stop the nonsense and do as I've commanded, I said, supporting my forehead in exasperation. As you command, I shall go summon the others immediately. Tho's expression turned serious. Whistling an unknown tune, he ran off in high spirits. With that settled, I watched him retreat and nodded in satisfaction, then turned to head toward the ducal mansion to find Sophia. After all, if I am to organize such a large group of skilled technicians, I must rely on that wealthy lady to provide the necessary land and titles. Just as we had departed, a heavy knocking echoed at the door once more. City Lord Aeon had returned, and this time he had learned his lesson. He had discarded that infuriating suit made of rice and replaced it with an outfit made of crisp golden brown pastries. This was the result of his exhaustive contemplation. You favored rice in the past only because of poverty. Now that you have entered the city, your horizons have broadened, so surely you must enjoy pastries. Aeon adjusted the pastry props on his person with absolute confidence. Aeon did not believe he would fail this time. Behind that, there are still the dough-like garments. The fear bombs are waiting in line. Surely one of them will suit you. I have been knocking for half a day, so why has the door not opened? Given the fiery temperament of the dwarves by now, a hammer should have been swung into my face. This defies all logic. Michael Owen looked at his bodyguard beside him with suspicion. Where have you gone? At your service, my lord. The bodyguard Michael wore an expression of intense discomfort. Lord Sun has already departed with Lord Yahan. Departed? Aeon was so astonished that he lost all color in his face. The large pastry he held nearly fell to the ground. Where did they go? Have they already left Fengye City? Has all this effort for these garments been in vain? Or perhaps not. If they are still within the city, then that is good. There is still a chance. Aeon patted the large pastry against his chest, and seeing his city lord in such a state, the bodyguard, Michael, could no longer restrain himself. He took a deep breath and delivered a devastating blow, my lord. Although these words may be offensive, I truly feel that you should cease this charade. Why? Aeon glanced at his bodyguard, his expression filled with defiance. Do you even know how to speak? Do you honestly think this city lord would give up? He puffed out his chest, gesturing to the large pastry. As long as one has the will, one will eventually succeed if they only persevere. Michael interrupted his master directly, suppressing his pained expression as he said, the main point is that Lord Yahan visited a moment ago. In just 2 minutes, he resolved the matter with Sun. What? Aeon froze completely, as if struck by lightning. Say that again, Aeon stammered. The guard repeated, I said, Lord Yahan arrived for a few minutes, and the dwarf clan has already agreed to stay. This statement was in truth a crushing blow. Aeon stuttered, his composure utterly shattered. I have been putting on this performance for days, the meals, the baked goods, and yet they negotiated a resolution in mere minutes. Are you joking with me? It is the truth. Lord Michael has dispatched the circus to depart, and now he is busy arranging their new residence. Therefore, you should really take off that pastry costume, my lord. It is utterly humiliating. In the wind, the crooked pastry suit worn by Aaron looked truly laughable. After a long silence, Aaron's voice turned hoarse. How did he manage to do that? I do not know. He only spoke a few words. And yet the circus master was overjoyed to the point of madness. It is over. It is truly over. Aaron did not say another word. He simply turned away in silence, his back appearing as desolate as a stray dog. My lord, where are you going? To the circus. Aaron waved his hand dismissively, not once looking back. Perhaps there is a position there that will suit me. Under the sunlight, his shadow looked round and bright. At that same moment, inside the Duke's mansion, blades were being drawn and bows were being strung. Your Highness, rules are rules. Several men dressed in flamboyant attire stood blocking Sophia's path. The leader, wearing gold-rimmed spectacles, assumed an intellectual air, a hypocritical smile plastered upon his face. Without meeting Yahan, we cannot grant this title of nobility. Indeed, we represent the will of Prince Karami. With their daggers now bared, it was clear they were using the prince's name as a pretext for their own schemes. The so-called granting of a title was nothing but a fabrication. The true target of this group was the lecherous desire they held for Sophia. Prince Karami. The man with the spectacles adjusted his frames, his tone patronizing. The prince harbors a deep, unwavering passion for you. You need only visit his mansion and accompany him. Have a private conversation, and surely this trivial matter of a title could be settled by a single word from the prince. Keep dreaming. Sophia's face was as cold as frost, her eyes burning with fury as she replied to him. Even if every man in this world were to perish, I would never. In that case, it is truly a pity. The man wearing glasses feigned helplessness and sighed. Your current attitude makes things very difficult for me. Difficult, you say? At that very moment, a thunderous crash echoed as the heavy doors were violently thrust open. A cold, commanding voice resonated throughout the hall. If it is too difficult to handle, then simply stop. Everyone instinctively turned their heads, only to see 2 figures, one old and one young, striding into the room. Yihan. Sophia's eyes lit up instantly as if she had just found her pillar of strength. I gave her a slight nod. My gaze swept across the crowd, including the so-called Imperial Special Envoy, and I felt a cold sneer forming in my heart. The internal ranks of the Imperial family are truly rotten to the core, resorting to such despicable schemes even at a time like this. Oh, so this is the legendary Yihan? Yabas glanced at me from head to toe, his tone dripping with mockery. What a grandiose entrance. After hiding for so many days, I thought you were some celestial being. Yet it turns out you are nothing but a coward who hides his head and shows his tail. Yabas, keep your foul mouth shut. Sophia retorted with fury. Oh my, have you two become so close already? Yabas's face twisted into a sneer, his eyes filled with utter disdain. What great hero. I believe it was nothing more than pure luck. You merely relied on the Zundayan Palace to absorb the damage, picking up a cheap victory after someone else killed the boss. What is the matter? Am I not allowed to speak the truth? Having said that, he offered a fake smile and extended his hand. Haha, I am only joking. A great hero like you wouldn't be offended by such trifles, would you? The atmosphere plunged into sudden silence. I did not even spare a glance for his extended hand, treating him as if he were nothing more than air, and turned to look at Mel beside me. Master, do you also find this man to be particularly insufferable? Mel nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is truly begging for a beating. Then will you take action, or shall I dispose of him myself? Seeing the two of us discussing him as if we were discussing mere trash, the fake smile on Yabas's face instantly froze, replaced immediately by a dark, sinister expression. What an arrogant tone. He slowly withdrew his hand, his gaze as cold and piercing as a venomous serpent. Do you have any idea? Your words just now are more than enough to ensure you will be buried in an unmarked grave. Especially you, he said, pointing a finger directly at my nose, enunciating every syllable. Do you know who I am? And do you know what kind of person I am? En let out a cold sneer. His withered frame suddenly surged with muscle, expanding as if inflated, growing a full head taller in an instant. He took a single step forward, ignoring everything in front of me without a second glance. Open your eyes and watch closely. Watch what? This punch shall be quite powerful. Before his words had even faded, M's silhouette vanished from where he stood. The very next second, accompanied by a decasonic boom, a fist the size of an earthen pot slammed violently into Yabus's face. He did not even have the chance to let out a miserable scream. While the cold smile still lingered on the corner of Yabus's mouth, his entire body was shattered, dissipating into shards of light that filled the air. He died instantly. Bruce remained composed, leaving behind not even a fragment of bone. This is madness. I stood there frozen in shock. A single strike to end a life. This is far too brutal. I had assumed I could simply reason with him, never expecting this old man to be such a ruthless villain, one who kills without a trace. The entire fell into a deathly stillness. The officials who had arrived with Yabus at this moment were all pale with terror, each one frozen in place, having forgotten even how to breathe. This is terrifying. He executed the special envoy simply because of a disagreement? M waved his hand, casting a cold, dismissive glance at the remaining men. Which of you still has an objection? No. Their entire bodies trembled, their will to survive instantly replaced by an urge to surrender. That beast dared to speak disrespectfully to His Highness. He truly deserved death for his sins. Indeed, my lord, that strike was magnificent. It upheld our national prestige and served true justice. My lord is truly noble. Please, allow us to pay our respects. The same group that was so proud and arrogant just moments ago had now changed their tune faster than one could flip a page, frantically showering him with praise in the empty air, wishing only that they could have dragged Yabus out to beat him further. Consider yourselves wise for knowing when to yield. Mio let out a cold snort and revealed his trump card. I am Elder Mayo, an honorary elder of the Supreme Hall. If you seek retribution, you are always welcome to find me at the Supreme Hall. The Supreme Hall? Upon hearing these 4 words, the legs of the officials turned to jelly. It was that legendary god-tier powerhouse. This situation has turned dire. Yabus is as good as dead. Even with 10 lives, he would not dare provoke a titan of the Supreme Hall for the sake of a deceased Viscount. The cost of such arrogance is quite steep. Very well, the eyesore has been removed. Mio's figure shrank, instantly reverting to the appearance of a small, expressionless old man. Now, who is into position to decide? Though it was like using a butcher's cleaver to slaughter a chicken, the sensation is truly satisfying. For quite some time, I have been chased by dragons and driven to the brink of death by god emperors. For me, taking down a pompous fool with a single punch is far more refreshing than any tonic. I can do it. An old man with graying hair raised his hand, trembling. My lord, I am the deputy envoy. I can fulfill these duties with excellence. Mio stopped cleaning his ears. I heard that the recognition of a prince is required. No, that is not necessary. The old man shook his head frantically, fearing that if he were a second too slow, his head would be crushed. A signed document is all that is required. We represent the authority of recognition. At once I shall see to it immediately. Speaking hurriedly, he produced a map and documents, offering them with both hands before me. This efficiency is like a streak of lightning. Within 3 minutes, all procedures were finalized. The next moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed across the heavens. Congratulations to the players of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yahan has been successfully appointed as a Viscount of the Longhuang Empire. Territory system unlocked. Individual playtime reward increased by 2 hours. All players in the Great Xia Kingdom region receive an additional 10 minutes of playtime. Players belonging to Fengyi City. As the world announcement sounded, the entire globe was shaken once again. There was no longer any room for doubt. In both lifetimes, I was the first player to obtain a title. Yet the matter was far from over. The world chat channel erupted instantly. This is unbelievable. Has someone already obtained a title? I am still here hacking away at chickens in the novice village. This Grandmaster has already become a noble. Calm down. That is Grandmaster Yahan. These are just his basic maneuvers. Can you all stop acting so surprised? The main point is the playtime. Everyone was granted an additional 10 minutes. This is a lifeline indeed. Yahan is truly formidable. I can live for another 10 minutes now. One must realize that in this apocalypse, with this life and death game hanging over our heads, time is life itself. Everyone is risking their lives to level up. These extra 10 minutes are a massive advantage, especially for the players of Fengyi City. We in Fengyi City have been granted an additional half hour. I am ecstatic. I am green with envy. If only I had known, I would have gone to Fengyi City as well. Is it still too late to go now? I heard the entry fee for the city has already been inflated to 1,000 gold coins. That 1,000 was the price from yesterday. Now, without 2,000, don't even think about it. Not only that, the more astute players have already discovered the blind spot. Wait, if the territory system has been opened, does that not mean the Grandmaster can now recruit subordinates? Once one ripple creates 1,000 waves, if one could follow Yahan, wouldn't they be able to walk unhindered through this game? Grandmaster, I beg to cling to your thigh. You above, get lost. Grandmaster, I am a level-headed holy knight, capable of both healing and combat. Please recruit me. Although the apocalypse currently lacks an official guild system, the emergence of territories is undoubtedly a significant signal. Everyone is speculating whether the first major faction is about to be born. However, just as the entire network was in a state of fervor, at the other end of the world, on a desolate and gloomy island, suddenly a roar of fury erupted. How could it be this man from the Great Xia? Why does he claim all the glory? This is utterly unjust. By what right? The Great Xia Kingdom has over an hour more time than us. How are we supposed to fight the national war later? This Yihan must be the lost bloodline of our Tai Kingdom. Only our great nation could produce such a powerhouse. He belongs to us. The world chat channel was in complete upheaval. Some were so overcome with jealousy that their faces twisted in resentment. Others were so shameless that they began claiming him as their own kin. However, unlike the ordinary players who could only vent their frustration, those who truly stood at the pinnacle of power and wealth, the puppet masters, could no longer sit still. The existence of Yihan had shattered the balance. He was more dangerous than a nuclear bomb. He could not be allowed to grow any further. In a dim conference room, several shadowy figures reached a consensus. They must uncover his true identity. Whether through kidnapping, coercion, or exploitation, they had to seize the secret to his rapid growth. If he cannot be made to serve us, then he must be destroyed. If it is impossible to restrain you within the game, then we shall trace the network lines to eliminate you in reality. Such is the method of the conglomerates. Ruthless and direct. Less than a minute after the announcement was made, a global dragnet targeting Yuhan was cast in an instant. In the Eagle Kingdom at a secret airfield, rest assured I am ace number 7. A man in black wearing sunglasses arrogantly hung up his satellite phone, his lips curling into a cruel smirk. I will make him spill his secrets obediently. If not, I will show him the true meaning of hell. The aircraft roared as it took off. Target, Great Xia Kingdom, Jiang City. They had to find Yehan at all costs. In a dark corner, a warrior was cleaning a sharp blade in his hands, his eyes filled with malice. I will shove this umbrella into his throat and open it wide until he reveals everything. In the Bong Kingdom, quickly bring our hero back home. It is the glory of our great nation. He must return to the embrace of the motherland. At the same time, countless undercurrents of greed and bloodlust crossed the ocean, aimed directly at Jiang City in the Great Xia. An unprecedented storm in the real world was about to descend. Within the Great Xia Kingdom, although the authorities are doing their utmost to maintain order, when faced with the sudden emergence of forces from every corner, the skies over Jiang City have become shrouded in dark, ominous clouds. Yet, preoccupied with the game, I remain blissfully unaware of the unfolding crisis. At this moment, I am staring at Sophia, who is paralyzed with astonishment before me. What did you say? Sophia's delicate mouth hangs open, wide enough to fit a chicken egg. Her beautiful eyes are brimming with pure disbelief. The dwarf race has decided to settle in Fungi City. That proud, god-tier race of blacksmiths has actually deigned to reside within a human city. This is truly miraculous. Indeed. I nod, keeping my composure. Therefore, our previous transaction plan must be adjusted accordingly. I point to the map of Fungi City, implying significantly, if you still have properties you intend to sell, hold on to them for now, do not sell. Why? Because very soon every inch of land here will be worth its weight in gold, and prices will soar tenfold without end. Sophia is sharp. She immediately realizes that the dwarves' arrival means Fungi City will become the equipment forging hub for the entire server, and property values will inevitably skyrocket. I understand. A glint of admiration flashes in Sophia's eyes before she seems to recall something. Right, the wealthy merchants have arrived and are all waiting in the manor. Would you like to meet them? I certainly would. Why would I refuse to meet those bringing me wealth? I curve my lips into a smile. As we step into the parlor, dozens of gazes instantly lock onto me. Those looks resemble a pack of starving wolves catching sight of the finest, freshest meat. They also look like lost lambs finally finding their father. Lord Yihan, you have finally arrived. My living god of fortune, I have finally had the honor of meeting you. Dozens of wealthy merchants rush forward, fearing that if they are... The real estate in Fungi City has now become a golden goose, laying eggs of pure profit. Do not listen to those who claim they do not wish to share in this bounty. A corpulent man with a protruding belly surged toward me, brandishing banknotes in his hand, his face flushed with crimson rage as he bellowed. I have gathered 40 million gold coins. I shall purchase this entire plot of land. We had a verbal agreement. Sign the contract this very instant. What is 40 million, you ask? Look at me, I have amassed 90 million. A bunch of penniless wretches. Move aside, all of you. I have but one humble goal in mind. Lord Yahan, speak with me first. Dozens of wealthy merchants scrambled in a frenzy, their faces turning deep red as they waved their promissory notes, wishing only to force the currency into my pockets. Observing this chaotic display of NPCs, I merely offered a faint smile and uttered 3 words, you must pay more. The air instantly froze and the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Increase the payment? The elder in the blue robes was the first to react, his previous arrogance extinguished in a single moment. He collapsed onto his knees, his entire body trembling violently. Lord, you cannot be serious. To gather this sum, I have even mortgaged my own reserve vaults. I truly do not have a single grain of rice left to spare. Indeed, Lord, my household horses have no fodder to eat. I am in an even more desperate plight. For the past 3 days, I have dared only to nibble on a single piece of black bread. How truly tragic. In an instant, the grand hall was filled with the wails of those lamenting their supposed misfortune. Their acting skills were of such caliber that every one of them deserved an Oscar. Their performance was as dramatic as it was relentless. However, faced with the theatrics of these actors, my heart remained unruffled. I simply tossed out the final, devastating blow. If you do not increase your bid, how can you be worthy of the dwarven clan that is about to reside here? What? This statement struck the crowd like a bolt of lightning descending upon their very souls. In the next heartbeat, the blue-robed elder, who had just been crying about surviving on dry bread for 3 days, sprung up like a coiled spring. He whipped out a communication crystal and began to shriek hysterically into it. Hello? It is your father speaking. Listen, well boy, sell all the land we purchased last year, including our holdings in the imperial capital. Sell it all. What does the imperial capital matter? Can it truly compare to Fengyi City? Do not argue with me. If I do not see the funds by tomorrow, I will kill you. On the other side, the middle-aged man wailed even more frantically. Wife, hurry and sell the house so our child can study. Study what? Just toss the residency permit away. Wait, that's not right. Keep it to buy a house. The situation flipped dramatically. Those who were in dire straits a moment ago now acted as if they had gone mad. What reserves, what bread before the prospect of profit several or even dozens of times higher? Everything else faded into insignificance. Every single one of them scrambled to raise their prices. Lord Yahan, this is a sign of his favor toward us. He is leading us toward prosperity. My lord, this is my deposit. Please, you must accept it. My lord, take mine first. The rest of the funds will arrive momentarily. Watching these NPCs flip their attitudes faster than turning the pages of a book, I accepted their orders without a shred of hesitation. Ding ding ding. The notifications of gold coins entering my account sounded like a sweet symphony. I must say these NPCs are truly the hidden titans of wealth. At the slightest provocation, they pull out tens of millions or even billions of gold coins. With each deposit hitting my account, the number of gold coins into my inventory began to soar past 1 billion. 1.5 billion, and in the blink of an eye, it breached the 2 billion mark. But it did not end there, as there was still a commission to be collected. Sophia approached with a radiant smile and handed me a gold voucher of significant value. It turns out that because a vast number of players had flocked to Fengyi City in search of my whereabouts, Sophia had seized the opportunity to implement an entry fee. The initial 10 gold coins had skyrocketed to 10,000 gold coins. Despite this, those players still swarmed in like bees from a broken hive. In just 3 days, the entrance fees alone had generated several hundred million. Once all deposits and commissions were in my hands, I looked at my account balance and my heart skipped a beat. 3 billion gold coins. I stepped out of the government office and looked at the street, bathed in the golden, heaven-defying glow of the sunset. Years ago, Chen Daozi used 20 copper coins to win 37 million. Today, I Yahan have used a single plot of land to tilt the wealth of the entire world. This is my empire. I checked the clock. There were only 10 minutes left until the daily offline period. It should be time soon. I took a deep breath and chose to log out on the spot, because the true storm had only just begun to brew. Once today passes, tomorrow marks the 16th day since the game server opened, the very day that brought despair to countless people in my past life. The game is